Chapter 738. Don't worry, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty won't go back on our word, said the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty's official coldly. The official from the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty shouted coldly. He didn't look very happy. After all, the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty had won twice in a row. He didn't expect that this time, they would be disturbed by a young man. Immediately after, he left. The battle was over. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's official was very satisfied. He looked at the four people below and said, "Very good. Even I didn't expect that both sides would win this battle. The three of you will be given first-class merit." After he finished speaking, the official's gaze fell onto Yi Xian as he said, "You're not bad as well. I'll bestow you a baron's order here." Before he could finish speaking, a golden light flashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously caught it and saw that it was a golden command medallion. A baron badge? What's that? Yi Xian hadn't recovered yet. The Cyan Fire City's Quasi-Supreme explained, "With this baron badge, you can go to the imperial capital and become a baron. Although it's only a baron, as long as you keep making contributions, you'll be promoted." At this moment, Yi Xian thought of a word. An official and a noble. Our 10th heaven's prison is the worst of all the heavenly prisons. However, the three tycoons of our heavenly prison are all viscounts, said the cyan-robed sovereign. The three tycoons of the heavenly prison were Qinghua and the other two. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there wasn't only one heavenly prison. The one he was in was the worst one. "Congratulations, little brother." The three Quasi-Supremes thanked him. If it hadn't been for Yi Xian, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Yi Xian put away the baron badge in his hand and cupped his fists. "Seniors, may I ask what a supreme pill is?" The three didn't know why Yi Xian would ask such a question in such a situation. They glanced at each other and the cyan-robed sovereign answered, "A supreme pill is something that Quasi-Supremes need. If you have a supreme pill, the success rate of sealing your body with Great Emperor intent will increase greatly." "I see." Yi Xian nodded. He had more or less guessed it. However, after killing so many people and leading this great battle, he didn't get a single supreme pill. "Little brother, if you go to the imperial capital to be conferred the title of baron, you will receive one supreme pill every year. As long as you have one supreme pill, you will definitely be able to break through to the half-step supreme realm within a year." The half-step supreme realm expert from Cyan Fire City said. "Only one?" Yi Xian was filled with disdain. He could only receive one baronet every year. How stingy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Seniors, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he left. The half-supremes of Blue Fire City looked at his back and praised him in their hearts. They were all half-step supremes, but compared to Yi Xian, they were too weak. After all, when they were in their early 20s, they were only Void God Realm Great Emperors. The great battle had ended, so there was no need for Yi Xian to continue staying here. He hurriedly went to Blue Fire City and exchanged all of his providence. At the same time, he exchanged for a release order. A day later, he left the 10th Heaven prison. "My original body has broken through to the peak Great Emperor realm, but without merging, my clone's realm and ultimacy will not be updated. I should return to the Eastern continent first," Yi Xian thought to himself. Although the supreme pill was very important, and it was the key to breaking through to the half-step supreme realm, he still remembered Hermit Xian Zhongshan's kindness. Now that he had comprehended the disintegration ultimacy, he could help Hermit Xian Zhongshan. Master is unfathomable. He actually needs the disintegration ultimacy. I'm afraid his strength is not as simple as an ordinary Great Emperor realm. He might be a half-step supreme realm expert. Now, Yi Xian began to doubt Hermit Xian Zhongshan's strength. If Hermit Xian Zhongshan was really a half-step supreme realm expert, he might also have a supreme pill. At that time, he would be killing two birds with one stone. However, before he went to the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian returned to the eastern continent first. When he passed through the Death Desert and the Great Wilderness and returned to the Sword God Palace in the eastern continent, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, and Duan Muyun had already refined the Great Emperor's will and became rank 8 Great Emperors. Coincidentally, Yi Xian's original body had also returned to the Sword God Palace. When Yi Chong and the other two saw Yi Xian's original body, they were almost scared to death. Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan wondered if they had remembered wrongly. Yi Xian wasn't just one person, but a pair of twins. When Yi Xian's original body saw the strange expressions of the three, he stood together with his clone and explained, "Father, Mother, this is also me. This is my clone, a puppet." A puppet. Xian, don't lie to me. How can a puppet have a body of flesh and blood? How can it be exactly the same as you? Yi Chong asked in horror. Jiang Xinyan and Duan Muyun nodded. Yi Xian didn't want to explain anymore and merged with his clone. In the next moment, his clone's cultivation level soared to peak Great Emperor, and even the collapse profound was at the same level. When they saw that there was only one Yi Xian left after the two of them merged, the three of them started to believe it. "Father, Mother, just treat me as a twin. I'm going to the chaotic astral ocean to bring your two daughters-in-law back," Yi Xian said. In fact, Yi Chong already knew that Yi Xian had a fiancé, but he hadn't seen them before. Now that Yi Xian reminded him, there was actually another one. Two Yi Xian, two daughters-in-law. Of course, this was easier to accept than two Yi Xian and one daughter-in-law. Okay. Hurry up and bring them back. Jiang Xinyan didn't care so much anymore. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left. However, before that, he still left behind 3 ghost lanterns. All of them contained the will of the Great Emperor of the Ninth Order. As for his original body and clone, they had already merged and headed to the chaotic astral ocean. In less than half a day, he arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, then used his clone to pick up Song Suijing and the others. He also made a trip to the Skywater continent to pick up Lin Wenyue and the others. As for his original body, he went to the Mystic Mountain. His current strength was very strong, so it was better for his original body and clone to separate to avoid dying in one go. Very soon, his original body arrived at the Mystic Mountain. The Mystic Mountain was still the same as before. Many pirates came to comprehend the gravity profound. Yi Xian was filled with emotions. He directly flew above these people's heads slowly. Occasionally, he still had to show off to satisfy his vanity. "Damn, the Mystic Mountain is so heavy. I even have a hard time walking, but that person is flying in the sky." It's said that once one comprehends the gravity profound, they won't be affected by the gravity of the Mystic Mountain. He must have comprehended the gravity profound. Chapter 739. The group of people below were discussing softly. As for Yi Xian, he flew into the mysterious mountain range under their strange gazes. "Who's there?" Yi Xian had just entered Yi Xian when he heard a shout. Yi Xian recognized the voice. It was He Yan's voice. His heart skipped a beat. As he was a peak Great Emperor, he had concealed his aura. However, He Yan still managed to discover him. He Yan was indeed not a peak empty God Realm King and probably not an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Half-step to Sovereign. This was Yi Xian's guess. "Senior brother He, it's me. I'm back," Yi Xian replied. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure flying over. It was He Yan. "Junior brother Yi?" He Yan was a little shocked. He had been waiting in empty Xian when he suddenly felt an aura. Hence, he flew out. He did not expect it to be Yi Xian. "Senior brother He, I knew you weren't an ordinary person," Yi Xian said jokingly. He Yan smiled and said, "Junior brother Yi, you're not an ordinary person either. You've broken through to peak Great Emperor in such a short time. You're back today." "Could it be, that's right. I've comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. I'm back to repay Master's kindness." Yi Xian nodded. What? He Yan was shocked when he heard it. Yi Xian had indeed comprehended the disintegration ultimacy. When Yi Xian left empty Xian Zhongshan Island, empty Xian Zhongshan had taken in a few more disciples. These disciples had good aptitudes. The earlier one comprehended the ultimacy, the better. The later it was, the harder it would be to comprehend it. If one could receive guidance when one was in the empty God realm, it would be easier for one to comprehend the ultimacy. However, it seemed that there was no need for that now. Come, junior brother Yi, give me a slash. He Yan said excitedly. Senior brother Yi, this, Yi Xian was shocked. Looking at He Yan's posture, it seemed like He Yan wanted to receive his disintegration ultimacy. One had to know that even Sovereign White Dragon could not receive his current attack. However, he reacted in the next moment. He Yan was just testing. He Yan did not necessarily need to use 36 overlapping shadows. Senior brother, be careful. Yi Xian didn't use any martial arts as he slashed out an extremely ordinary sword chi towards He Yan. This sword chi was extremely slow. He Yan directly punched out. In an instant, waves of chi surged. Bang! 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 The two forces collided instantly shook Yi Xian's attack. Junior brother Yi, junior brother Yi. With me. Calm. Junior brother Yi Xian shadow, calm. 128. Was. Yi Xian also understood that this was what Mountain Master Xian Zhong wanted. At that moment, he immediately followed after him. He Yan brought Yi Xian to the bamboo forest and shouted, Master, junior brother Yi is back. Before he could finish, the door to the wooden house opened and Hermit Xian Zhongshan walked out. Yi Xian, you really comprehended the disintegration ultimacy? Hermit Xian Zhongshan asked in shock. Although there was a silent array formation in the bamboo forest, he still heard the movement just now. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Master, I have comprehended it. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good, good, good. Hermit Xian Zhongshan said, good, 3 times in a row. He was even more excited than He Yan. However, to be on the safe side, he still tried it himself. After 256 muffled sounds, Hermit Xian Zhongshan laughed loudly. It is indeed the disintegration ultimacy. Yi Xian, you really did it. I am very gratified. Master, how can I help? Yi Xian asked. I want you to use the disintegration ultimacy to destroy a door. Hermit Xian Zhongshan flew up and said, there is no time to lose. We will leave immediately. If we succeed, I will give you 100 supreme pills. Okay. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In fact, he did not need 100 supreme pills. He only needed 1 to break through to the half-step supreme realm. Of course, he could directly devour the remaining 99 pills to raise his cultivation. Hermit Xian Zhongshan immediately led Yi Xian and He Yan away from Xian Zhongshan Island. Yi Xian followed behind him and asked, Master, where are we going? To the eastern continent, the desert of death. Hermit Xian Zhongshan explained. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He had just come from the desert of death. He did not expect that the door that even Hermit Xian Zhongshan, a half-step supreme, could not break was in the desert of death. Yi Xian did not ask further and continued to follow. Soon, they entered the desert of death from the chaotic astral ocean. Then, under Hermit Xian Zhongshan's lead, they entered the desert of death. The Death Desert was a dangerous place for low-level empty God realm emperors. However, among the 3 of them, Yi Xian, who was the weakest, was a peak great emperor. How could there be a problem? They used their great emperor willpower to push the quicksand away and continued to dive. After a while, they came to a mysterious place. There was an array here that prevented the quicksand from seeping in. Yi Xian looked around and asked in shock, Master, where is this? He Yan replied, this is an ancient relic. It is the tomb of a general of a sacred dynasty that was overthrown by the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. General's tomb. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He also knew that this general was different from the one in the 10th Heaven prison. The general in the Heaven prison was at most a rank 8 great emperor. However, the thing in the general's tomb was something that even a half-step supreme would want. At this moment, Hermit Xian Zhongshan led the two of them deeper and finally saw a simple bronze door. On the door, there were two people wearing armor and holding long swords. They looked mighty and extraordinary. On the other side of the door, there were 4 holes that seemed to be keyholes. This is the door. Even I can't move this door. Yi Xian, try and see if you can break it with your disintegration profound. Hermit Xian Zhongshan said as he pointed at the door. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at the door. Boom. 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 The slashes hit the door and the defensive array on it. In an instant, it shook more than 200 times. Yi Xian's attack could even injure Supremacy White Dragon. However, it had no effect on the door. No effect. Yi Xian, try again. Hermit Xian Zhongshan refused to give up. Yi Xian attacked again without hesitation. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layered earth pulse. Chapter 740. As time passed, Yi Xian became more and more proficient. He could fuse 7, 8, 9, and even 10 times of the 36 overlapping images. However, he still couldn't break the array guarding the door. Sigh, forget it. I heard that this general of the ancient sacred dynasty likes arrays and mechanisms. It's within my expectations that he can't break it. Xian Zhongshan sighed helplessly. Master, it seems that we can only wait for the 4 keys to open it, right? He Yan asked. Xian Zhongshan nodded. The 4 keys are in the 4 families of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, one of the keys was lost a long time ago, so it can't be opened. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Lost? Could it be 1,000 years ago? You know. That's right. The last key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. Xian Zhongshan nodded and looked at Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Wind Thunder Great Emperor is also a senior of the Sword God Palace. You should know, right? Yi Xian was stunned. He remembered that he didn't tell Xian Zhongshan about this. However, it was strange that Xian Zhongshan knew that he was from the Sword God Palace. Don't be surprised. I'm good friends with the Tai Sword God. Xian Zhongshan answered. This answer shocked Yi Xian. Xian Zhongshan was good friends with the Tai Sword God. What a coincidence. Yi Xian was Xian Zhongshan's disciple in name. He later joined the Tai Palace and could be considered a disciple of the Tai Sword God. He didn't expect the two masters to be good friends. It was no wonder that Xian Zhongshan knew that he had joined the Sword God Palace. Since you can't open it, forget it. Xian Zhongshan sighed again and took out a small pouch from his interspatial ring. He threw it to Yi Xian. Although you can't open it, you should need supreme pills now. There are 10 supreme pills here. Take them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master wasn't bad. Although he didn't help, he still benefited. 1 supreme pill was enough for him to break through. 10 supreme pills were enough for him to improve his cultivation. Junior brother, with these 10 supreme pills, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the half-step supreme realm in a month, He Yan said with a smile. A month? Yi Xian sneered. As long as he wanted to, he could break through on the spot. However, he still held back and did not break through for the time being. When Sovereign White Dragon was still a peak Great Emperor, he had already failed to break through several times. It took him a full year to break through to half-step supreme. If he had a supreme pill at that time, the time would have been shortened to 2 or 3 months. However, cultivation aptitude was nothing to Yi Xian. With the devouring system, he didn't need to cultivate normally. If he had been born as the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, he might have been a supremacy by now. Humans were born unequal. Time was unfair to begin with. Then, Xian Zhongshan brought Yi Xian and He Yen out of the general's tomb. However, when they arrived on land, they suddenly felt waves of powerful auras. "There's an expert." Hermit Xian Zhong growled as his expression immediately turned solemn. He turned his head and discovered a few people flying towards them at high speed. They were at least half-step supreme sovereigns. Only half-step supreme sovereigns could make Zhongshan Xianyi so cautious. However, when Mountain Man Xian Zhong saw the appearance of the person who had come, his serious expression immediately relaxed. He knew the person who had come. Not only did he know them, but so did Yi Xian. "Qinghua, why are you here?" Zhongshan Xianyi asked in surprise. Qinghua, this name was widely spread in the 10th Heaven prison because he was one of the 3 overlords there. Yi Xian had heard of him before. However, what shocked Yi Xian even more was that he actually recognized the old man in the lead. This old man was the one who had used a twin life fruit to exchange for his wind dragon Slash. He was one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison, the master of Green Fire City. "Zhongshan Xian, why are you here?" Qinghua was surprised. He turned to Yi Xian and said, "Little brother, we meet again." It was normal to see Zhongshan Xianyi here, but it was strange to see Yi Xian. "You know each other?" Zhongshan Xianyi was surprised. "Greetings, senior." Yi Xian greeted him. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sorted out his thoughts. It was no wonder that a peak great emperor could only be a subordinate. The white-haired old man was the master of Green Fire City, one of the 3 overlords in the 10th Heaven prison. "Ha, I understand now. Zhongshan Xian, you want to try the disintegration ultimacy to see if it can open the gate of the general's tomb?" Qinghua understood immediately. "That's right. Unfortunately, even the disintegration ultimacy can't open the gate of General Wolf Fang's formation." Zhongshan Xianyi nodded. Qinghua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The 4th key has appeared." "What? Is that true?" Zhongshan Xianyi was shocked. "That's right. It's all thanks to this little brother." Qinghua smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Then, he explained the whole sequence of events to her. Zhongshan Xianyi felt that he had done something unnecessary. The 4th key had been hidden in the wind dragon Slash. Yi Xian had known about this secret long ago. Otherwise, Qinghua wouldn't have let him go. He would have asked for the Thunder Rush sword. However, he didn't need the Thunder Rush sword now. "Now that the 4th key has appeared, when are we going to inform the other 3 clans?" Zhongshan Xianyi asked. "I've already informed them. They know about it and will come soon to open the general's tomb with me." Qinghua nodded. "Do you still remember our agreement?" Zhongshan Xianyi asked again. Qinghua smiled and said, "Of course not. The 3 clans are powerful. We have to work together. This time, I came early to inform the 2 of you." "Good. Since that's the case, I'll make an extra trip and call Tai over," Zhongshan Xianyi said. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard the name Tai. "Master, Tai? Could it be Sword God Tai?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "That's right. I told you before that Tai and I are good friends. The 3 of us once roamed the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty together." Zhongshan Xianyi nodded and said, "It seems that you don't know that Tai is a half-step supreme. Not to mention you, even his son probably doesn't know. That guy is still the same as before." Indeed, Yi Xian didn't expect Tai Palace's sword god Tai to be a half-step supreme. He didn't even tell his son Wushang. He was too low-key. Chapter 741. As long as Tai is here, we won't lose to any of the 3 major clans. This time, I will personally make the trip. After Mountain Master Xian Zhong finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. You can be considered to have made a great contribution to finding the fourth key this time. If you can break through to half-step sovereign before the three great families arrive, you can enter as well. Thank you, Master. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly break through to half-step Supreme Master. What was so difficult about that? To be honest, he was very curious about the general's tomb. After all, there would definitely be fortuitous encounters inside. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous it was, the more fortuitous encounters there would be. Anyway, he still had a clone in the Eastern continent. If his original body died, his clone would be his original body. That's right. The three major clans will definitely not bring fewer people than us. It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Qinghua nodded. Immediately, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan left for the Sword God Palace. In fact, Yi Xian's clone was also leading people to the Sword God Palace. However, due to some reason, he did not return to the Sword God Palace for the time being. He was afraid of bumping into Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. Now that the wilderness was accessible, Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan quickly arrived at the Sword God Palace and told his old friend, Tai Sword God, about the matter. Tai Sword God had been in seclusion for many years. This time, he finally came out of seclusion and followed Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. At the same time, Yi Xian also found a quiet place to put on a show. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level of the Great Emperor's will seal is 5%. The realm had finally broken through again. Yi Xian consumed a supreme elixir and reached half-step Supreme Master. He could clearly feel that his physique had undergone a tremendous change. His strength was at least 5 times stronger than when he was a peak Great Emperor. If the White Dragon Sovereign was still alive, he would have been able to kill him in an instant with that strike. The Great Emperors will seal the body and greatly increase the physique. Compared to this, the ultimacy is really child's play. Yi Xian thought to himself. After breaking through, those ultimacies were actually not very useful. Only a few of them were still useful, such as dual space, collapse ultimacy, wind acceleration, earth shrink, and so on. All in all, he was much stronger than a half-supreme being of the same level. A few days later, Mountain Master Xian Zhong also returned with a white-haired elder. This person was the Palace Master of Tai Palace, Tai Sword God. Tai, long time no see. Qinghua also hurriedly greeted him. I didn't expect things to be so coincidental, Yi Xian sighed when Sword God Tai arrived. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. When he sensed Yi Xian's aura, he was also shocked. Half-step supremacy. He is indeed a genius. Hermit Xian Zhong's eyes lit up. He had only been gone for a few days, but Yi Xian had already broken through from peak Great Emperor to half-step supreme. This speed was enough to shock everyone. Even though he had given Yi Xian 10 supreme sovereign elixirs, even an ordinary peak Great Emperor wouldn't be able to refine them as quickly as Yi Xian. Normally, it would take several months for them to refine one supreme sovereign elixir. However, no one knew how many supreme sovereign elixirs Yi Xian had consumed to break through to half-step supreme. However, it didn't matter because there were more important matters at hand. If he is given another 1 or 2 years, he will definitely surpass us, Sword God Tai commented. This evaluation was already very high. However, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He felt that it wouldn't take that long. The 5 of us are at the same level. If we join forces, we can be compared to one of the 3 major families. Qinghua suddenly frowned and said, however, our 4th key originally belonged to the Yang family. Back then, their key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Great Emperor. As a result, the exploration of the ruins was pushed back 1,000 years. Are you afraid that the Li family also knows about this? Mountain Master Xian Zhong asked. That's right. If the Li family also knows, then we will become one of the 5 major powers, Qinghua nodded and said. I don't think so. The 3 major families aren't that stupid. What good will it do them to have another major power? A middle-aged man behind Xinghua said. He was Qiu Yuanjie, another big shot in the 10th heavenly prison. That's not necessarily true. The Yang family has a good relationship with the Li family. Perhaps they will inform the Li family, Xinghua said. His name was Hong Wenming, and he was also one of the 3 big shots in the 10th heavenly prison. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. After all, we are outsiders. However, the 4th key is with us. Moreover, the 3 of us have official titles. They can't do anything to us, Xinghua nodded. Hermit Xianzhong added, although we don't know which general this tomb belongs to, there should be a quasi-supreme divine weapon and quasi-supreme martial arts inside. When the time comes, if we fight, they won't care whether you have an official title or not. If that's the case, then we can only split up and not team up with them. Otherwise, we may be attacked by a group, Sword God Tai said. Everyone nodded silently. Next, they waited for 2 days. After 2 days, they saw a large group of people rushing over. Damn it, it's really the 4 major families. Xinghua cursed in a low voice. The group that came was the 4 major families that had the 4 keys 1,000 years ago. They were the Tuoba family, Shengguan family, Li family, and Yang family. Xinghua, you guys are early. A middle-aged man was the first to land. Tuoba family head, why is the Li family? Xinghua asked in a low voice. There's no other way. The Yang family brought the news to the Li family, so we can only rely on the 5 major powers. Tuoba family head shook his head. Soon, the experts of the other 3 major families also landed. The 4 major families were originally in the same big city. However, after 1,000 years, all the major families had moved away. Therefore, they were no longer related to each other, except for the Yang family and the Li family. Xinghua quickly glanced around. There weren't many people from the 4 major families, only 24 people in total. There were 6 people from each side. However, all of them were half-step supremes. Among them, only the 6 people from the Shengguan family were all wearing black cloaks and face veils. It was unknown who was who. However, when one of the people from the Shengjia family saw Yi Xian, his body slightly trembled. His eyes flickered under the cloak. At this time, the other 3 family heads also flew over. Xinghua, the 4th key was stolen by the Wind Thunder Emperor Lord from our Li family. Therefore, our Li family is also qualified to take it, Li family head said. Since you're already here, you can't drive away even if you want to. Fine, we'll just go with the 5 major powers, Xinghua said indifferently. After all, the Li family and the Yang family were on the same side. If he drove away the Li family, what about the Yang family's key? Chapter 742. Since that's the case, let's discuss the distribution. The Tuoba family head said. If we stay together, we'll split it equally. If we're separated, we'll depend on our strength. The Yang family head said. Everyone could accept this distribution because they didn't plan to stay together. They wanted to act independently. Alright, let's go down. The 5 forces reached a consensus and went down to the entrance of the general's tomb. There were some strange words on the door of the general's tomb, but the people present were prepared. They did not open the door, but started to read. This general's tomb seems to belong to the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general. An old man from the Tuoba family said. Wolf Fang general. These 4 words fell into everyone's ears. Some people were familiar with them, while others were hearing them for the first time. It's indeed the Wolf Fang general. It's said that the Wolf Fang general is proficient in formations and mechanisms. He has 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen under him, and each of them is comparable to a half-step supreme. Someone exclaimed. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, 3,000 half-step supreme. Everyone was shocked. They seemed to be in luck. Even if the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are strong, how could they still be alive after so many years? Someone doubted. However, in the next moment, the Tuoba family elder who had deciphered the words on the door coldly snorted and said, "This Wolf Fang general is proficient in mechanisms and formations. These 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry are all puppets. I suspect that these 3,000 puppets are in the general's tomb." What? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen are all puppets. That means that the puppets wouldn't die under normal circumstances. If someone got their hands on them, they would have 3,000 half-step supreme. It's said that the Wolf Fang general controls the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen with a general's seal. Therefore, there might be a general's seal in the general's tomb. The old man from the Tuoba family continued. General's seal. Everyone engraved this name in their hearts. All right. Let's open the door first. The young family head said. Everyone nodded. Qinghua also silently took out a simple and unadorned brass key. The other three patriarchs did the same. They walked over together and inserted the brass key into the keyhole. Rumble. When the last key was inserted into the keyhole, the door trembled violently for a moment before slowly opening. The entrance to the general's tomb was open. The 5 forces had yet to enter, so they had to wait until the door was completely opened. Boom! The simple and unadorned door finally came to a stop, and the things inside were reflected in everyone's eyes. The number of people present, including Yi Xian and He Yan, was exactly 31. Their realms were the weakest among those present. What entered Yi Xian's eyes was a long passageway that was about 10 meters wide. The walls and floor were made of special jade that looked smooth and shiny. Charging Grand Dao. There were 4 words on the stone wall at the entrance. No one moved because this was no ordinary place. This was the tomb of a general of the ancient Saint dynasty. There doesn't seem to be any danger. I'll go take a look first. An expert from the Li family volunteered. The head of the Li family wanted to stop him, but the other party had already rushed into the passage. He ran carefully for 100 meters, but he didn't see any danger. "Ha, it's fine. Everyone, come." The expert from the Li family laughed. But in the next moment, his smile came to an abrupt halt, as if a specially made arrow had suddenly pierced into his head. A headshot. Li Xiang. The people from the Li family immediately shouted. With his head pierced, the expert from the Li family immediately fell to the ground. Blood flowed out, and he died with his eyes wide open. I saw it. That arrow was shot out from the wall. Someone in the group exclaimed. Not only him, but even Yi Xian saw it. When the expert from the Li family stopped, a small hole suddenly appeared in the wall, and then an arrow was shot out. We can't stop. We definitely can't stop. We have to go all the way. Someone shouted out his guess. That was what everyone thought in their hearts, but no one dared to try again. That arrow wasn't very fast. It shouldn't be a problem as long as we are careful. Suddenly, a burly man walked out. He was from the Yang family. I specialize in defensive martial arts. Let me try. The burly man walked to the side of the passageway. The head of the Yang family and the others were against it. After all, the burly man was from the Yang family. No, let's get a few more people to go together. The head of the Yang family suggested. The burly man was from the Yang family. The other families could not sit back and take advantage of the situation. I have the metal attribute. Let me do it. A person from the Tuoba family also walked out. Everyone present was a half-step supreme being with a strong physique. That arrow was able to pierce through the head of a half-step supreme being, so it was obviously not that easy to deal with. If a few people were to form a team, they would be able to take care of each other. As the Li family had lost an expert just now, the Li family would pass by this time. At this time, the 3 families had already sent out 3 people. Only Qinghua's side was left. Let me do it. I have a fire clone. Hong Wenming, one of the 3 giants of the 10th heaven prison, said. When everyone heard this, they were slightly stunned. They sighed inwardly. That expert from the Leaf family had died so miserably. Why did he have to try it himself when he had a fire clone? Let's let the fire clone go first, someone suggested. Hong Wenming did not say anything. He opened up his territory and condensed a fire clone at the entrance. His fire clone stepped into the passageway, and then ran quickly. Poof! An arrow pierced through the flame avatar, causing it to dissipate instantly. However, everyone was able to see some clues. We can't stop in this passageway. I'm afraid we can't go too fast either. Let me try with a few more fire clones. As soon as Hong Wenming finished speaking, he condensed 6 fire clones and entered the passageway in a row. Among the 6 fire clones, the first one was the fastest, the second one was the second, and the 6th one was the slowest. Poof! 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 Arrows were shot out from the walls. As the arrows would close after they were shot, no one knew when they would reappear. Hence, no one could attack them. Fortunately, only 5 of the 6 fire clones were destroyed this time. The last one maintained its speed and rushed to the end. That's right. This is the speed. As long as we maintain this speed, we can pass through the passageway safely. Everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that they had passed through the path of charge. Soon, the fire clone reached the end of the tunnel, completely unscathed. Let's go. Chapter 743. The 5 factions had been right to be cautious. After all, this Wolf Fang general was proficient in formations and mechanisms. If they had rashly entered, they would have suffered heavy casualties or even been wiped out. Damn, one died before we even entered the general's tomb. Yi Xian silently swallowed his saliva. He reckoned that the general's tomb was also restricted by formations that prevented length contraction from being used. At this moment, the black-cloaked Yang family had all entered. They maintained the speed of their fire avatars and quickly passed through the passage. Soon, only Yi Xian's group of 7 remained. Yi Xian, He Yan, this general's tomb is extremely dangerous. Even we might die. Do you want to follow? Hermit Xian Zhongshan asked. He Yan was his personal disciple, and Yi Xian was also his in-name disciple. Both of them had good aptitudes, and he did not wish to see the 2 of them die here. Yi Xian and He Yan glanced at each other before solemnly nodding. If that's the case, then I won't say much. You guys follow behind me. Hermit Xian Zhongshan said. Following which, their group of 7 passed through the charging avenue with Qinghua leading the way and Tai Sword God at the bottom. However, when they passed through the charging avenue, they discovered that the other 4 families had disappeared. How is that possible? They just turned the corner, He Yan said in shock. After that long charging avenue, there was a corner. At this moment, there was only one path for the 7 of them to take. Although they might have left first, the Tuoba family in front of them had arrived less than a second before them. There's no movement. It seems like there's something here. Everyone, be careful. Do not spread out. Hermit Xian Zhongshan warned. However, his warning was useless. Because Qinghua, who was leading the way, suddenly turned his head and discovered that Yi Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. How is this possible? Qinghua was shocked. A second ago, he had heard the footsteps of the 6, but now, all of them had disappeared. Even he did not know how Yi Xian's group of 6 had disappeared. At this moment, in a certain area of the general's tomb. F*CK, where is he? Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. As he walked, He Yan and Mountain Man Xian Zhong, who were walking in front of him, suddenly disappeared as though they had teleported. When he turned around, Sword God Tai was gone as well. Now, he was all alone in this passage. Could it be an illusion array? Yi Xian closed his eyes and felt for a moment. He still had the supersonic bat bloodline in his body. Although the range of his senses was only 1,000 meters, he could not sense anything at the moment. There was only the pale wall. It seemed that General Zhong had used some strange method to separate them, such as teleportation. Forget it, one person it is. Yi Xian calmed down. In any case, he was now a half-step supreme master with half of the great emperor's will sealed within his body. In addition to his various bloodlines, his strength was no weaker than 10 or 15% supreme master. First, he tried ground shrink, and as expected, he couldn't break through the floor. Only ground walking could increase his speed slightly. Behind us is the charging path. There is only one way to go, and I can only go straight. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shattered, and then it quickly moved around him. A half-step supreme master could burn his vital energy, and the Bahuang wind-killing array's speed increased by several times. Anyway, he had the divine tree of life bloodline, and burning his vital energy was free, so he could use it as he pleased. Yi Xian moved very carefully. He did not have a fire clone, so he could only exchange for some true mystic realm puppets from the devouring system to explore the way. At the end of this passage, there was a fork in the road. He first tried one, but unexpectedly, he walked back from the other. *CK, there is no other way. Yi Xian cursed and was shocked. It was fine that he disappeared, but why did he not even have a way? Was he going to be trapped to death? No, there was still one way to go, and that was the charging path. Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the end of the charging path. Looking from afar, he found that there was no ancient door at the end of the charging path. This meant that this great path of charge was not the same as the previous one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a figure appear at the end of the charging path. This was a beast wearing armor, and on the back of this beast, there was a person wearing armor. However, this person and the beast were connected, and the armored person was wearing the same armor as the beast. Seeing this, a name suddenly flashed across Yi Xian's mind. Wolf Fang Cavalry. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, this Wolf Fang cavalry began to charge, and the huge saber in his hand was raised high above his head. In the blink of an eye, he swept in front of Yi Xian and slashed down fiercely. Swish! The huge saber slashed down, but Yi Xian's afterimage was destroyed. 36 overlapping images, 256 layers of the throbbing earth. This slash directly hit the Wolf Fang cavalry, and in the next moment, this Wolf Fang cavalry was torn into pieces, and the armor scattered on the ground. 256 layers of the throbbing earth was the profound meaning of disintegration, and at the same time, it also had a disintegration effect. Yi Xian's current slash was probably something that even an expert who had sealed 10% of the Great Emperor's will would not be able to block, let alone this Wolf Fang cavalry. This armor is good stuff, keep it first. Yi Xian walked over. The Wolf Fang cavalry was made up of pieces of dark gray armor, and inside, there was a vacuum. However, when Yi Xian walked over, he realized that these pieces of armor could not be kept in the devouring space. At the same time, the piece of armor in his hand started to vibrate. What? Yi Xian hurriedly threw away the piece of armor in his hand. In the next moment, these pieces of armor were like magnets, and suddenly reassembled into a Wolf Fang cavalry. *CK. Yi Xian jumped in fright, and with another slash, the Wolf Fang cavalry disintegrated again. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor could not be kept, and would automatically reassemble. Its defense was strong, and although its individual strength was not strong, these characteristics were enough to cause trouble for others. Yi Xian waited for a while, and when he realized that the Wolf Fang cavalry was reassembling, he slashed again and scattered it. If I can't keep the armor, I can't even keep the weapons. Looks like I have to get the general seal. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then began to explore. He did not know what dangers this charge avenue would have, so he was very careful. However, this time, his prediction failed. This avenue was very ordinary, and there was no danger at all. After Yi Xian walked on this avenue, he saw a stone tablet with 3 lines of names on it. Calm Heart Lake. Smelting Building. Training Grounds. Behind this stone tablet, there were 3 large doors, each with the 3 names on the stone tablet. Does this lead directly to these 3 places? Yi Xian was a little confused. The smelting building should be a place to forge weapons, mechanisms, and puppets. Needless to say, the training ground was a place used to train soldiers. Chapter 744. Wait, this is the general's tomb. There shouldn't be any soldiers here, only puppets and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The smelting building could be a trap, and the training ground could have a large number of Wolf Fang cavalry. Which one should I go to? Yi Xian thought as he looked around. He didn't see any other passageways. He couldn't even leave the general's tomb, so he had to choose one. Calm Heart Lake is unknown. Eliminated. The smelting building is probably a trap. It's too dangerous for me. Eliminated. I'll go with the training ground. Yi Xian made his decision. Then, he pushed open the door of the training ground and walked in. A mystic realm? Yi Xian finally understood why he was separated from the others. The general's tomb was a mystic realm, and they had all gone through different entrances to different mystic realms. This door was also the entrance to a mystic realm. Let me see what's in this training ground. When Yi Xian entered the training ground, the door behind him slammed shut. The training ground was a huge arena, but there were many spectator stands and seats around it. Yi Xian looked around and realized that it was similar to the Colosseum in Rome. There wasn't a single person in the training ground, nor were there any puppets or anything like that. There was only a stone tablet. There were a few lines of words on it. When Yi Xian saw it, he was shocked. Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In the Wolf Fang Cavalry Challenge, one Wolf Fang Cavalry rider would appear at the start. After defeating him, 2 Wolf Fang Cavalry riders would appear at the same time, and so on. From the 5th to the 10th stage, there would be rewards. At the same time, the rewards were very generous. The reward for the 5th stage was 100 Supreme Pills. The reward for the 10th stage was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Only those who passed the 5th stage could leave the training ground. Otherwise, they would die of old age here. It starts with 1 Wolf Fang Cavalry rider, and so on. If you want to leave the training ground, you have to fight from 1 to 50. Isn't this 2F** King cruel? Yi Xian was shocked. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Fang mount. If the White Dragon Sovereign had seen the Wolf Fang mount, he would not have been able to defeat them in a short period of time. To defeat 50 Wolf Fang cavalrymen in a single battle was not a simple matter. After all, it would take a long time for him to recover his burned true energy. The interval between 2 battles cannot exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the calculation will be recalculated. This was the rule of the troop training field. In this place, one needed both strength and recovery ability. If someone was unable to control the consumption of their true qi and ran out of recovery items, then they would really die of old age here. Out of the 30 or so people, I'm the only one who chose the training ground. That shouldn't be possible. This place should be an independent secret realm. At the same time, there are countless such training grounds. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped into the ring. In the next moment, he heard a deep voice. Young man, do you accept the challenge? Yi Xian was startled and immediately reacted. This should be the voice of the Wolf Fang general. At his level, he could also preserve his voice for thousands of years. This was nothing. However, a conscious voice was a remnant thought. Yi Xian could not do it at the moment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Next, a large door beside the ring opened and a Wolf Fang mount walked out. This Wolf Fang mount was exactly the same as the one Yi Xian had seen before. It was a combination of human armor and wolf armor. It held a large blade and was full of killing intent. Kacha! 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 After this Wolf Fang mount appeared, it immediately charged towards Yi Xian. 36 overlapping images. 256 Earth Pulse. Pang! 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 This Wolf Fang mount was instantly disintegrated and Yi Xian obtained his first victory. Next, this Wolf Fang mount reformed. However, this time, it did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, it quietly waited. "Young man, you have 10 minutes to rest." The deep voice sounded again. People who had cultivated to Yi Xian's level were not stupid. They all knew that even if they only used one strike of qi, they had to recover. After all, stamina was the most important thing in this training ground. However, this was not necessary for Yi Xian. With the sacred tree of life, he had already recovered all his qi. Even the energy he used to wield his sword had recovered. There's no need. Begin. Yi Xian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and said coldly. The Wolf Fang general's remnant thought did not say much. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang mount walked out from behind the door. Now, it was the second round, 2 against 1. It is impossible to fly in the general's tomb. If you want to pass, you have to quickly defeat these Wolf Fang mounts. Yi Xian immediately attacked and disintegrated 2 Wolf Fang mounts, obtaining victory. Again. He did not waste time and continued to challenge. 3, 4, 9, 10, even if 10 Wolf Fang mounts attacked together, Yi Xian could still defeat them in an instant. 10 rounds were 1 round. Yi Xian had already passed 1 round. After 4 more rounds, he would be able to obtain the reward for the 5th round and leave the training ground. However, Yi Xian's goal was not the 5th round, but the 10th round. The Bahuang sword was not bad. Although it had been nurtured for a few decades, a quasi-supreme divine weapon was of a higher level than a void divine weapon. If Yi Xian could obtain it, his battle strength would increase significantly. Not only that, the 9th round also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. This was something he needed very much. In short, he would challenge as many rounds as he could. Pang! 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 Continue. 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 Yi Xian's voice was loud and powerful. In less than 5 minutes, he went from 1 round to 49. Now, it was the 50th round. 1 against 50. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult. After going from 1 round to 50, their true qi would be depleted. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, another Wolf Fang mount walked out from the door. 50, just right. Come on. The Bahuang sword in Yi Xian's hand shattered again. Against these Wolf Fang mounts, using the Bahuang wind formation was the best method. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the 50 Wolf Fang mounts immediately charged. One could not fly in the general's tomb. Even if one jumped, they could only jump a few meters high. If an ordinary person accidentally fell into the charging wave of 50 Wolf Fang mounts, they would definitely be hacked to death. Yi Xian held a high-grade Void God weapon in his hand and suddenly attacked the Wolf Fang cavalry that was charging over. In the next moment, a wave of sword shadows attacked the Wolf Fang cavalry. Double space. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Chapter 745. Yi Xian gave it his all. While controlling the 8 sharp blades to attack the Wolf Fang cavalry, he also used the dual space and 36 overlapping shadows to create a hole in the Wolf Fang cavalry while he stood still in the same spot. By the time the 50 Wolf Fang cavalry arrived in front of Yi Xian, only 20 or so of them remained. At this moment, Yi Xian took a step forward and killed his way in. In less than 3 seconds, the 20 over Wolf Fang cavalrymen were all disintegrated. Young man, you have passed the 5th stage. You are rewarded with 100 supreme pills. Just as the Wolf Fang general finished his sentence, a yin and yang ring fell from the sky. There were 100 supreme pills in it. At the same time, the 50 Wolf Fang cavalry regrouped and looked at Yi Xian quietly. 100 supreme pills should be enough for me to break through. Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the yin and yang ring. Ding! Host has broken through. The current Emperor's intent seal is 10% complete. The system notified. Indeed, 100 supreme pills allowed him to break through once. The Emperor's intent seal could greatly increase one's physique. Even if a peak Great Emperor used heaven incinerating flames in front of him, he wouldn't be hurt even if he didn't defend himself. My speed has increased by at least 30%. If I wanted to pass the 10th stage just now, it would have been a little difficult. But now, it's a piece of cake. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The 10th stage of the troop training grounds was to face 100 Wolf Fang cavalry at the same time. It wasn't something an ordinary person could pass. However, his attacks could kill the Wolf Fang cavalry instantly and his speed was several times faster than them. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill 100 Wolf Fang cavalry easily. Young man, do you want to continue or leave? If you continue, you will have to challenge again if you fail, and the reward will not be refreshed. The deep voice sounded again. Hearing that, Yi Xian replied without hesitation, continue. The 5th stage was 100 supreme pills, the 6th stage was 500 supreme pills, and the 7th stage was 1,000 supreme pills. This should be 1,500 supreme pills, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through again. 1,500 supreme pills. If it was given to others, they could only break through 2 or 3 times. However, Yi Xian had more experience than others, so it was estimated that he could only break through once. 51. 52. 53. Yi Xian, who had broken through, was now even more proficient in killing. Every time he slashed out, he would be able to kill 2 or 3 Wolf Fang cavalry. He wouldn't spend more than 3 seconds in a battle. Young man, congratulations on passing the 6th stage. This is your reward. Another universe ring fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurriedly went over and swallowed the 500 supreme pills inside. Although his realm hadn't increased, his cultivation had improved by a lot. 1 minute later. Young man, congratulations on passing the 7th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell to the ground. 15%. Once he got through it, he could cultivate the sovereign golden body and become a true sovereign. Ha, the current me can easily pass through 10 stages. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Continue. 71. 72. 73. Yi Xian killed his way up. Although his realm didn't increase, his strength kept getting stronger. Congratulations, young man. You've passed the 8th stage. This is your reward. Another interspatial ring fell. The reward for the 8th stage wasn't a supreme pill, but a map. A map of the general's tomb. After Yi Xian got the map, he quickly copied it into the engulfment system. Calm Heart Lake, Smelt Building, Training Grounds, and the General's Palace. Yi Xian looked at it. The most valuable thing in the general's tomb should be the general's seal. After all, it was the key to controlling the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry soldiers. Continue. Yi Xian shouted. 81, 82, 83, soon, Yi Xian passed the 9th stage. Young man, congratulations on passing the 9th stage. You can choose a quasi-supreme martial technique. When the Wolf Fang general finished speaking, a list appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was filled with the names of the martial techniques. My 36 overlapping shadows and disintegration esoteric skill are comparable to a quasi-supreme martial technique. My speed isn't bad either. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. I choose this one. Yi Xian shouted. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force wasn't an offensive martial technique. However, it could increase his strength, just like lifting heavy as light and lifting light as heavy. The Nether Dragon Ghostly Force first burned one's vital energy, then turned into the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force to increase one's strength. If Yi Xian ran on the ground, the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force would have the same effect. That was why Yi Xian chose it. It could increase one's attack power and speed. It was a good choice. Pa! After Yi Xian answered, a secret manual suddenly fell to the ground. Yi Xian quickly picked it up and copied it into the devouring system. Ding! The host has learned the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. It was good to have the devouring system. Others might need a year or two to learn the martial technique, but Yi Xian only needed a second to learn it. Now, Yi Xian had passed the 9th stage. There was only one stage left. Continue. Yi Xian shouted. In the next moment, another Wolf Fang cavalry walked out from another passage. There were 91 of them. Yi Xian had just learned a quasi-supreme martial technique and wanted to try it out. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulse of the Earth 256 layers. He held the Bahuang sword and slashed out. Pang! 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 The Wolf Fang cavalry that had just started charging were instantly split into dozens of pieces. Originally, Yi Xian's attack could only split 3 to 4 pieces at most. Now, there were more than 10 pieces. Although he was using the Bahuang sword and not an ordinary high-grade void god weapon, its power shouldn't be so strong. Yi Xian estimated that he could only split 8 pieces at most. After using the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force, the power doubled. Xiao! 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 Sword lights flashed one after another. Before the 90 or so Wolf Fang cavalry could even reach Yi Xian, they were beaten into a mess and completely disintegrated. Not only that, some of the Wolf Fang cavalry's armor cracked under Yi Xian's attacks. The Wolf Fang cavalry's armor was very tough. It was specially refined by the Wolf Fang general. Yi Xian had fought 90 battles before and didn't even break a single piece of armor. Now, he could crack the armor with a single attack. Chapter 746. Continue. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. 92, 93, 94, very quickly, Yi Xian defeated 99 Wolf Fang cavalry at the same time. These Wolf Fang cavalry were also in a sorry state. Some parts of them were shattered by Yi Xian and could not be reassembled. These Wolf Fang cavalry are quite strong. Although it's a pity to destroy them, there are less than 100 of them here. Yi Xian thought to himself. His goal was also the general's seal. He estimated that he already had the strength to compete with the other factions for the general's seal. Young man, the last challenge is not easy. Do you want to continue? The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Not easy. What was the difference between 99 Wolf Fang cavalry and 100 Wolf Fang cavalry? I think the last Wolf Fang cavalry is not an ordinary puppet. Yi Xian immediately understood and nodded. Continue. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps came from the pitch-black tunnel in front of him. As expected, these are not ordinary Wolf Fang cavalry. These are human footsteps. Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked ahead. Not long after, a man with a long saber in dark gray armor walked out. This is Deputy Long Blade. He can fight 100 alone. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded. No matter what it is, come. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword in his hand. In this situation, the Bahuang wind formation would not be of much use. The Wolf Fang cavalry were no threat to Yi Xian anyway. On the other hand, this Deputy Long Blade was not a human. It was just a puppet. It had no aura at all, which made Yi Xian feel quite wary. Boom! Deputy Long Saber shook the saber in his hand. Instantly, the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry charged forward. I'll deal with you trash first. Yi Xian coldly snorted as he dealt with the 99 Wolf Fang cavalry in front of him. In the previous battle, he fought 1 against 99 and defeated all of them before they could even charge over. But this time, it would not be so simple. Nether Dragon Ghost Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world 256 layered waves. Yi Xian continued his frenzied attacks. Rows after rows of Wolf Fang cavalry were struck and disintegrated. However, some of the attacks were blocked by the long blade deputy general who suddenly rushed to the front. Could that weapon be a quasi-supreme spirit treasure? Yi Xian widened his eyes, but he didn't have time to think, because this long saber deputy general suddenly sped up. What? By the time Yi Xian reacted, his opponent had already raised his long saber above his head and slashed down. Hiss! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's right shoulder was chopped off. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, his head would have been split in half. Bahuang's sword, break. Yi Xian hurriedly activated his Zhen Qi, splitting the Bahuang sword apart and attacking the saber deputy general. His right arm and right shoulder were chopped off, but this was not important. What was important was that the saber deputy general was right in front of him. If he didn't take this seriously, he would pay the price in blood. Clang! 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 8 sharp blades clashed with the saber deputy general's armor, producing a violent metallic clang. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated at full speed. The saber deputy general did not intend to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he slashed at the 8 blades. Crack! One of the blades was split in half by the saber deputy general. F***CK. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The Bahuang sword he had used for so long was actually destroyed by the saber deputy general. What would he use in the future? Bahuang's sword, go! Yi Xian no longer controlled the remaining 7 blades to attack the saber deputy general. Instead, he attacked the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. Pang! 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 The saber deputy general turned around and charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. He glanced and realized that the sacred tree of life had not finished healing him. His right arm had only grown to his elbow. He quickly took out an upper virtual god weapon and charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry. The saber deputy general suddenly sped up and caught him off guard. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian could still dodge his attack. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. If he did not take care of the Wolf Fang cavalry first and was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he could use the Wolf Fang cavalry to temporarily block the saber deputy general. Very quickly, Yi Xian's right hand recovered to its original state. He took out another high-grade void divine weapon and used both of them to madly defeat the Wolf Fang cavalry. 50. 40. 30. Yi Xian had only charged into the army of the Wolf Fang cavalry for less than 2 seconds, but there were less than 20 Wolf Fang cavalry left. At the same time, Yi Xian was targeted by the saber deputy general again. Let's fight! Yi Xian shouted with the Bahuang sword in his hand. Although one part of the Bahuang sword was cut in half, it could still be reassembled. The difference in attack power between an upper virtual god weapon and the Bahuang sword was as high as 50%. This was the effect of nurturing. Nether Dragon Ghost Force. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Yi Xian was also attacking with all his might. Although the dual space did not have much effect on the saber deputy general, it was better than nothing. Whoosh whoosh. The saber in the saber deputy general's hand was a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Therefore, Yi Xian dared not fight him head-on. Repulsive acceleration, wind acceleration, wings of the wind, ground walking, 5 agility advancements, and windbreaker. These factors made Yi Xian slightly faster than the saber deputy general. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been killed by the saber deputy general. Boom! 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 Yi Xian counterattacked while dodging the saber deputy general's attacks. However, the saber deputy general's reaction was too fast. Moreover, the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand could split his attacks in half. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to win, he had to catch him off guard. At this moment, Yi Xian was regretting it. He had 5 divine bloodlines in his body. The last one was the Gemini bloodline. With the Gemini bloodline, as long as he merged with his clone, his combat power would increase by 10%. However, if Yi Xian had a clone right now, he would definitely be able to easily kill this deputy general. Unfortunately, his clone was still in the eastern continent. If I want to win, I have to bleed. I have to fight. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly dashed over. This time, he wanted to exchange blood for blood. Swish! The saber deputy general raised his saber and chopped off Yi Xian's left shoulder. At the same time, Yi Xian's right hand slashed out with his sword. Boom! 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 The saber deputy general was struck and was sent flying. Yi Xian had prepared himself for this battle for a long time. After all, if he was not careful, he would be cut in half. Chapter 747. Fortunately, the deputy general's armor wasn't a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's sword strike still caused cracks to appear on it. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although he couldn't finish off the deputy general in one go, he could do it a few more times. However, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, his head would be chopped in half. Gulp! Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and waited for the tree of life to heal his left arm. The deputy general was just a puppet after all. He didn't have any consciousness. This was good news. Taking advantage of the fact that the deputy general was sent flying, Yi Xian quickly finished off the remaining Wolf Fang cavalry. Kill! The deputy general charged over again. Yi Xian also went up to meet him. Rip! Yi Xian's newly grown left arm was chopped off again. At the same time, he slashed at the deputy general. Kacha! The cracks on the deputy general's abdomen armor widened. One more strike and it would shatter. Kacha! 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 The sound of metal shattering echoed. Yi Xian used several arms as bait and finally destroyed the deputy general's abdomen. As long as he could hold on a little longer, the deputy general would be chopped in half by Yi Xian. At that time, the deputy general without legs would be nothing to be afraid of. Hiss! 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 Yi Xian's arms were chopped off again and again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but cry out. If not for the Tree of Life's blood, he would have been chopped off even if he was a tentacle monster. Die for me. After being chopped off 15 times, Yi Xian slashed with all his strength. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the deputy general's abdomen finally shattered. The upper half of his body fell down. However, in the process of falling down, he slashed down fiercely. Swish! Yi Xian only saw a cold flash. Then, he felt a chill in his throat. Blood spurted out crazily from his throat. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xian hurriedly covered his throat with one hand. He used his jinqi to block the blood and pressed his head with the other. That slash had almost cut off his entire head. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pressed down on his head, allowing the bloodline of the divine tree of life to recover. A second later. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If his head was chopped off, it would be useless even if he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Of course, it would be fine even if his head was chopped off. After all, he still had a clone in the eastern continent. However, that clone had yet to break through to Half-Shizuan. If the main body were to die, the clone would have to cultivate anew. Damn it, I forgot to leave a supreme pill for my clone. Yi Xian looked at the deputy saber general on the ground and subconsciously took a few steps back. All the supreme pills he had just obtained had been swallowed by his original body, and he had forgotten to keep one. Otherwise, his clone in the eastern continent would also be able to break through to half-supremacy. If something were to happen to the main body in the general's tomb, his clone would be able to make a comeback. Young man, you are very powerful. Congratulations on passing the test. The reward for the 10th test is a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure. What kind of weapon do you want? That voice sounded again. A sword. Yi Xian answered without thinking. What a joke. He had the bloodline of the divine sword in his body, which could increase the power of his sword skills and comprehension by 50%. If he did not choose a sword, would he choose a saber? Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword suddenly fell from the sky. Yi Xian hurried over and picked up the long sword. The name of the sword was Lingxi. Lingxi sword, a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If he had this quasi-supreme divine weapon just now, the deputy saber general would be nothing. Most likely, in less than 3 rounds, that deputy long saber would be killed. Quasi-supreme divine weapons, like ethereal divine weapons, could be nurtured by genuine energy. Moreover, a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure would be much more powerful than an upper-grade ethereal divine weapon. Yi Xian compared the Lingxi sword with the Bahuang sword. The Lingxi sword, which had not been nurtured by genuine energy, had already surpassed the Bahuang sword, which had been nurtured for dozens of years. Its combat power had doubled again. I wonder what the realms of Master and Qinghua are, Yi Xian could not help but think. These people were also half-supreme martial artists, but he did not ask. After all, their realms were a secret. Who would tell others? Young man, you have received the reward for the 10th test. You can go directly to the general's palace. Of course, you can also go to the soothing lake or the smelting building. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a door at the side of the training grounds suddenly opened. Yi Xian glanced at the Wolf Fang cavalry and the deputy saber general. In fact, he wanted to take the long saber with him. After all, it was also a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, this long saber had merged with the deputy saber general, so he probably could not take it. Moreover, the remnant consciousness of the Wolf Fang general would definitely not allow him to take the long saber. At that moment, Yi Xian held the Lingxi sword and the Bahuang sword and walked into the door. Behind the door, there were 3 paths to take. The general's palace was directly ahead, the soothing lake was on the left, and the smelting building was on the right. Yi Xian had passed the 8th test and obtained a map of the general's tomb. There were some markings on it. The Wolf Fang general was decisive in killing. The soldiers under his command were very brave and fierce. They killed without blinking their eyes. Therefore, these soldiers needed to train their state of mind to avoid falling into the path of killing. The soothing lake was to help these soldiers. It was actually an illusion array that could remove the soldiers' inner demons. As for the smelting building, it was indeed a place to forge weapons and mechanisms. There were many mechanisms there, which tested one's strength and insight. Yi Xian was very glad that he did not choose the smelting building. Although he was not stupid, he hated this kind of place the most. If he wanted to successfully pass the smelting building, it would definitely be much slower than the troop training ground. This general's palace is another maze. Fortunately, I have the map. It seems that I should be able to reach the main palace and obtain the general's seal. Yi Xian glanced around. His intuition told him that the general's seal must be in the main palace. He immediately walked straight ahead. Before long, he came out of the troop training ground. There was a large palace in front of him. It was the general's palace. Someone's there. At this moment, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow because he suddenly saw a black figure rush into the general's palace. He remembered that among the 5 major factions, only the people from the Shangguan family wore black cloaks and black face scarves. They looked mysterious. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the other party came out faster than him. Oh right, you can come out of the troop training ground after passing the 5th test. Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since someone had entered the general's palace before him, he could not fall behind. He quickly rushed over but lost sight of the black figure. Forget it, I'll follow the map and find the main palace. Chapter 748. There were still some mechanisms and puppets in the general's hall. Yi Xian only had a map, but it didn't indicate where the mechanisms were. Therefore, he didn't dare to run too fast. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xian started to move forward after figuring out the mechanism in one of the passageways. There was a pattern to the appearance of the quiver. It took him a few minutes to figure it out. However, after he passed through the passageway, he heard an unusual sound. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding entered Yi Xian's ears. There's a battle in the corner ahead. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he couldn't guarantee that the people in front were on his side. However, there was a voice in front that he was familiar with. Qinghua. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. When he turned the corner, he saw Qinghua. At this moment, Qinghua was being attacked by two people. Yi Xian glanced around. Except for the 6 people from the Shengguan clan, who were under the black cloak, he remembered the rest. At least, he knew which faction they were from. Of the 2 people attacking Qinghua, one was from the Yang clan, and the other was from the Li clan. They're so fast. Their realms are higher than mine. Yi Xian frowned. These 3 people's speeds were about the same. Yi Xian estimated that their wills were about 30% complete. However, this didn't mean that they were faster than Yi Xian. A Li family expert's eyes flickered as he saw Yi Xian. Not only that, but Qinghua and the other person also noticed him. Kid, run! Qinghua hurriedly shouted. Qinghua and Yi Xian were related. If not for Qinghua, he would probably still be killing in the Heaven's prison. In addition, Qinghua was on their side. Yi Xian wouldn't just sit by and watch. Senior Qinghua seems to have a quasi-supreme divine weapon. The experts from the Li and Yang clans are coveting it, so they want to kill and steal it. Yi Xian instantly understood and hurriedly rushed over. Brat, what are you doing? Before Qinghua could finish speaking, he saw the spiritual rhino sword in Yi Xian's hand. The quality of the sword seemed to be in no way inferior to the sword in his hand. Quasi-supreme divine weapon. Yi Xian had also obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Let's join forces and kill them. Qinghua immediately changed his mind. All right. Yi Xian nodded and shouted. At the same time, the experts of the Yang clan and the Li clan discovered that Yi Xian also had a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Now, they could divide it equally. In an instant, Yi Xian entered the fray. His opponent was the expert from the Li family. Brat, you actually chose me, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Li Ao coldly shouted. You will be the one to die. Yi Xian waved his left hand, and an ancient longsword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, the ancient longsword shattered into 9 pieces. One of the 8 blades had been destroyed by the Saber Deputy General, so now one of them was not powerful enough. However, the Bahuang sword was only used to distract him. Nether Dragon Ghostly Force. 36 overlapping shadows. Earth Pulse 256 layers. Double space. The expert from the Li family had already sealed 30% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. His strength was much stronger than the Saber Deputy General. Although the profound meaning did not have much effect on a half-step supreme, as long as it had a little effect, it could determine the outcome of the battle. All in all, Yi Xian's attacks were stronger and faster than his opponent's. His opponent would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Yi Xian was almost certain to win this battle. Crack! Yi Xian had only struck once, but his opponent could not withstand it and was directly sent flying far away. Not only that, but the upper-grade ethereal divine weapon that the Li family expert had nurtured for decades shattered into pieces. This strike will take your life. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he struck again with his sword. After learning the Nether Dragon Ghostly Force, his attack was as fast as lightning. The slash swept past the Li family expert's body in an instant and cut him in half. Although Yi Xian had only used 2 slashes, he was very satisfied with his strength. After the Li family's expert died, he quickly rushed over and took his interspatial ring. Since the Li family expert was here to explore the ruins, there were not many things in the interspatial ring, but it was better than nothing. Yi Xian kept a supreme pill and swallowed the rest. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's clone in the eastern continent swallowed this supreme pill and broke through to the half-step supreme realm. The Li family expert was instantly killed. This scene fell into the eyes of Qing Hua and the Yang family expert. They were very shocked. The one who was most surprised was none other than Qing Hua. Previously, when Qing Hua was wandering in the heavenly prison, he coincidentally met Yi Xian, who used the wind-cutting blade, so he invited him to sit down and chat for a while. At that time, Yi Xian was only a first-stage Great Emperor. But now, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could kill a half-step Supreme Realm expert. This was hard for Qing Hua to accept. "Senior Qing Hua, I'll help you," Yi Xian shouted and immediately turned around and rushed back. The Yang family expert was not stupid. His companion's strength was similar to his, but even he was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. Not to mention Qing Hua, even Yi Xian could kill him alone. If he did not leave, would he be courting death? "Ha, you think you can escape from me?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart and rushed forward with the Nether Dragon ghostly force. 36 overlapping shadows. 256 layers of earth pulse. His attack was very fast. The Yang family expert, who had 30% of his Great Emperor willpower sealed, could not withstand it at all. He was sent flying, and his high-grade Void God weapon shattered in an instant. The Yang family expert's face was gloomy as he cursed in his heart. However, he did not see Yi Xian attack again. Whoosh! 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 Indeed, Yi Xian didn't attack because he didn't need it. The 7 sharp blades had already flown over before him. Pooh! 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 The 7 blades all sank into the Yang family expert's head. In the next moment, the Yang family expert's head exploded, turning into a headless corpse. 2 half-step supremes with 30% of their Great Emperor willpower sealed were dead. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the interspatial ring. Although his cultivation had only increased a little, it was not bad. "Senior Qing Hua, are you okay?" Yi Xian asked. At this moment, Qing Hua was already stunned on the spot. The 2 people that he couldn't fight back at all were actually killed by Yi Xian one by one. In that case, Yi Xian's strength was already stronger than his. "I'm fine." Qing Hua calmed himself down and laughed dryly. "Compared to you, my aptitude is really nothing." "Senior Qing Hua, you flatter me." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "I wonder if the others." Chapter 749. It seems that Master and the others are still in those 3 places. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The map he had obtained had explanations for all 3 stages. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be trapped in the training grounds. If one wasn't strong enough, they would fall into illusions. The smelting building could also be trapped in there. In any case, those who could make it out were all capable. Let's not worry about that for now. I got a map from Soothing Lake. Let's go to the main hall and get the general's seal. Once we get it, we can control the tomb, Qing Hua said. Control the tomb? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the seal supposed to control the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry? However, if he could control the entire general's tomb, that would be great. Let's go, Qing Hua said, leading the way. Now that Yi Xian was working with him, the 2 of them advanced quickly. They inched closer and closer to the main hall. Yi Xian had a map in his hand as well, but he realized that Qing Hua's route was different from his. It also led to the main hall. Qing Hua had come from Soothing Lake, while he had come from the training grounds. If that was the case, then the smelting building might have a different map as well. Either way, it led to the main hall. With Yi Xian and Qing Hua working together, they reached the main hall in less than half an hour. However, the main hall's doors were closed. If I want to open the door to the main palace, I have to gather all 5 elements. When Yi Xian saw the words on the stone wall beside the main hall's entrance, he immediately rolled his eyes. There were only 2 of them. They definitely couldn't gather all 5 elements. I'm of the fire element, you're of the earth element. As long as we gather metal, wood, and water, we can open the doors, Qinghua said. Although that was the case, the wood element was as rare as the earth element. What if none of the 31 came with the wood element? Besides, even if he had the wood attribute, what if he was trapped in those 3 places in the military training ground or died? There's no other way. Looks like we can only wait. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. They were indeed here first, but if they couldn't gather all 5 elements, they wouldn't be able to enter. Therefore, they could only wait. There were a total of 3 paths leading to the main palace. Yi Xian and Qinghua were hiding on the path leading to Calm Heart Lake, while Yi Xian had piled up many Peak True Profound Realm puppets on the other 2 paths. Although these puppets only had a combat strength of 5, if someone came over, they would definitely shatter them. That way, Yi Xian and Qinghua would know. Yi Xian and Qinghua waited for an hour. What's going on with this Wolf Fang general? Half-step supremes rarely use profound meanings. Why does he need to gather all 5 elements to open the gate? Bluefire felt helpless as well. Half-step supremes basically relied on their physique and ignition to fight. Profound meanings weren't very useful to half-step supremes, unless they comprehended profound meanings like earth traversal, wind acceleration, and dual space. Kacha! Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian and Qinghua's ears. Their bodies trembled as they immediately darted to the corner to see who had come. The voice came from next door, and it was very close. Although Qinghua had an official title, under such circumstances, the other party didn't care about that. They would kill him first. Soon, the person who had attracted Yi Xian and Qinghua's attention appeared, and it wasn't just one person. Xian Zhong, Tai, so it's you. Qinghua immediately darted out. The newcomers were Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai. Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai hadn't expected to encounter their own people. When Qinghua's voice sounded, they almost attacked. How was it? How was your harvest? Qinghua asked. Not bad. I passed the soldier training ground and obtained a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, Tai gave it up on the 7th floor of the smelting building, Mountain Man Xian Zhong said. It doesn't matter if you didn't obtain it. Now that we've arrived at the main palace, as long as we obtain the general's seal, we can control the general's tomb. Qinghua comforted. Sword God Tai asked in astonishment, how do you know that the general's seal can control the general's tomb? There's a remnant will of General Wolf Fang at Soothing Lake, and he told me about it. However, the general's seal isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. There's another test in the main palace. Not only that, but we also need to gather all 5 elements to open the door to the main palace. Qinghua replied. Yi Xian had already understood when he was with Qinghua, so he wasn't surprised. We have to open the door and pass the test to obtain the general's seal. Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Sword God Tai glanced at each other. I have the metal and water elements, Mountain Man Xian Zhong has the earth and wood elements, and Qinghua, you have the fire element. You have all 5 elements. Sword God Tai's eyes lit up as he looked around. Yi Xian and Qinghua were the first to reach the main palace, but their luck wasn't very good. They were actually stuck here. If they couldn't gather the remaining 2 elements, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door, let alone talk about the general's seal. However, Qinghua had forgotten that Sword God Tai and Mountain Man Xian Zhong both had 2 elements. The metal element was Sword God Tai, the wood element was Mountain Man Xian Zhong, the water element was Sword God Tai, the fire element was Qinghua, and the earth element was Mountain Man Xian Zhong and Yi Xian. They had all 5 elements. Let's go in before they get here. The 4 of them immediately rushed over. Yi Xian watched as the three of them poured their true qi of different elements into the round hole in the main palace's door. Rumble. The main palace's door finally opened. The four of them immediately rushed in. Let's close the door first, Qing Hua suggested. They had gone to great lengths to gather all 5 elements, so they couldn't just let others in. If they wanted to enter, they would have to gather all 5 elements again. Rumble. The door was pushed shut, and the array activated once more. Then the 4 of them began to look around and size up the main palace. The general's main palace only had 16 pillars and a platform in the middle. On the platform were 4 long saber deputy generals. In the middle of the 4 long saber deputy generals was a set of golden armor. The golden armor held a sword in one hand and a square object in the other. It must be the general's seal. Everyone, congratulations on arriving at the main palace. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the main palace. It was General Wolf Fang's voice. Yi Xian and the other 3 listened attentively. They didn't immediately go over to take the general's seal, because General Wolf Fang was proficient in arrays and mechanisms. Who knew if there was a dangerous mechanism on the platform? General Wolf Fang, how do we get the general's seal? Qing Hua asked agitatedly. Chapter 750. Although the Wolf Fang general had been dead for thousands of years, his lingering will had not dissipated. He paused and said, if you want to take the general seal, you have to defeat my 4 long saber deputy generals and the dragon-patterned golden armor that I spent my entire life building. Kacha. When General Wolf Fang finished his words, the 5 armors on the stage suddenly moved. As expected, they could move. The one on the left hand of the dragon-patterned golden armor is the general seal. If anyone can get it, the entire general's tomb will be his, including the dragon-patterned golden armor. General Wolf Fang's voice echoed in the main hall. Dragon-patterned golden armor? It sounds very domineering. Yi Xian murmured. Unexpectedly, these words were heard by General Wolf Fang. Ha ha ha, young man, this dragon-patterned golden armor is my life's work. As long as you bind it with your blood, you can keep it in your dantian. At the same time, the dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible and has a special effect. It can withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. General Wolf Fang's lingering will laughed. When he said that, the 4 people present were shocked. Withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. After breaking through to the peak Great Emperor realm, one would become a half-supreme being. However, there were different levels of half-supreme being. Only those who had sealed 100% of the Great Emperor realms could receive the Supreme Being Tribulation. If they passed the Supreme Being Tribulation, they could condense the Supreme Being Golden Body. Qing Hua and the others knew the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. Although they had not seen it before, they had heard of it. If 10 half-supreme being peak great emperors received the Supreme Being Tribulation, only one could truly become a supreme being. However, this dragon-patterned golden armor could withstand 20% of the power of the Supreme Being Tribulation. It was simply amazing. Ha, now you know the power of the dragon-patterned golden armor. Unfortunately, when I wore this dragon-patterned golden armor, I was still blasted into pieces by the Supreme Being Tribulation. Only a lingering will of mine is left. General Wolf Fang sighed and said, all right, if the 4 of you want the general's seal, go ahead. Kacha. Under the control of General Wolf Fang's lingering will, the dragon-patterned golden armor walked down the stage. The other 4 deputy generals also looked at Yi Xian and the others, waiting for their attacks. This dragon-patterned golden armor is indeed not bad, but after so many years of cultivation, I have only sealed 30% of my body with the will of the Great Emperor. I am not destined to become a supreme being in this life. Qing Hua knew his own worth and shook his head helplessly. I'm already old. Even if I get the dragon-patterned golden armor, it won't be of much use to me. Sword God Tai shook his head. Their intentions were clear. They were giving up on the dragon-patterned golden armor. At that moment, Yi Xian looked at Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan. Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan had the appearance of a middle-aged man and looked slightly younger. Yi Xian, don't look at him, Qinghua reminded. He only got a little bit of the immortal spring by chance when we were roaming the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. He's the oldest among the three of us. What? This gave Yi Xian a fright. He suddenly recalled that the three of them had roamed the world together for several decades. I am indeed the oldest. It would be a waste to give this dragon-patterned golden armor to me. As for Yi Xian, you are only in your early 20s. You have the highest possibility of reaching the peak of half-step Supreme Being and sealing 100% of the will of the Great Emperor. If you use this dragon-patterned golden armor, you might be able to become a Supreme Being. At that time, you can establish a kingdom and a sacred dynasty. Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan looked at Yi Xian and said. This. Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that he would have to compete with Qinghua and the others, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The three of us will help you obtain the general's seal and let you control the general's tomb. When the time comes, we can bask in your glory, Sword God Tai said. The three of them had high hopes for Yi Xian. Although Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan's personal disciple, He Yan, was also a half-step Supreme Being, he was already in his 40s. It was just that Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan had given him some of the immortal spring. In terms of aptitude, no one present could compare to Yi Xian. All right. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, Yi Xian naturally couldn't refuse, so he immediately nodded. Those 4 deputy saber generals seemed to be more powerful than those in the troop training ground. Sword God Tai and I will hold them back. You and Qinghua will deal with the dragon-patterned golden armor. Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan glanced at him. He had come from the troop training ground, so he had seen how powerful the deputy saber generals were. Although he now had a quasi-supreme divine weapon, he didn't dare to be careless as there were too many of them. The 4 of you, if you are ready, then take action. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Go! Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan and Sword God Tai looked at each other, then immediately charged out. At the same time, Qinghua also condensed 6 flame doppelgangers to help. Yi Xian also shattered the Bahuang sword, hoping to quickly deal with the 4 deputy saber generals. As long as the 4 deputy saber generals were defeated, it would be time for the 4 of them to besiege the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 4 of them quickly swept out, attacking the 4 deputy saber generals with all their might. However, the dragon-patterned golden armor defeated their attacks first, then went straight for Yi Xian. What a fast speed! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The dragon-patterned golden armor was indeed much more powerful than the deputy saber generals. With his current speed, he might not be able to defeat it. The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings. Yi Xian hastily shouted in anger. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could no longer hide, because if they were defeated, they would only end up dead. If they died, what was the use of the interspatial ring? Qinghua and the other 2 were startled when they heard this. They immediately took off their interspatial rings without hesitation and threw them to Yi Xian. At this time, the dragon-patterned golden armor had already swept in front of Yi Xian with the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and slashed down. Clang! Yi Xian raised his spiritual rhino sword high and blocked the attack. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. The dragon-patterned golden armor was at least twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. The deputy saber generals could fight against 100 people alone, and the dragon-patterned golden armor was twice as powerful as the deputy saber generals. However, this did not mean that the dragon-patterned golden armor could fight against 200 people alone. Twice as powerful would be infinitely magnified. It was possible for it to be 300, 400, or even 500 people. If Yi Xian had not mastered the Nether Dragon ghostly force, this attack would have cut him in half. 7-fold fiery dragon sword. Qinghua and his 6 fire avatars slashed at the dragon-patterned golden armor. The 7 slashes combined into one was extremely powerful. The dragon-patterned golden armor turned around and dispersed the attack with a single slash. However, This also bought him some time. 36 overlapping shadows. Pulsation of the earth 256 layers. Yi Xian seized the opportunity to strike the dragon-patterned golden armor away. Chapter 751. Come. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took the 3 rings. Ding. Host has broken through. Current Great Emperor Intent Seal is at 20%. Qinghua and the other 2 were here to train, so they didn't bring much in their rings. It was only enough for Yi Xian to break through once. However, breaking through once was enough. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. He attacked the dragon-patterned golden armor madly. Boom! 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 The dragon-patterned golden armor held the Wolf Fang sword in one hand and the general's seal in the other. It defeated Yi Xian's attacks one by one. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength was about the same as the dragon-patterned golden armor's. Yi Xian, I'll go and help. Qinghua knew he couldn't help much, so he shouted. Yi Xian nodded silently. He could still hold the dragon-patterned golden armor back by himself. On the other side, even if Qinghua didn't join in, the 4 deputy generals couldn't do anything to Hermit Xian Zhongzhong and Tai Sword God. Now that Qinghua had joined in, the 4 deputy generals were all defeated in a few seconds. Scatter their armors and delay them from regrouping. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong shouted. Immediately, the 3 of them disorganized the armors and threw them to the 4 corners of the main hall. Next, it was the 4 of them fighting the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian, this dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible. Seize the general's seal. Tai Sword God shouted. Yi Xian naturally knew this. However, the general's seal was in the dragon-patterned golden armor's hands. It wasn't that easy to seize it. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing earth 256 layers. Yi Xian and the other 3 launched a group attack on the dragon-patterned golden armor. Hermit Xian Zhongzhong was the strongest among the 3. Like Yi Xian, he used the 36 overlapping shadows as his main attack. At the same time, his throbbing pulse of the earth had also evolved to 128 layers, just one step away from the disintegration profound. He had been stuck at this level for more than 10 years and still hadn't reached the 256th level to comprehend the disintegration profound. Next, the 3rd in terms of strength was Qinghua. His 7-fold fire dragon sword was extremely powerful, and with that quasi-paragon divine weapon, his strength was second only to mountain man Xian Zhong. On the other hand, the Tai sword deity was a little more miserable. He did not have a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so his strength was the weakest. As a result, he took the initiative to seize the opportunity, once again defeating those long-blade deputy generals who were preparing to regroup. Now, Yi Xian was working with Green Fire and Mountain Man Xian Zhong to attack the dragon-patterned golden armor. Unfortunately, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defensive power was so strong that even Yi Xian's all-out attack could not leave a mark on it. Therefore, he could only use his wits to obtain the general seal. However, right at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise entered everyone's ears. Yi Xian and the other 3 were startled. They turned their heads and saw that the doors to the main hall had opened again. Not good. Yi Xian and the other 3 shouted in their hearts. At this moment, they saw a total of 10 people. The remaining 4 forces had also gathered the 5 elements and opened the doors to the main hall. The Tuoba family, the Li family, the Yang family, and the Shengguan family were all there. Who would have thought that someone would beat us to it? The master of the Li family's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the dragon-patterned golden armor's left hand. The general seal. That's the general seal. Someone exclaimed. Go! In an instant, the 10 people rushed over together. Retreat! Yi Xian shouted with a solemn expression. This time, he had to temporarily avoid the attack. Qinghua and the other 2 did not dare to delay and hurriedly gathered around Yi Xian. Coincidentally, after these people entered, the dragon-patterned golden armor stopped attacking Yi Xian and rushed towards them. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he could only suppress the dragon-patterned golden armor. Now that so many people had come, he might be able to obtain the general seal. Yi Xian, do you have any ideas? Qinghua suddenly turned his head and asked. Yes, I need a large amount of heavenly treasures. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, the three of them finally reacted. After Yi Xian obtained their universe rings, his cultivation level suddenly soared by a level. This battle is unavoidable. Since that's the case, the four of us should join forces and kill all these people first. Qinghua's eyes flickered. Men die for wealth, just as birds die for food. They did not have any dealings with the four great families, so it was natural for them to kill all of them for profit. I think so too. However, it's best to pay attention to the cloaked man from the Shengguan family. I feel that something is wrong with them, Hermit Xian Zhongshan reminded. In fact, even without his reminder, Yi Xian would pay attention to them. The 6 people from the Shengguan family were too strange. They wore black cloaks and black face scarves for no reason. Anyone would be suspicious of them. The 4 of them roughly discussed their strategy and immediately rushed over. The dragon-patterned golden armor was very strong, but the family heads of the 4 great families were not weak either. They each held a quasi-supreme spiritual treasure in their hands and were frantically suppressing the dragon-patterned golden armor. They are coming. An expert from the Li family noticed Yi Xian and the other 3 people and hurriedly shouted. You guys, go and kill the 4 of them, the Yang family head shouted. There was only one general seal, but there were 5 forces here. Therefore, a bloody battle was bound to happen. Although only one of the 6 people was from the Yang family, they had reached a consensus. The 6 of them quickly charged toward Yi Xian and the other 3 people. You overestimate yourselves. Die. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword tightly and instantly attacked the 6 people. Qinghua and the other 2 people did the same. Boom. 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 Countless saber lights and sword shadows collided, and the air billowed. The movement was so loud that it seemed to shake the entire hall. However, what shocked everyone was that, the 6 people could not withstand the charge of Yi Xian and the other 3 people and were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. What a joke! Yi Xian sighed, except for the Tai sword god, all had quasi-supreme divine weapons. Yi Xian was the strongest among the 4 people. A mere 6 people would not be able to withstand a round of explosive attacks from them. Interspatial rings, take them. Yi Xian hurriedly took the 6 people's interspatial rings, and his strength soared. However, it was not enough. He frowned. Even if he killed the family heads of the 4 great families, it would not be enough for him to break through again. However, his strength could be further improved. Let's kill them first. Yi Xian did not care so much anymore. At the same time, the Shengguan family head shouted, I will hold the dragon-patterned golden armor. You guys go. The other 3 family heads paused, but then they remembered that the dragon-patterned golden armor was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Even if the Shengguan family head was alone, he would not be able to get the general seal. At that moment, it was better to kill Yi Xian and the other 3 people first. Qinghua, since you are courting death, don't blame me, the Li family head shouted. Chapter 752. Previously, Yi Xian had already surpassed Qinghua in terms of strength. Now that he had made another breakthrough, the 3 family heads were no match for him. You think you can stop me? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he slashed with all his might. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. Boom! The Li family head was shocked as he hastily blocked with his quasi-supreme divine weapon. If it was an ordinary high-grade ethereal divine weapon, it would have been shattered by Yi Xian. However, the Li family head was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Even with Yi Xian's disintegration ultimacy, he couldn't destroy it. However, Yi Xian's attack was extremely strong. The Li family head's hands went numb as the quasi-supreme divine weapon suddenly stuck to his chest. A few of his ribs were shattered by Yi Xian's powerful attack, and he was sent flying. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be the strongest person on Qinghua's side. While they were still in shock, 7 sharp blades suddenly flew towards the Li family head. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, the Li family head's head exploded and turned into a corpse. At the same time, the Li family head's Qian Kun ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand flew towards Yi Xian. Don't be hasty. The two of you will die too. Yi Xian slashed again. The Tuoba and Yang family heads were gloomy. Yi Xian had actually slashed twice at them in an instant. They were already exhausted from blocking Qinghua and mountain man Xian Zhongshan's attacks. Now that they had to face Yi Xian's attack, they immediately fled and prepared to leave the main palace. The general seal was no longer something they could get their hands on. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian saw that his 2 attacks had failed and hurriedly chased after them. The Tuoba and Yang family heads had stronger physiques than Qinghua and the other 2. 35% of their great emperor intent had been sealed. Even so, they were not as fast as Yi Xian. Yi Xian happened to get his hands on the Qian Kun ring and the quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he devoured them immediately. The value of a quasi-supreme divine weapon was worth at least 10 interspatial rings. After Yi Xian took it to Tainan City, he made a breakthrough. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 25%. The two of you, die. Yi Xian's physique was raised to a whole new level, and he instantly slashed out a few times with his sword. The sword light was as fast as lightning and directly struck the quasi-supreme divine weapons of the Tuoba and Yang family heads. Pooh! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood as they were blasted out of the main hall. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over, but at this moment, a few figures suddenly entered his line of sight. They directly killed the Tuoba family's patriarch and the Yang family's patriarch, and seized their quasi-supreme divine weapons. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a few people hiding outside the main hall. They were all from the Shangguan family. They were wearing black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. There were exactly 5 of them. How dare you steal my things? You are courting death. Yi Xian did not care how mysterious the other party was, and directly attacked. After all, he wanted to give one of the 2 supreme divine weapons to the Tai sword god, but now it was snatched away. 36 overlapping shadows, 256 layers of earth pulse. A sword light flashed, but what surprised Yi Xian was that his sword was blocked by one of the black-robed men who was holding a quasi-supreme divine weapon. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. His sword was enough to kill the Tuoba family head and the Yang family head, but how could this man from the Shangguan family block it? This was not logical. TSK, tisk. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly laughed dryly, and immediately took off his mask, revealing his face. When Yi Xian saw his face clearly, his body trembled. He knew this person. Jiang Tianjin, it's you. Yi Xian exclaimed. That's right, the person who blocked his sword was Jiang Tianjin, who had injured him with the triple heaven burning flame and caused him to be imprisoned in the heavens prison. He originally thought that Jiang Tianjin was lingering in a corner, but he did not expect to see him again. Moreover, he had broken through to the half-supreme master level and was able to block his sword. Yes, it's me. Jiang Tianjin took off his hood, but there were some strange black patterns on his face, covering half of his face. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, I let you escape that day. Today is the day you die. He did not care about anything else, and directly attacked. He felt that Jiang Tianjin was a little difficult to deal with now. Boom! Yi Xian's attack was defeated again. However, just as he was about to rush over, the corner of Jiang Tianjin's mouth curled up slightly, and he shouted, formation. Then, the 4 black-robed men behind him spread out, and madly threw out lanterns. Yi Xian recognized these lanterns. They were the specter lanterns. Specter formation, trap. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a strong pressure. These were the wills of peak great emperors. What? Now, Yi Xian finally understood why Jiang Tianjin had broken through so quickly. It turned out that he had joined the Spectre sect. At this moment, there were more than 100 spectre lanterns floating in the air, and the wills of more than 100 peak great emperors pressed down on Yi Xian, making it difficult for him to break through. I can't move. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he was already a half-supreme master, and had 25% of his body sealed by the wills of the great emperors, he was still not a true supreme. Only the sovereign golden body could completely resist the wills of the great emperors. Tisk, tsk. Yi Xian, you didn't expect that you would still fall into my hands, right? Jiang Tianjin walked over with a sinister smile. Swish. But at this moment, a few piercing sounds rang out, and a few of the spectre lanterns were shattered. You're courting death. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and he quickly slashed at Qinghua and the others. Boom. 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 The 4 of them were sent flying, and Tai Sword God was seriously injured. Oh no. Yi Xian's face darkened. He felt that he was going to be screwed this time. Only now did he remember that Jiang Tianjin had broken through to the 3rd Order Great Emperor realm because of the Great Emperors will bestowed by the 9th Heaven Sword God. Then, the 9th Heaven Sword God might be related to the Spectre sect. This time, Jiang Tianjin had gone to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, and he might have joined the Spectre sect. Then, he might have been recognized and broken through to the half-supreme master realm. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Jiang Tianjin's face suddenly turned cold, and his personality changed. Previously, he regretted not killing Yi Xian earlier, causing his father to be tortured. Now, he was going to cut Yi Xian down with his sword. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. He really wanted to leave, but the formation formed by hundreds of peak great emperors' ghost lanterns trapped him tightly, making him unable to move. Chapter 753. Yi Xian was already prepared to die. It seemed that this time, he was really going to die here. However, things were not as bad as he thought they would be. The Nether sect. I didn't expect them to survive until now. Kid, I'll make a deal with you. The General's seal is yours. Destroy them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the main hall. It was General Wolf Fang's voice. In the next moment, the hundreds of floating spirit lanterns suddenly exploded. Bang! 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 As the spirit lanterns exploded one by one, the pressure on Yi Xian disappeared bit by bit. Oh no! Jiang Tianjin's expression changed. He hurriedly swung his sword, preparing to kill Yi Xian. However, his attack was blocked by the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian was shocked. General Wolf Fang was helping him at this critical moment. However, from what General Wolf Fang's lingering consciousness said, the Nether sect had existed for thousands of years. I agree. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly replied loudly. Hearing his reply, the dragon-patterned golden armor waved its hand and threw the general's seal at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already reduced his speed. He hurriedly ran over and caught the general's seal. In the next moment, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. Will the host learn it? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately confirmed. Ding! Host has learned the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique. The general's seal was actually just a tray. With the general's seal, one could control the entire general's tomb. However, if one learned the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique, one could control the entire general's tomb even without the general's seal. While Yi Xian was still rejoicing, the dragon-patterned golden armor appeared in front of him. Bind it with blood. General Wolf Fang's voice rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian hurriedly cut open his finger and lightly tapped on the dragon-patterned golden armor. In the next moment, the dragon-patterned golden armor was absorbed into his body through his wound, leaving only the Wolf Fang sword behind. The dragon-patterned golden armor has successfully bound you. Come out. Yi Xian caught the Wolf Fang sword and immediately activated the dragon-patterned golden armor. Kacha! Jiang Tianjin and the others only saw a flash of golden light before Yi Xian was enveloped by the dragon-patterned golden armor. The dragon-patterned golden armor covered Yi Xian's entire body. Even his eyes were hidden, but Yi Xian could see his surroundings through the armor. At this moment, Yi Xian was in his Ultraman form. His defense was impenetrable. Damn it, get into formation! Jiang Tianjin shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the four people behind him, as well as the master of the Shengguan family who had held the golden dragon-patterned armor back, threw out lanterns after lanterns. However, this time, these spirit lanterns were completely useless against Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword in his left hand and the Wolf Fang sword in his right. He slowly walked towards Jiang Tianjin and the other five. It's useless. Let's go. Jiang Tianjin's expression changed greatly, and he immediately turned around. However, at this moment, boom! The door of the main hall suddenly closed. Isn't it too late to leave now? Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, slowly walked towards the 6 people. At this moment, Jiang Tianjin felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He regretted it again. If he had known earlier, he would have directly attacked and killed Yi Xian when he trapped Yi Xian. He originally wanted to torture Yi Xian once, but he didn't expect that the Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness would shatter all the spirit lanterns, allowing Yi Xian to escape. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to give the general's seal to Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was no longer someone they could fight against. What should we do, division leader? The master of the Shengguan family asked with a frown. Jiang Tianjin's face was livid. Now, they only had one choice, and that was to kill Yi Xian. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianjin led the other 5 people and charged towards Yi Xian. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted coldly and met them head-on. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he didn't need to defend at all. He only needed to attack with all his might. Among the 6 people, apart from Jiang Tianjin, the other 5 weren't very strong. Yi Xian could kill them in 2 strikes. 36 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the earth 256 layers. Jiang Tianjin's great emperor intent had reached 40%, which was 15% higher than Yi Xian's. However, he only suppressed Yi Xian in terms of cultivation level. Yi Xian now had 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons and the dragon-patterned golden armor. He could also control 4 Changdao deputies. Together with Qinghua and the other 2, Jiang Tianjin's chances of victory were close to 0. Bang! 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 In this 1 versus 6 battle, Yi Xian alone was enough. He didn't need the help of Changdao deputies or Qinghua and the other 2. With the Wolf Fang sword and spiritual rhino sword in hand, he blocked Jiang Tianjin's attacks and killed the other 5 helpers. After the 5 other black-robed men died, Jiang Tianjin was in despair. He was like a cornered beast fighting. He couldn't hurt Yi Xian. Was there any suspense in this battle? Devour. Yi Xian took the 5 interspatial rings and the 2 quasi-supreme divine weapons. There were many peak Great Emperor intent in the 5 interspatial rings. In total, there were 500 of them. These things helped Yi Xian break through his cultivation level again. At this moment, Yi Xian's Great Emperor intent had reached 30%. Ding! The host has broken through. The current Great Emperor intent has reached 30%. Hearing the notification, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he slashed with his sword. This time, Jiang Tianjin couldn't block it and was sent flying. He crashed into the stone pillar of the main palace and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Tianjin, did you think this day would come? Yi Xian walked over slowly. Jiang Tianjin leaned on the pillar with a pale face and said coldly, I regret not killing you. Hee, it's too late to regret now. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he smiled. The winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Jiang Tianjin didn't plan to resist anymore. He knew he wouldn't survive today. However, he had another plan in mind. If he didn't die today, he would kill his way back to the eastern continent and kill Yi Xian's entire family. Alright, as you wish. This time, Yi Xian didn't want to waste any more words, because things would change if he delayed. He was too slow last time, which gave Jiang Tianjin a chance to take advantage of him. Yi Xian didn't want to make the same mistake again, even though the outcome was already decided. Die! A cold light flashed and Jiang Tianjin's head was separated from his body. His head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Yi Xian. Finally, he had his revenge. Wei Zhentian could finally rest in peace. Jiang Tianjin's death also resolved the hatred in Yi Xian's heart. The hatred that he'd been thinking about all this time was quietly resolved. Although Jiang Tianjin had tortured him twice, he was still Jiang Xinyan's nephew. Moreover, Tai Sword God was also present. He couldn't torture his corpse. Crack. After Jiang Tianjin's death, Yi Xian retracted the dragon-patterned golden armor and revealed his true appearance. Chapter 754. Qinghua and the other two walked over in astonishment. They thought that Yi Xian was going to die, but the Wolf Fang general made a move. Kid, now that the general's seal is in your hands, my general's tomb is yours. However, I hope that you can agree to one condition of mine. The Wolf Fang general's voice sounded again. Senior, please speak. Yi Xian raised his head and said. In the past, I was in charge of eradicating the Nether cult, but I didn't expect it to be completely eradicated. Therefore, I want you to uproot it to prevent it from growing again. This is my request, and also my last wish. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness said. Alright, I agree. Yi Xian directly replied without the slightest hesitation. This time, if it wasn't for the Wolf Fang general, Yi Xian's original body would have fallen. That was why the Wolf Fang general had saved his life. Now, how could he not agree to such a small request from the Wolf Fang general? Young man, don't underestimate the Nether cult. The Nether cult has a secret technique that can forcefully seal one's body with the will of a peak great emperor. As a result, there are countless experts in the Nether cult. Jiang Tianjin, whom you killed just now, was raised using this method. The Nether cult played a large part in the destruction of the ancient Saint dynasty. If the current ancient Saint dynasty is unable to suppress the Nether cult, I'm afraid that the ancient Saint dynasty will follow in its footsteps. Yi Xian nodded solemnly after hearing that. Senior, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The ancient Saint dynasty that the Wolf Fang general was from was the predecessor of the Sunflame sacred dynasty. The royal family had the same surname. Since that's the case, I can leave in peace. The current owner of the general's tomb is you. Young man, I hope that you won't let me down. The Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness's voice became softer and softer. Yi Xian knew that the remnant consciousness had dissipated on its own accord. Yi Xian also understood the Wolf Fang general's expectations. The Wolf Fang general hoped that he could destroy the Nether cult and break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, if he still couldn't break through to the Supreme Being realm, he would be letting down the Wolf Fang general. Yi Xian, congratulations on taking down the general's tomb. Hermit Xian Zhong congratulated. In fact, even Yi Xian had not expected things to turn out this way. He had wanted to seize the general's seal with his own strength, but in the end, it was General Wolf Fang who saved the day. Let's go take a look at the general's tomb. Yi Xian took out the general's seal again. Although he'd learned the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and could control the general's tomb, there were many mechanisms in the general's tomb. Only with the general's seal would one know where the mechanisms were. In fact, there was another path in the main hall, which was very well hidden. With the general's seal in hand, Yi Xian opened the door. There were several other doors inside. Calm Heart Lake, Training Grounds, Smelting Building, and the Treasure Vault. Yi Xian already knew about the first three. There were also some doors in the middle that led to various places in the general's tomb. As for the treasure pavilion, needless to say, it was used to store treasures. At the same time, there were some mirror-like images beside these doors. The people in the picture were the people from the 4 great clans. They had not successfully left the 3 great dilemmas yet. How should we deal with these people? Yi Xian asked. Kill them. We can't let them go, Qinghua said flatly. Okay. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Then, one of the experts from the 4 great clans in the Calm Heart Lake let out a loud roar. Then, he held the long sword in his hand in a reverse grip and stabbed it into his own heart. At the smelting building, the traps suddenly became chaotic. An expert from the 4 great clans was cut in half by a sharp blade. As for the training grounds, one person had just reached the 8th level when 4 saber lieutenants appeared. Shortly after, he was hacked to death by a flurry of sabers. As for Qiu Yuanjie, Hong Wenming, and Hermit Xian's disciple, He Yan, who had come with Qinghua, they survived unscathed. At this time, only the 7 of them were left in the general's tomb. Just as Yi Xian was about to take a look at the treasure vault, Qinghua and the other 2 refused to go with him. Yi Xian, we won't go to the treasure vault. You go in yourself. Hermit Xian said. Although they had helped Yi Xian, their help was actually very small. Even without them, Yi Xian could easily handle it. Most importantly, they trusted Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not say much and sent them to the entrance of the main hall to meet up with He Yan and the other 2. As for himself, he entered the treasure vault. TSK, General Wolf Fang must have a strong background to be able to take out so many quasi-supreme divine weapons. There must be a lot of things in the treasure vault. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he walked into the treasure vault. The general's tomb was built in a secret realm. These doors could lead to any place, and only this place could lead to the treasure vault. Yi Xian went through the door and arrived at the treasure vault. There were 3 levels here. The first level was filled with martial arts. Yi Xian did not say anything and copied the martial arts into the devouring system. Most of the martial arts were upper heaven level, and there were only a dozen quasi-supreme martial arts. Then, he went to the second level. There were only a dozen quasi-supreme divine weapons here. Take them all. Yi Xian did not hesitate and kept all the quasi-supreme divine weapons. Yi Xian had already given Jiang Tianjin's quasi-supreme divine weapon to Tai Sword God. There were still 3 people outside the main hall empty-handed, so Yi Xian left a few for He Yan and the other 2, as well as his own parents and friends. As for the rest, he devoured them all. Just a little more and I will be able to break through again. Yi Xian estimated in his heart and went up the stairs to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the treasure vault was filled with miscellaneous items, such as treasures with various effects, heavenly treasures, supreme pills, and General Wolf Fang's mechanical skills and formations. If these items were to spread to the outside world, it would cause a huge uproar. However, Yi Xian was interested in the heavenly treasures and supreme pills. There were a total of more than 50,000 supreme pills. Yi Xian kept 20,000 supreme pills, then devoured the rest of the supreme pills and heavenly treasures. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently, the Emperor's will is at 40%. This time, Yi Xian broke through 2 shackles and went from 30% to 40%. Even so, Yi Xian still cursed the devouring system. More than 30,000 supreme pills were enough for a person to seal 50% of the Emperor's will. And he could only go from 30% to 40%. Chapter 755. If he wanted to increase the strength of the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 10 deputy generals, he would need a large amount of precious forging materials. Fortunately, as long as he had the materials, the devouring system could be modified in batches. Yi Xian did not think about this for the time being. He sat down cross-legged and began to think. After obtaining the Wolf Fang sword and spiritual rhino sword, Ba Huang's sword could retire. Not only that, but so could Feng Xingqia. At his current level, ultimacy was useless, and its effect on the enemy was negligible. Although the dual space was good, it had no effect on the enemy and him. Although it was a pity, it was the truth. The 256 layers of earth-throbbing technique combined with the 36 overlapping shadows was powerful, but it could only be used for a while. It's a pity that I still can't use the special devouring sword intent. Otherwise, why would I need the quasi-supreme martial arts? Yi Xian had a headache. After obtaining the sword intent, he would try the special devouring method every time he devoured a treasure. Not only that, he would also try to refine it occasionally, but he was not talented enough and would always fail. Ba Huang's sword god was really a super genius. A mere void god realm great emperor had actually comprehended the sword intent. If he had comprehended the sword intent, Yi Xian's attack would probably be able to injure a real supreme being with the supreme being golden body, not a half-supreme being. Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now that he had obtained the general's tomb, he could bring Yi Chong and the rest here to cultivate. After all, the Yuan Qi in the secret territory was more than 100 times higher than in the eastern continent. The general's tomb was probably created by a supreme being expert, and was later discovered by the Wolf Fang general. There was a large area behind the secret territory. The 4 keys to open the door to the general's tomb had all failed. Now, only the general's seal could open the door. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let his doppelganger hold the general's seal and guard the general's tomb. This way, if he provoked a strong enemy in the future, the general's tomb would be a good place to hide. As long as a true supreme being expert did not come, the general's tomb would be safe. Yi Xian put away everything in the treasure pavilion, then left. When he arrived at the entrance of the main hall, he found Xinghua and the rest already waiting there. Senior brother He. Yi Xian shouted and threw 3 quasi-supreme divine weapons to He Yan and the others. Apart from that, he also threw a cloth bag containing 20,000 supreme pills to Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan. Master, there are 20,000 supreme pills here. You can divide them among yourselves, said Yi Xian. Now, Qinghua and the other 5 all had quasi-supreme divine weapons, so this trip was not in vain. Other than Yi Xian, there were 5 other parties. If the 20,000 supreme venerable pills were to be divided evenly among them, each party would get 4,000 supreme venerable pills. One had to know that even after so many years, they only had a few hundred supreme sovereign pills. Even when Qinghua was at his richest, he didn't have more than 1,000 supreme sovereign pills. 4,000 supreme pills was already a huge amount of wealth. Also, take these quasi-supreme martial arts too. I've already made 6 copies. Yi Xian threw out another 6 Qian Kun rings, which landed in the palms of the 6 people. Martial arts were transferable, so they could make as many copies as they wanted. The 6 of them used upper-tier void god martial arts before, but now, each of them had quasi-supreme martial arts, and there were many more for them to choose from. The 6 of them were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Then, they prepared to stay here and cultivate, while Yi Xian sent his clone to bring his family and friends over. He still left some heaven and earth treasures, which were enough for them to cultivate. By the time these heaven and earth treasures were used up, Yi Xian might have gotten more. After all, as long as Yi Xian was here, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. Within a few days, Yi Xian's clone arrived with a group of people. The clone and the original body merged again, and their realms soared. Then, Yi Xian taught the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to control the general's tomb to Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was a special martial art that allowed the user to multitask. It was similar to the 8 Baron wind formation, but it was much more powerful. It could be used to control the general's tomb's construction mechanisms, but most importantly, it could be used to control the 10 deputy generals and the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Now, Yi Xian had some free time, so he stayed here for a while and got engaged with Guan Yulan. As for getting married, Yi Xian felt that it would be better to wait until he became a supreme. This would be a big motivation for him. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan didn't have any objections. A man naturally had to prioritize his career. Moreover, Yi Xian had a clone here to accompany them. Half a month later, Yi Xian's original body left. Now, he had another mission, which was to find the ghost sect and eliminate them. If it wasn't for the help of the Wolf Fang general's remnant consciousness, he would probably be dead. Therefore, he had to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's wish. At this time, he had already passed through the desert of death. It wasn't that he didn't have any clues. When the 4 great clans came, Jiang Tianjin was among the Shengguan clan's troops. Therefore, Yi Xian went to the Shengguan clan to find out what was going on. The Shengguan clan is in the heavenly vast city. Yi Xian found out the location of the Shengguan clan from Qinghua and immediately rushed over. With 40% of the great emperor's will sealed, he was very fast. In less than 2 days, he arrived at the heavenly vast city. However, he had also heard that the Nether Ghost sect was like a rat running across the street in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Shengguan clan must have covered up the matter very well. It wouldn't be easy to investigate. The Ghost sect needs a large amount of great emperor's will to spread across the 10 heavenly prisons. They must have a big figure behind them. It seems that they will send the great emperor's will to a certain place regularly. Yi Xian arrived at the heavenly vast city, thinking as he looked for the Shengguan clan. However, along the way, he heard some things. For example, there were cases of experts going missing in the heavenly vast city. Many of them went missing, including Void God Realm emperors and Void God Realm kings. Yi Xian knew that the Shengguan clan must have done it. In order to cover up, they even killed Void God Realm kings. Previously, the 9th Heaven Sword God had given Jiang Tianjin the 3rd stage Great Emperor's will, allowing him to break through to the 3rd stage Great Emperor realm. Yi Xian's clone had personally questioned the 9th Heaven Sword God, who was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. However, the 9th Heaven Sword God didn't know the truth. He had obtained the Ghost Lantern by chance when he was traveling in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Yi Xian didn't suspect anything. After all, the 9th Heaven Sword God was only a 5th stage Great Emperor. Any member of the Ghost sect could kill him instantly. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Even the Shengguan clan's patriarch is dead. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Xian didn't think about it anymore. He took out the Wolf Fang sword and walked towards the Shengguan clan. The Wolf Fang sword was the Wolf Fang general's sword. Although it was a quasi-supreme divine weapon like the spiritual rhino sword, its quality was much better. Yi Xian walked straight towards the Shengguan clan. Before he got close, a guard at the entrance shouted, "Who goes there?" The guard was shocked because he couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. This meant that Yi Xian should be a half-step supreme being. Moreover, Yi Xian was holding a weapon. It seemed like he was here to seek revenge. "I want to see your patriarch." Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You wait. Chapter 756. In fact, the Shengguan family's patriarch had already passed away. These 2 guards were only tasked to guard the entrance of the Shengguan family. Their status wasn't high, so they didn't know that the Shengguan family's patriarch wasn't in the Shengguan family. Soon, the guard who left came back with another person. Yi Xian sensed the aura of a half-step supreme being. However, he estimated that the person was only at 20%, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "I'm Shengguan Xiong. May I ask who you are?" When the middle-aged man saw the weapon in Yi Xian's hand, he was also very wary. "Shengguan Xiong, what's your relationship with Shengguan Lai?" Yi Xian looked at him and asked. "Shengguan Lai is my elder brother." Shengguan Xiong replied. "I see. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he strode forward and slapped Shen Guanxiong's shoulder. At the same time, he shouted, "Come with me." Shen Guanxiong was shocked. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't weak, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. "Sir, you dare to fight in the vast sky city?" Shen Guanxiong asked in horror. "He, with my great emperors will sealed to 40%, no one in the vast sky city is my match." Yi Xian said softly. "Sealed to 40% with great emperor's will." Shen Guanxiong's body trembled. One had to know that the strongest person in the Shengguan family could only seal to 35%. However, this young man, Yi Xian, managed to seal to 40%. He definitely had a strong background. Such an expert was enough to slaughter the current Shengguan family. After all, the family patriarch, Shengguan Lai, and a few other experts weren't in the Shengguan family. "Okay, I'll go with you," Shen Guanxiong replied. "Forget it, I'll stay in your Shengguan family." Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind and said, "Bring me in. If you do anything, you'll die in my hands." "Okay." Shen Guanxiong wasn't strong enough, so he could only compromise. He glanced at the two 8th Order Great Emperor guards and said, "You two continue to guard the door. Pretend that nothing happened." "Yes." The two guards immediately nodded. They were scared to death. How could an expert with 40% of great emperors will come to the vast sky city? After that, Shen Guanxiong led Yi Xian into the Shengguan family's house. On the way, Shen Guanxiong met some people from the Shengguan family, but Shen Guanxiong explained Yi Xian's identity as a friend. Soon, he brought Yi Xian to his study. "Very good. As long as you cooperate, your Shengguan clan will be fine." Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Although the Wolf Fang general had put away his sword, with his realm, he could still kill Shen Guanxiong in one move. "Sir, what do you want to do?" Shen Guanxiong immediately asked. There was no one around, so Yi Xian didn't need to pretend anymore. He went straight to the point and asked, "What's the relationship between the Shengguan clan and the ghost sect?" Boom! This question was like a blow to Shen Guanxiong's mind, blowing him up. How did Yi Xian know that the Shengguan family was related to the ghost cult? "Your Excellency, what are you talking about? How could my Shengguan family?" Shen Guanxiong immediately quibbled. "Don't deny it. Since I dared to come here, I'm 100% sure." Yi Xian snorted. "If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately. After that, I'll slaughter the Shengguan clan and leave in a swagger." Gulp. Shen Guanxiong swallowed his saliva. After pondering for a while, he answered, "The Shengguan clan is a division of the ghost cult." When he saw that Yi Xian wasn't joking, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, there were thousands of people in the Shengguan clan. Yi Xian could kill him and the two guards at the door. With Yi Xian's realm, he could kill without spilling blood or leaving behind a corpse. The Shengguan clan would disappear without a trace. Very good. The disappearance of the high-level empty god realm Great Emperor in Heaven Vast City should be related to the Shengguan clan, right? "Where did you send the ghost lanterns?" Yi Xian asked again. "Every month, the ghost cult will send a special envoy to patrol and collect the ghost lanterns," Shen Guanxiong answered honestly. "When will the ghost cult's special envoy come again?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Tonight." Shen Guanxiong answered without hesitation. "Tonight." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked for more details. The ghost cult's special envoy had a special identity. His combat power was at 40% and his whereabouts were uncertain. Tonight, Shen Guanxiong would arrive outside Heaven Vast City and hand the items to the ghost cult's special envoy. The Shengguan clan was just a division of the ghost cult. Since they didn't know where the branch was, Yi Xian had to follow the ghost cult's special envoy. Coincidentally, the ghost cult would occasionally come to recruit geniuses. Yi Xian could impersonate the special envoy since his realm was higher than the special envoy's. However, just in case, Yi Xian asked Shengguan Xiong about the other divisions. He didn't want Shengguan Xiong to reveal the truth and cut off his trail. Shengguan Xiong didn't agree at first. If the special envoy discovered something strange about Yi Xian, the Shengguan clan would be implicated. However, if he didn't agree, Yi Xian would slaughter the Shengguan clan on the spot. Therefore, he could only compromise. Soon, night fell. Shengguan Xiong brought Yi Xian to the designated location outside Heaven Vast City. Don't give yourself away. Otherwise, I'll have to kill both of you, Yi Xian reminded again. Yes. Shengguan Xiong didn't dare to object. The lives of the entire Shengguan clan were in his hands. There was no moon tonight. It was pitch black. Yi Xian and Shengguan Xiong stood under a tree and waited. Before long, a black figure flew over. Shengguan Xiong and Yi Xian were on guard at first. When Shengguan Xiong saw the other party's face, he relaxed. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. Shengguan Xiong hurriedly bowed and greeted him. The special envoy was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore a black cloak. Who is this? The special envoy of the Nether sect asked directly after he approached. This is a genius of the Shengguan clan. He has just sealed his body with 20% of the Great Emperor's will, so he wants to. Shengguan Xiong hurriedly explained. Oh, give me the item. The special envoy understood his meaning and didn't ask further. He only came here to collect items every month. He didn't know much about the Shengguan clan. Shengguan Xiong hurriedly took off an interspatial ring and handed it over. Yi Xian had checked this interspatial ring before. There was nothing strange in it, only 100 nether lanterns. Very good. Kid, follow me. The special envoy of the Nether sect turned and left without another word. Yi Xian glanced at Shengguan Xiong and followed him. After Yi Xian disappeared from his sight, Shengguan Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. What he wanted to do now was to return to the Shengguan clan. If Yi Xian's matter was exposed, the Shengguan clan would be implicated. They would have to migrate secretly. However, just as he was about to return to Heaven Vast City, someone had stopped him. Chapter 757. Kacha. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Shengguan Xiong's ears. He stopped in his tracks and immediately shouted, "Who is it?" However, the person blocking the way did not speak and continued to charge forward. Swish. The person blocking the way was very fast. He instantly chopped off Shengguan Xiong's head without any hesitation. The person blocking the way was actually not a human. He was the deputy saber general that Yi Xian had taken out from the devouring system when Shengguan Xiong was not paying attention. The deputy saber general's strength was comparable to an expert who had sealed 30% of his body with Great Emperor will. With a quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand, it was not a problem for him to kill Shengguan Xiong. Yi Xian had cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He had left a remnant consciousness in the deputy saber general's body to control him. Not only that, but the two gatekeepers of the Shengguan clan had also disappeared. After dealing with Shengguan Xiong, the deputy saber general quickly left and returned to the general's tomb. Yi Xian's clone was guarding the general's tomb. Since the devouring system of the main body and the clone were connected, the main body could still retrieve the deputy saber general after the clone put it away. Is he dead? Yi Xian, who was following the Nether sect's envoy, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, the Nether sect's envoy suddenly turned around and asked, "Kid, how old are you?" 22. Yi Xian replied without thinking. The Nether sect's envoy paused for a moment and muttered, 22 years old, and you have sealed 20% of your body with Great Emperor will. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt helpless. However, compared to the true geniuses of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, his aptitude was indeed not worth mentioning. Lord Envoy, where are we going? Asked Yi Xian. Back to the 6th Heaven Prison. Replied the Nether sect's envoy casually. This answer gave Yi Xian a fright. The nether sex branch was in the sixth heaven prison. However, he felt that it was normal. There were many experts in the heaven prison. It was very suitable for collecting Great Emperor Will. Unfortunately, even if he killed a half-step Supreme Being, he could only collect the peak Great Emperor Will at most. Jiang Tianjin's physique seal 40%. He must have consumed a lot of peak will. Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. To create Jiang Tianjin, one would need to kill at least 10,000 peak Great Emperors and half-step Supremes. No wonder the Ghost Church was wanted by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. 2 days later, Yi Xian arrived at one of the entrances to Heaven Prison number 6 with the Nether Cult's envoy. Entering the Heavenly Prison didn't require anything, but leaving the Heavenly Prison required green luck. However, the 6th Heaven's Prison was of a much higher level than the 10th Heaven's Prison that Yi Xian had been in before. The twin fruits that could only be exchanged for with Purple Providence were worthless here. After all, the main fighting force of the 6th Heaven Prison was a half-step supremacy. After Yi Xian followed the Ghost Cult's envoy into Sky Prison number 6, he traveled for another 2 days and finally arrived at a mountain range. Lord Envoy, how strong is our branch leader? Before entering the mountain range, Yi Xian could not help but ask. Body seal 50%. The Ghost Cult's envoy replied casually. Body seal 50%, this was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had always challenged those with higher realms, so he was not afraid at all. After many twists and turns, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Ghost Cult's branch. As soon as he entered, he felt several powerful auras. At least a half-step supremacy with Emperor will sealed 40%. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, a Ghost Cult's expert suddenly flew over. He's a genius I brought back from the hall. 22 years old, 20% physique seal. The Ghost Cult's envoy replied casually. 20% physique seal. Not bad. What's your name? The Ghost Cult's expert asked. Yi Xian. Yi Xian answered instinctively. This answer surprised the Ghost Cult's envoy. He asked, isn't your surname Shangguan? After being reminded by the Ghost Cult's envoy, Yi Xian realized that he had given himself away. However, since the Ghost Cult's branch was here, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He immediately took out the Wolf Fang sword. Swish! The Ghost Cult's expert's head flew into the air. It was an instant kill. You! The Ghost Cult's envoy who brought Yi Xian here was stunned. His companion who had also sealed 30% of his physique seal was killed by Yi Xian in an instant. It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap and brought an expert here. It's over. Thank you. Yi Xian grinned. With a sweep of his sword, the Ghost Cult's envoy's head flew into the air. The two of them died silently. No one in the Ghost Cult's branch noticed it. However, since his aura had been exposed, someone might come over. Dragon-patterned golden armor, appear. Yi Xian took out the dragon-patterned golden armor. Although he was very strong, the dragon-patterned golden armor's defense was very high. It would greatly increase his chances of survival. At this moment, he was like an unkillable cockroach. How could the dragon-patterned golden armor, which could withstand the supreme tribulation, be destroyed by a mere 50% physique seal expert? Yi Xian immediately charged in. The people in the Ghost Cult's branch were not to be trifled with, so Yi Xian did not hold back. In an instant, a bloodbath broke out in the Ghost Cult's branch. Those people only saw a flash of golden light, but they could not see who it was. There were hundreds of people in the Ghost Cult's branch. They usually went out in groups to hunt others. At this moment, there were about 200 people in the branch. Yi Xian killed everyone he saw. His cultivation base was also continuously increasing. B****, who's the impudent one? A deafening roar sounded. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 40% physique seal expert of the Ghost Cult rushing toward him. How dare a mere 40% physique seal expert shout in front of me? Yi Xian directly slashed his sword towards this expert of the Ghost Cult. Quasi-Supreme Martial Technique, Firmament Splitter. RIP. The ghost cult expert did not have time to react. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was not a quasi-supreme divine weapon, so he was cut in half. Swish. Another 40% body seal expert flew over. He directly slashed out with his sword and landed on Yi Xian's body. Clang. Yi Xian staggered, but he was unscathed. The dragon-patterned golden armor was not an ordinary item. It was probably tougher than Yi Xian's Wolf Fang sword. You're courting death. Firmament Splitter. Yi Xian slashed his sword and cut his opponent in half. No one in the same realm could take a hit from him. Even the branch leader would not last more than 3 rounds. Who are you? Just as Yi Xian killed the second nether spirit cult expert, the branch leader finally appeared. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the branch leader. You're the branch leader? Yi Xian asked. That's right. The branch leader was stunned. When he saw the dragon-patterned golden armor on Yi Xian, he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, the dragon-patterned golden armor? I didn't expect you to recognize it. Chapter 758. I didn't expect you to recognize it. Yi Xian was rather shocked. The Nether sect was a force from 1,000 years ago. The Wolf Fang general had once suppressed them, so the Nether sect had some understanding of the Wolf Fang general. Back then, the Wolf Fang general had worn this dragon-patterned golden armor to kill the experts of the Nether sect. After hearing Yi Xian's confirmation, the branch leader revealed a greedy expression. If the Wolf Fang general hadn't had this dragon-patterned golden armor, he would have died at least 100 times. I can get the Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor after killing you. The branch leader couldn't help but say. Oh. How do you want to kill me? Yi Xian was very curious. The dragon-patterned golden armor is indestructible. I can't kill you with a sword. The branch leader put away the quasi-supreme divine weapon in his hand and charged forward. Since the dragon-patterned golden armor was indestructible, he could only use his fist techniques to kill Yi Xian through the dragon-patterned golden armor. When the branch leader leaped down, he launched a barrage of punches at Yi Xian. His fists were like meteors crashing down on Yi Xian. Firmament Splitter. Yi Xian also held the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and attacked continuously. The branch leader's fist techniques were passable, but compared to Yi Xian's, they were too weak. Round after round slashes struck the branch leader, forcing him to dodge. The Nether sect was able to rise again without being wiped out by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. You must have a backer, right? Yi Xian asked as he attacked. If he wanted to, he could actually kill the branch leader in an instant. However, if he did so, his clues would be cut off. The Wolf Fang general's last wish was to destroy the entire Nether sect, not just a branch. Ha, kid, are you trying to find out about the background of the Nether sect? The branch leader laughed loudly. So what if I am? Yi Xian replied. Defeat me and I'll tell you. As soon as the branch leader finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Whoosh! Hiss! A circular chop cut off half of his body, but this chop was very accurate, the branch leader would not die for a while. What? The branch leader of the ghost cult was shocked. He could feel that Yi Xian's cultivation was 2 levels lower than his, but Yi Xian could easily kill him. Where did this person come from? I'll give you 3 seconds. Yi Xian arrived in front of the branch leader, his voice cold. Half of the branch leader's body had been chopped off. If he wasn't treated as soon as possible, he would most likely die. Faced with the powerful Yi Xian, he hesitated for a moment before he slowly said, "My ghost cult, swish." Suddenly, another piercing sound rang out. Half of the branch leader's head was cut off, and he died instantly. Who? Yi Xian was shocked. He turned his head to look and saw a man wearing silver-white battle armor and a white cloak standing in the air. Damn the Nether sect! The armored man said coldly. Yi Xian subconsciously put away the branch leader's interspatial ring, then asked, "You don't seem to be from the Nether sect." "That's right, I'm not." The armored man nodded, "I'm the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City." "Then what do you want from killing my hostage?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "So what if I killed him? What can you do to me?" The armored man sneered. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then asked, "You're the one behind the Nether sect, right?" "Hee hee." The armored man laughed again and charged at Yi Xian. Just now, the Nether sect branch leader wanted to speak, but he was killed by the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City. Therefore, the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City must be hiding something. More importantly, why would he appear here so coincidentally? "I already have a clue. I'll kill you first." Yi Xian ignored everything and immediately burned his true qi to attack the armored man. Firmament Fissure. Berserk Dragon Fist. Boom. The armored man's will had reached 60%, which was 20% higher than Yi Xian's. His attack power was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. Their full-strength attacks were about the same. However, Yi Xian had an additional quasi-supreme divine weapon. This was because the other party knew that he could only use martial arts like fists and palm techniques to injure him. Boom. 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 The two men's true qi was quickly consumed. Yi Xian ran wildly on the ground, while the armored man burned his true qi to move around in the air. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Yi Xian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, had an amazing defense. Coupled with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he was an unkillable cockroach. Unless his opponent could shatter his heart or head with a single punch, he would never die. Unfortunately, his opponent was unable to do so. "If I kill him, I'll probably break through again." Yi Xian thought of his opponent's identity. In the next moment, he burned half of his true qi. Wolf Fang General's ultimate skill, Wolf Fang Charge. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed at the armored man. A giant wolf head condensed from true energy flew towards the armored man. The wolf head opened its mouth wide and bit down on the armored man in an instant. The armored man was shocked. He had heard of this move before. It was an extremely difficult martial art to deal with. However, Yi Xian's realm was too far apart. He could still break free. Explode. The silver-white armor on the man's body suddenly exploded. Countless fragments shot out, bursting open the giant wolf's head. An ordinary person would have been bitten in half by the giant wolf head. However, the armored man was able to defeat it. He was indeed strong. However, when he reacted, he realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. It turned out that Yi Xian had used the profound meaning of ground shrink to appear below the armored man. Then, he used the firmament splitter. The armored man's body was split in half by the firmament splitter. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when you're only at 60% of your body seal?" Yi Xian couldn't help but mock when he saw the two halves of the armored man's body falling from the sky. The trip to the general's tomb had greatly increased his strength. Even his confidence had increased by several folds. It was just a 4-level battle. It was easy. After the battle, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took his opponent's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The current Great Emperor's body seal is at 45%. His realm had indeed increased. At the same time, Yi Xian also received a large amount of luck from his opponent. It was at least 200,000 points. The Sixth Heaven Prison, Tianfeng City, was one of the 3 main cities. Although the armored man was the Vice City Lord, it was unlikely that he was the sect leader of the Nether Spirit sect. Therefore, there must be someone behind him. Yes, he is indeed the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City. He's even an earl. As expected, the Tianfeng City Lord is covering for the Nether Spirit sect and allowing them to do whatever they want in his territory. Chapter 759. Before heading to Heavenly Opulent City, Yi Xian had to deal with the Nether sect members that he had missed. Then, he left the mountain range and rushed to Heavenly Opulent City. At this moment, Yi Xian had a rough idea of the background of the Nether sect. He guessed that it was a high-ranking official in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. In fact, he did not want to provoke the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, but in order to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's last wish, he had no choice but to do so. He rushed at full speed and spent 2 days to reach Heavenly Opulent City. At the same time, he heard that the Heavenly Opulent City Lord was an expert who had sealed 65% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. The Vice City Lord had sealed 60% of his body with the Great Emperor's will, but he was killed by him. The City Lord was only one realm higher than him, so Yi Xian could kill him now. After all, he had also made a breakthrough. Since he wanted to make a scene, he would make it bigger. He first went in to exchange all his luck for heavenly treasures, then he prepared to start a massacre. Golden Dragon Patterned Armor. Yi Xian summoned the Golden Dragon Patterned Armor in a secluded place. The armor had a visor, so he could see others, but others could not see his face. City Lord Mansion. Yi Xian, who was wearing the golden armor, looked majestic as he charged toward the City Lord Mansion. His appearance attracted many people, but when they knew that Yi Xian was going to the City Lord Mansion, they were all shocked. Heavenly Opulent City was one of the 3 main cities of the 6th Heaven Prison. Those who dared to make a move here were simply courting death. You Nether sect members, come out and die. Yi Xian stood in front of the City Lord Mansion and shouted. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Wasn't the Nether sect wanted by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty? Why would they be in the City Lord Mansion? Not long after, a group of City Lord Mansion guards rushed out. When the leader saw Yi Xian, who was holding the Wolf Fang sword, he shouted, "How dare you make a fuss outside the City Lord Mansion? Take him down." In an instant, 10 half-step supreme beings charged toward Yi Xian. The lot of you might not be related to the Netherworld cult at all, but you can only blame yourselves for following the wrong person. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly drew his sword. Rip! 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 In the blink of an eye, all the guards were killed. Their interspatial rings flew to Yi Xian. This person really dares to attack. Run! The surrounding crowd panicked. They had not expected Yi Xian to actually dare to make a move here. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with them. He directly threw out a corpse from his yin and yang ring. It was the corpse of the Heavenly Abundant City's Vice City Lord. The onlookers who had fled to the distance were shocked. They recognized the Vice City Lord and were immediately frightened. How dare you? How dare he kill an official of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty? He must be a spy of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. Attack together. A group of experts rushed out from the City Lord Mansion. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was adjacent to many other sacred dynasties. Each of the heavenly prisons had a different target. The 10th heavenly prison was against the Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, while the 6th heavenly prison was against the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. Yi Xian looked at the dozen experts and smiled disdainfully. Among the dozen of them, none of them had reached 60% of their Great Emperor will. This was simply a gift for him. Round Sky Fisher. Die! Yi Xian turned into a god of slaughter. His methods were ruthless as he killed the experts one by one. This scene made the surrounding crowd feel as if the end of the world had arrived. Those powerful consecrators of the City Lord Mansion were actually unable to resist in front of this golden-armored man. Who was this person? Could it be that what the consecrator said was true? That Yi Xian was a spy of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty? Then, he used the Netherworld cult as an excuse to massacre the City Lord Mansion. However, none of the onlookers died. Therefore, they began to suspect that the City Lord Mansion was really colluding with the Netherworld cult. As for Yi Xian, he was an assassin sent by the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty to clean them up. At this moment, a few figures flashed out of the City Lord Mansion. The one leading them was a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. "Brat, how dare you be so presumptuous in my place?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. It was hard to imagine that he was the city lord of Tianfeng City. "You colluded with the Netherworld cult. Today, I'm here to take your head." Yi Xian replied coldly. "What a joke. I'm a count of the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty. How could I have anything to do with the Netherworld cult?" The middle-aged man's heart trembled as he hurriedly said, "No matter what you say, you must die today." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he attacked the middle-aged man. "How dare you? Kill him!" the middle-aged man shouted. He took out a huge golden blade and shattered Yi Xian's round sky fissure. Beside him, there were 6 experts with 50% to 60% of their great emperor will sealed. However, he did not recognize Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. Boom! Shockwaves rolled out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already let go of his hand. However, he did not kill the city lord of Tianfeng City for the time being. This was his next clue. The 6 peak consecrators of the city lord mansion attacked Yi Xian. They all had quasi-supreme divine weapons, but Yi Xian was too fast for them to catch up. Round sky fissure. Wolf Fang rush. Yi Xian showed no mercy. In less than 5 seconds, the 6 consecrators of the city lord mansion fell one after another. The middle-aged man was stunned. The 7 of them besieged Yi Xian, but they could only catch a glimpse of Yi Xian's afterimages. Even he could not catch up to Yi Xian. How were they going to fight? This person's movement technique is amazing. Let's go. The middle-aged man made a prompt decision and retreated into the city lord mansion. Yi Xian had already collected the 6 consecrators interspatial rings and charged into the city lord mansion. "City lord of Tianfeng City, if you don't have any life-saving methods, then please die." Yi Xian shouted and slashed his sword at the middle-aged man. "Humph, you are too naive. Blessing of fate." Suddenly, a golden token appeared in the city lord's left hand. In the next moment, his strength surged. "What?" Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He realized that the purple fate above the city lord's head had dimmed a little. This fate could be used in this way. His eyes narrowed as he realized that the token in the city lord's hand was an Earl token. Boom! With the blessing of the city lord's fate, the city lord blocked the sword. What kind of technique is this? It seems to be very powerful. Yi Xian was a little envious. He felt that the city lord's current strength was comparable to an expert who had sealed 70% of his emperor's will. "Brat, you forced me to consume my fate to kill you. This is your honor." The city lord of Tianfeng City shouted. Actually, he did not want to reveal this move. Furthermore, it was not easy to refine fate. Every bit that was consumed was still a bit. Therefore, this was his trump card. "Is that so?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Facing the city lord's sword, he could only slash out a spatial rend. Pang! The Wolf Fang sword had only been nurtured for a short period of time. Therefore, Yi Xian's move was defeated by the city lord. The city lord's slash flew over and landed on Yi Xian's body. Chapter 760. Kacha. Although there was a crisp sound, Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor wasn't damaged at all. Yi Xian was only injured from the impact and recovered in the blink of an eye. What? This is impossible. The celestial abundance city lord was shocked. His sword was so powerful, how could it not break through the opponent's armor? Quasi-paragon divine weapons were extremely tough, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty didn't have the technology to forge an armor that was as tough as a quasi-paragon divine weapon. After all, it was too big. The celestial abundance city lord stared at Yi Xian and looked at the patterns on Yi Xian's armor. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Dragon-patterned golden armor. It's actually the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor. At least you are knowledgeable." Humph, I would like to see how long your luck can last. Yi Xian coldly snorted, then charged over again. Damn it! Retreat! The Celestial Abundant City Lord knew how tough the dragon-patterned golden armor was. It was known as the toughest item under the Supreme Being realm. Ordinary slashes wouldn't be able to shatter it. Furthermore, the Celestial Abundant City Lord didn't know any fist-type martial arts and couldn't kill Yi Xian through the dragon-patterned golden armor. If this continued, he would definitely be the one to die. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian sprinted on the ground. His speed wasn't any slower than the Celestial Abundant City Lord. Yi Xian, who had an almost unlimited amount of qi, attacked the figure in the sky crazily. Firmament Fissure. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. His attack speed was very fast and accurate. The Celestial Abundant City Lord couldn't dodge and could only use his luck to defend. Purple, blue, cyan. In just a minute, the luck above the Celestial Abundant City Lord's head fell to cyan, and it was about to be used up. His luck was no ordinary luck. It had been refined, and only refined luck could be used to support him in battle. Ha, you seem to have used up all your trump cards. Die. Yi Xian laughed. He estimated that the other party could at most block 3 more attacks before his luck was depleted. Damn it. Bastard, don't force me. The City Lord of Heavenly Abundance City shouted. So what if I force you? Do you still have a trump card? Yi Xian sneered. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The Heavenly Abundant City Lord roared loudly. In fact, he didn't want the dragon-patterned golden armor. Once he got it, he would have to hand it over to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he wanted to kill Yi Xian, he would have to pay a heavy price. The Blessing of Providence was not his true trump card. After making up his mind, he took out a white stone and activated it with his true qi. Not long after, an illusory figure appeared beside him. It was an elder. Tianfeng, why did you call me? The old man said. Grandfather, save me. The Heavenly Opulent City Lord hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian paused in his steps. He did not understand how the old man had appeared. Did he run out from that stone? When the old man heard this, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian and said in shock, Dragon-patterned golden armor? Grandfather, this is the dragon-patterned golden armor. This guy wants to kill me with the defense of the dragon-patterned golden armor. My blessing of providence has been depleted. The Heavenly Abundant City Lord hurriedly said. Dragon-patterned golden armor. The old man's eyes flickered with greed. At the same time, Yi Xian looked at him with fear. He felt that the old man was not simple. The two of them looked at each other for a while and suddenly attacked. Firmament Fissure. Great Compassion Palm. Boom. Yi Xian's Firmament Fissure was instantly shattered by the old man's true qi hand. The true qi hand was extremely fast and directly covered Yi Xian's body. Pfft. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. The old man had severely injured him with a single palm strike. He couldn't fight against the old man. Although it's just an illusion, it's not something I can fight against. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately used the profound meaning of ground shrink and escaped into the ground. However, the old man could sense his aura. Kid, leave your life here. The old man crazily attacked in a direction while Yi Xian dodged in a very sorry state. Fortunately, the soil in the heavenly prison could cover most of the aura. The old man couldn't constantly detect Yi Xian. He escaped far away. Chase! The old man pointed in a direction and shouted. The Heavenly Abundant City Lord immediately gave chase. The old man's projection couldn't be too far away from the white ball in his hand, so he had to follow. At this moment, underground. Yi Xian spat out blood as he escaped. This old man is just a projection, but his strength is so strong. Fortunately, it's not his original body. Otherwise, I would be dead. He secretly rejoiced. At the same time, he understood that the projection had a time limit and couldn't last forever. As long as he hid for a while, the heavenly abundant city lord would definitely be killed by him. Grandfather, how long can your projection last? While chasing after Yi Xian, the heavenly abundant city lord couldn't help but ask. This is the life-saving talisman I gave you. It can last for 3 minutes. The old man replied. Then, if that person doesn't die in 3 minutes. The heavenly abundant city lord was shocked. I'm helping the 7th prince now and can't leave. However, I already have an expert on his way. The old man slowly said. Although the old man said so, the heavenly abundant city lord was still anxious. Could the expert arrive in time? If he couldn't, then his city lord's mansion would probably be destroyed. This kid killed the vice city lord and already knows about me. He definitely can't live. The heavenly abundant city lord continued. The old man slightly froze and nodded. Don't worry, I will kill him in 3 minutes. The two of them chased after Yi Xian while discussing. Yi Xian would occasionally be hit by the old man, but his injuries were quickly healed by the Tree of Life. As long as he didn't get hit twice, he wouldn't be in big trouble. Time passed bit by bit. The old man's pursuit made Yi Xian suffer. Yi Xian's face was solemn as he calculated the time in his heart. It was fine at first, but as time passed, he felt that the old man's attacks were weakening. At this moment, 2 minutes had already passed. There's only 1 minute left. I don't think we can kill him. Let's go in that direction. The old man said in a low voice with a look of pity. If he got the dragon-patterned golden armor, he would give it to his master, the 7th prince. At that time, the 7th prince's chances of winning the crown prince's position would increase by at least 30%. The crown prince would be the next emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, the princes of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty were fighting openly and secretly, forming many factions. Damn it! The heavenly abundant city lord cursed and then flew in the direction the old man pointed. The old man followed while attacking the ground under his feet to see if Yi Xian followed. The attacks are getting further and further away. Yi Xian, who was hiding underground, suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the old man had given up on chasing after him. Since that was the case, he would kill his way back. Chapter 761. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. As long as the old man's projection disappeared, he would be able to kill the celestial abundant city lord. The old man seemed to have noticed something and shouted, I am Xia Yunyi. Don't make a mistake. This sentence was obviously meant for Yi Xian. Who is Xia Yunyi? This was the first thought that came to Yi Xian's mind when he heard this. However, from the sound of it, he seemed to have a strong background. It was a pity that Yi Xian didn't fall for it. Old man, what do you think will happen if the emperor finds out that you are colluding with the Nether sect? Yi Xian suddenly left the underground and shouted. Boom! The old man quickly threw out a palm strike, but it didn't hit Yi Xian. Just now, Yi Xian was hit because he was careless. It wouldn't be so easy to hit him now. However, Yi Xian's words made the old man's heart tremble. The Nether sect was a wanted force. If it was known that they were colluding with the Nether sect, they would be executed along with their entire family. Brat, if you insist on courting death, then don't blame me. The old man's gaze turned colder. Old man, if you have the guts, kill me. Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. Boom! 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 The old man attacked again. Huge palm imprints came crashing down, but they all missed. Yi Xian had a quasi-supreme martial art movement technique. In addition to his various acceleration techniques, as long as he was careful, he would be able to dodge. Time slowly passed. Grandfather, when will the helpers arrive? The celestial abundant city lord asked as he helped. Soon, don't worry. The old man comforted, but his expression turned gloomier. If the helpers didn't arrive in time, then the one who would die would be his grandson. Old man, take this. Yi Xian felt that the old man's strength was getting weaker and weaker. After gathering his strength, he started to retaliate. However, the target of his attack was not the old man's projection, but the heavenly opulent city lord. Looking at Yi Xian's attack that was like a mad dog, the heavenly plentiful city lord found it extremely difficult to resist. He regretted using the luck that he had painstakingly condensed to attack Yi Xian instead of using it to block the attack. Otherwise, he would have been able to hold on a little longer. Boom! 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 The old man's attacks were getting weaker and weaker, but Yi Xian was still at his peak. Not good, my projection is about to disappear. The old man's face darkened. He calculated the time and realized that there were only 10 seconds left. If he wasn't able to kill Yi Xian in the remaining time, and if his expert didn't come, then the Sky Plentiful City Lord would be in danger. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. For people like Yi Xian, 1 second was actually very long. In 1 second, they could attack dozens of times and run tens of thousands of meters. However, Yi Xian's speed was astonishing, and the old man's strength had been reduced to the point where he could not threaten Yi Xian. This time, it was troublesome. Grandfather! The Sky Plentiful City Lord was about to cry. Coming, coming. The old man immediately comforted him. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Unfortunately, the old man's expert still hadn't arrived. Bastard, if you dare to touch him, Xia Yini will skin you alive. The old man roared towards the sky. I'm right here, come if you have the guts. Yi Xian replied loudly. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's silhouette gradually faded and disappeared without a trace. Grandfather! When the Sky Plentiful City Lord saw the old man disappear, he almost cried. Where was the promised expert? Yi Xian was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, and the martial arts he learned were of the saber type, so it was almost impossible to hurt Yi Xian. In addition, Yi Xian was faster than him, so he could only take a beating. Sky Plentiful City Lord, now, you don't have any helpers, right? Yi Xian smiled coldly. The Sky Plentiful City Lord's face was gloomy as he turned around and ran. He couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, but Yi Xian shouldn't be able to kill him so easily, so he still had some time. Want to leave? No way. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. Wolf Fang Rush was the Wolf Fang General's ultimate skill after all. It was powerful and fast, but most importantly, it had restrictions. With a stab from Yi Xian, a giant wolf head bit towards the Sky Plentiful City Lord. Explode for me. The Sky Plentiful City Lord slashed out with his saber, and the saber light clashed with the giant wolf head. However, he didn't notice that behind the giant wolf head, there was another giant wolf head. The giant wolf head opened its mouth and bit onto the Sky Plentiful City Lord's waist, biting onto his lower body. Not good. The Sky Plentiful City Lord looked at his fat stomach that was pierced by the wolf's teeth, and his face turned pale. The Wolf Fang Rush had a strong bite force, and at the same time, it could restrict the opponent's movement. Yi Xian didn't think of using this move to kill the Sky Plentiful City Lord. He immediately used the chi that he just recovered to execute a few more firmament fissure. The Sky Plentiful City Lord's cultivation realm was higher than the Vice City Lord, but if they were at the same level, the armored man was much stronger than him. The Sky Plentiful City Lord wasn't able to defeat this Wolf Fang Rush in one strike. As such, it was even more impossible for him to dodge Yi Xian's killing move. Swish! A series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, as though a malicious spirit was locking onto his soul. The Sky Plentiful City Lord was already in despair, and the muscles on his chubby face were trembling. My grandfather will not let you off. The Sky Plentiful City Lord roared towards the sky. SSS. A firmament fissure swept across his skull, slicing his brain open. Sky Plentiful City Lord, dead. How old are you? Still looking for your grandfather? Yi Xian was filled with disdain as he hurried over. Ding! Host broke through. The current emperor's intent seal is at 50%. The system notified. However, before Yi Xian could carefully inspect the items in the Sky Plentiful City Lord's universe ring, an extremely strong aura rapidly approached. Not good, retreat. Yi Xian hurriedly kept the Sky Plentiful City Lord's corpse and burrowed into the ground. Not long later, a person rushed over. Smelling the surrounding blood stench, he said with a horrified expression, "I'm still one step too late." After killing the Sky Plentiful City Lord, Yi Xian quickly left the scene. He didn't dare to go to the Sky Plentiful City because that old man, Xia Yunyi, seemed to have a powerful background. Fortunately, Yi Xian wore the dragon-patterned golden armor before going to the City Lord Manor. He even changed his voice, so even if he saw Xia Yunyi with his real face, the other party might not be able to recognize him. However, the Wolf Fang sword, dragon-patterned golden armor, firmament fissure, and Wolf Fang rush would all expose his identity. After leaving the battle site, Yi Xian kept the dragon-patterned golden armor and revealed his real body. He started to investigate the Sky Plentiful City Lord's universe ring. However, he didn't manage to find anything. Although the trail is broken, that Xia Yunyi is the Sky Plentiful City Lord's grandfather. Furthermore, he must be related to the Nether sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Since the other party dared to announce his name and wanted to force him to retreat, then he must be someone with a powerful background. As long as he casually asked around, he would be able to find out. Chapter 762. Immediately, Yi Xian returned to Heavenly Abundance City. At this moment, Heavenly Abundance City was in chaos because the City Lord had yet to return. The name Xia Yunyi had also spread to Heavenly Abundance City. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't be suspected when he asked about this name. He wouldn't know if he didn't ask around. Xia Yunyi was a favorite of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's 7th prince and helped him take care of many matters. Simply put, he was the 7th prince's butler. As for the 7th prince, he was one of the candidates for the position of crown prince in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. So his background is so big. Looks like things are getting tricky. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Heavenly Abundance City Lord colluded with the Nether sect and was responsible for handing over thousands of Nether lanterns to his grandfather every month. From the looks of it, it was likely that the 7th prince was behind the Nether Soul sect. Does the current emperor not know about it, or is he not going to expose it? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. The Nether sect was so rampant that it was impossible for the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor to not know. However, the crown prince would be appointed soon. Therefore, it was normal for the princes to play some tricks. I will do my best to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's wish. However, the other party's background is not small. I should break through first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew towards the blazing Sacred Dynasty's territory. Although he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, he had killed the Heavenly Abundance City Lord. The dragon-patterned golden armor would definitely be exposed. Therefore, he wouldn't take it out unless he had no other choice. If he wanted to fulfill the Wolf Fang general's wish, he would need to be powerful. At the very least, he had to be invincible in the half-step Supreme Being realm. Invincible in the Supreme Being realm was still too far away from him. However, the Heavenly Prison was a good place to train. He could even kill the Heavenly Prison's great leader. Who could stop him? After making the decision, Yi Xian flew into the blazing Sacred Dynasty's territory. This time, he was going to go all out. At the same time, in the distant Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital, the 7th Prince's palace. Your Highness, I have something to report. Xia Yunyi, who had almost slapped Yi Xian to death earlier, respectfully said from outside a palace. In the next moment, the palace door was opened. This palace was the palace of the 7th Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. What is it? A calm voice came from the palace. Xia Yunyi quickly walked in. The 7th Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was a young man about the same age as Yi Xian. He wore a long golden robe and wore a golden crown. He had the demeanor of a ruler. Beside him stood an enchanting woman in black. Your Highness, bad news. The ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang General's dragon-patterned golden armor has appeared. Xia Yuni immediately reported. What? The seventh prince's face stiffened. Before he could speak, the woman in black beside him exclaimed, Golden dragon-patterned armor? Xia Yuni glanced at the black-clothed woman and said with some resentment, Yes, my grandson was killed by this person wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. What is that person's strength? The seventh prince could not help but ask. The great emperor's will sealed 45% of his body and appeared in the sixth heaven prison. At that time, my supreme projection wasn't able to kill him. Xia Yuni replied. Only 45% of his body. The seventh prince and the black-clothed woman were shocked. This was a little unbelievable. After all, the Wolf Fang General was a half-step supreme being when he was alive. When he disappeared, it was said that he failed his tribulation and was killed by the supreme being tribulation. Why did he kill the heavenly abundant city lord? The seventh prince asked curiously. That person killed the heavenly abundant city lord and found evidence of the nether soul cult. Therefore, he followed the clues. Xia Yuni said slowly. The seventh prince's eyes widened and he said sternly, Does that mean he knows? Xia Yuni was scared half to death. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, please calm down. My grandson is very cautious. Normally, he wouldn't leave behind any evidence. What if there is? The seventh prince's eyes widened. Xia Yuni was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. I will go and investigate now. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The seventh prince looked at his back and muttered, The sixth heaven prison is my territory. Could he be one of the fourth prince's men? Your Highness, that person has only sealed 45% of his body with the great emperor's will. It's a waste to give him the dragon-patterned golden armor. He shouldn't be one of the fourth prince's men. The black-robed woman reminded. That's true. However, father favors the fourth prince. I'm afraid that the crown prince's trial this time. The seventh prince was worried. Your Highness, please don't worry. With the Nether Soul cult's help, the crown prince position will definitely be yours. The black-robed woman comforted. The seventh prince snorted, When will the Nether Soul guards you mentioned appear? Those who used secret techniques to increase their strength will have the Nether Soul tattoo. If it isn't removed, they will be hated by everyone. After a while, when the experts of my cult remove this side effect, the Nether Soul guards will be like ordinary people. Sunflame Holy Court, 6th Heaven Prison. At this time, 7 days had passed since Yi Xian killed the heavenly abundant city lord. In these 7 days, Yi Xian had been killing in the blazing flame Holy Court. He had once again increased his strength, and his great emperor's will had sealed 55% of his body. At the same time, the providence above his head had also increased to purple. Purple providence seems to be able to exchange for a marquis title directly. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. A marquis title was not low, as even the heavenly abundant city lord was only a marquis. However, it was a pity that he did not obtain the providence secret technique that the heavenly abundant city lord had used. He immediately went to another main city in the 6th heaven prison. After exchanging his purple providence for a marquis title, he left the 6th heaven prison. He first returned to the general's tomb to increase the strength of his doppelganger before heading to the imperial capital again. This time, he was going to infiltrate the enemy's territory to investigate. The imperial capital of every empire was very complicated. Moreover, the Nether Soul cult was related to the 7th prince of the Sunflame Holy Court. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. The size of the imperial capital was the largest he had ever seen. It was said that there were already tens of millions of people living in the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. After all, it was the place where the emperor of the Sunflame Holy Court and the nobles lived. Those who could live in the imperial capital were either rich or noble. Yi Xian walked through the gate and sighed inwardly at the power of the imperial capital of the Sunflame Holy Court. The two groups of soldiers guarding the gate had both sealed 60% of their bodies with Great Emperor's will. 60%. What did that mean? It was the same cultivation level as the deputy city lord of the heavenly abundant city that Yi Xian had killed. The sixth heaven prison is said to be the seventh prince's territory. However, it is only a middle-grade heaven prison. The seventh prince has a third heaven prison, which is filled with advanced half-step supremes. Yi Xian thought as he walked. Chapter 763. The reason why the heavenly prison was so popular was because one could use their luck to buy an official position and a noble title. Yi Xian's marquis title allowed him to receive more than 10,000 supreme pills every month. Moreover, there were various unimaginable benefits. Man, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke, these were the 5 noble ranks. Above Marquis was Duke. It was said that a Duke could receive 100,000 supreme pills every month. As long as one could obtain a Duke title, one would not have to worry about cultivation in the future. Those with these titles had to obey the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's orders when necessary. The Wolf Fang general was a prince of the ancient Sacred Dynasty when he was alive. He had both an official position and a Duke title. However, why is the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry so different from the legendary ones? I have to find ores and reforge them myself. Yi Xian was very puzzled. In the treasure pavilion, other than the natural treasures, there were also many mechanisms and other things. Among them, there was content to increase the strength of the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 10 deputy generals. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry were not the Wolf Fang generals, but a sample. However, he had obtained the most precious item, the dragon-patterned golden armor. This set of dragon-patterned golden armor was more valuable than anything else. It was a priceless treasure. Yi Xian arrived at the office of the nobility. "Sir, what can I do for you?" As soon as he entered, an attendant came up to him. Yi Xian did not waste time and took out the marquis token and the official document. He guessed that the sixth heavenly prison had already sent the news. He just needed to confirm the marquis token and his appearance. Soon, the person in the office confirmed Yi Xian's identity. "Marquis Zhao Pan, your identity has been confirmed. This is your marquis token." The attendant handed some things to Yi Xian. Only earls could settle down in the imperial capital. Yi Xian's marquis had even gifted him a huge mansion. "Thank you." Yi Xian thanked the attendant and prepared to leave. However, at this moment. "Little brother, wait a moment." Suddenly, someone walked over and called out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a white-haired elder. His cultivation level seemed to be higher than his. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Xian said calmly. "I am Shi Yang from the 6th Emperor's residence." "Little brother, are you interested in joining the 6th Emperor's residence?" "The 6th Emperor's residence?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The 6th Emperor's residence was the 6th prince's residence. In the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, all the princes who had reached the age of 18 had to move out of the palace and develop on their own. Only then could they compete for the position of crown prince. When Yi Xian was. The current emperor had more than 10 children, and the day of the crown prince was approaching, so the princes were eager to make a move and began to recruit soldiers. As for the 6th prince, he was the weakest of the 4. "Little brother, you're so young, but you've already sealed your body with the great emperor's will. You'll definitely become the 6th prince's right-hand man in the future," Shi Yang said. However, this was a little exaggerated. Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad, but he felt that Yi Xian would need at least 10 years to grow. But the crown prince would probably have ascended the throne in 10 years. He was only following the 6th prince's instructions. He would not reject anyone he saw. Yi Xian naturally did not believe Shi Yang's nonsense. However, he glanced around and saw that there were many people around. They were probably waiting here on behalf of the other imperial palaces. "My actual combat strength is not that bad. However, they are recruiting based on cultivation level. Now that the day of the Crown Prince competition is approaching, they should be hoping to recruit someone with a higher cultivation level. That will be useful. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Since the other imperial palaces looked down on him and only the 6th emperor's residence sent him an invitation, he might as well accept it. Joining the imperial palaces would definitely be beneficial. He could also find out a lot of information. I'll join. Yi Xian nodded. Alright, please follow me. Shi Yang did not feel happy about Yi Xian's agreement. He immediately led Yi Xian away. The other imperial palace's representatives sighed inwardly. It seemed that the 6th emperor's residence was planning to withdraw from the Crown Prince competition. Otherwise, why would they accept someone with only 55% great emperor's will? One had to know that they only accepted dukes. Marquises were rare. Normally, a duke-level expert would have at least 70% great emperor's will sealed within their body. That was the requirement. Yi Xian glanced at the others and silently followed. He did not know if the 7th emperor's residence was among those who did not go forward. However, that was not important. Senior Shi, are we going to see the 6th prince now? Yi Xian could not help but ask along the way. No, the 6th prince is busy. I'll take you to see the steward now. Shi Yang shook his head. The steward. That Xia Yuni seemed to be the 7th prince's steward. Then what benefits do I get from joining the 6th emperor's residence? Yi Xian asked. Every month, you can receive some cultivation resources and some cultivation rooms in the 6th emperor's residence. Shi Yang replied. Yi Xian did not care about these things. After all, his cultivation realm was not high, so he probably did not receive many things. The Crown Prince competition is about to start. The 6th prince probably has no time to care about me. Yi Xian thought to himself. He joined the 6th emperor's residence on a whim. He wanted to find a background for himself so that it would be more convenient for him to investigate the ghost cult. Soon, Shi Yang brought Yi Xian to the 6th emperor's residence and handed him over to the steward. The 6th emperor's steward's strength was unfathomable. He was probably not any weaker than Xia Yuni. However, he did not have much interest in Yi Xian. He directly assigned a residence to Yi Xian. Kid, in 3 days' time, the 6th prince will select the remaining 5 spots for the Crown Prince competition. You can come and take a look. The 6th emperor's steward said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his brows after hearing this. He had a bit of an understanding of the Crown Prince's trial. Many princes would participate in the Crown Prince competition this time. The winner would become the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty's Crown Prince. Among them, each prince could choose 10 members to assist the prince. Those 5 spots should have been decided internally. The remaining 5 spots will be obtained through battles. Yi Xian guessed. If that was the case, he could go and take a look. If it was possible, he would go and show his strength. After all, he was not weak. The 1st prince, the 4th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince were the best of the best. They were the 4 most likely to become the Crown Prince. Chapter 764. After making his decision, Yi Xian returned to his residence in the 6th emperor's residence. Currently, he was at 55% of the great emperor's will seal, which was relatively weak. However, as long as he broke through a few more times, he would be able to activate the 2nd bloodline expansion window. The 1st bloodline expansion window was for the auxiliary bloodline, while the 2nd was for the physique bloodline. Yi Xian had already chosen the 2nd physique bloodline. It was a growth-type physique bloodline, which was very good. This physique bloodline was called the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline. As long as he obtained a specific item, he would be able to activate the Heavenly Eye. The Eye of Insight, which had a photographic memory and could see through the essence of everything, the Eye of Illusion, which could cast illusions, the Eye of Control, which could control enemies, the Eye of Nirvana, which had an extremely strong offensive power, and the Eye of Eternity, which could turn vital points into eyes, as long as he obtained a specific item, he would be able to activate the heavenly eye. In addition, there was the eye of perception, eye of void, eye of glory, etc. The reason why Yi Xian did not choose the heavenly eye clan bloodline directly was because the item required was too precious. Furthermore, the price of this bloodline was much higher than the beast god bloodline. At this moment, Yi Xian had already formulated a plan in his heart. He would obtain a spot for the Crown Prince trial, activate the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, and help the sixth prince obtain the position of Crown Prince. 3 days passed quickly. When the 4th day arrived, Yi Xian left early because the sixth prince needed to select 5 people to participate in the Crown Prince trial with him. At this moment, hundreds of experts had already gathered in the martial arts field of the sixth emperor's residence. These people were all experts that the sixth prince had recruited. The weakest of them had at least 60% of the great emperor's will seal, while the stronger ones had already sealed 70 to 80%. Yi Xian went in and looked around. He saw that the sixth emperor's residence's general manager had already arrived, and beside him stood a young man wearing a golden dragon robe. This young man was quite handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and a slender figure. He faintly exuded the aura of a superior person. He must be the sixth prince. The martial arts field was noisy, and many people were discussing the others. This time, hundreds of people had come to compete for 5 spots. The competition was not ordinary. When the time came, the chief steward beside the sixth prince stepped forward. In an instant, the entire martial arts field fell silent. Everyone, the sixth prince is still short of 5 people. These 5 people will be chosen today. This time, the Crown Prince trial is of great importance. If we can assist the sixth prince to ascend to the position of Crown Prince, then everyone present will be heavily rewarded. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace said loudly. Everyone present listened attentively. They all knew the sixth prince's character, which was why they all came to seek refuge with him. However, if he wanted to win against more than 10 princes, there were still a few hurdles to cross. It was not that easy. This old man will not waste any more words. I have a list here, and there are 5 of the sixth prince's personal guards. As long as you can defeat one of them, you can get a spot. Of course, even if you are not strong enough, as long as you are chosen by the sixth prince, it is still possible. After all, this trial is for people who are both intelligent and courageous, not boorish. After the head steward of the sixth prince's palace said loudly, 5 burly men walked up to the martial arts field. These 5 burly men had strong backs and bare waists, and their faces were resolute. They were the sixth prince's personal guards, and their great emperor's will had reached 70%. After seeing these 5 people, most of the people present gave up on the idea. Those who had less than 70% of their great emperors will sealed in the martial arts field were simply courting death. The 100 people were instantly reduced to a dozen. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace reminded them. Who will go first? Me. As soon as the head steward of the sixth prince's palace finished speaking, a person took out a huge blade and walked out of the crowd. Immediately, someone recognized him. This is the wild blade warrior, Cao Bao, who came to seek refuge with the sixth prince yesterday. He has reached 80% of his great emperor's will. Among those present, his realm is the highest. Wild blade warrior, Cao Bao. I heard that he is very famous in the third heaven prison. It won't be a problem for him to get one of the spots. Wild blade warrior Cao Bao walked out and pointed casually, it's you. The personal guard who had been named walked out with a resolute expression on his face. The personal guards of the sixth prince were actually suicide soldiers. As long as the sixth prince gave the order, they would immediately commit suicide without any hesitation, let alone facing an opponent 2 realms higher than them. Let's begin. The head steward of the sixth prince's palace said. Although Cao Bao's realm was high, they still had to go through the formalities. I don't need to use a blade to deal with you. Cao Bao said as he put away the huge blade in his hand and threw out a punch. That personal guard also ignited his true chi and went up to meet the attack. Bang! Although there was a difference of 2 realms between them, the personal guards still managed to take Qiao Bao's punch. The personal guards of the 6th prince are indeed extraordinary. Qiao Bao's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a burst of qi suddenly blasted out from his fist, directly sending his opponent flying. Everyone present was shocked. Qiao Bao clearly did not throw out a punch, so how could his opponent be sent flying? This move is a bit like my tiger wolf roar. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The tiger wolf roar had been outdated for a long time. Yi Xian was not even at the true darkness realm, but this kind of sinister fist technique was very useful. It was a pity that he did not have the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline and did not have the insightful eye. Otherwise, he could see the true qi in his opponent's body and copy this martial art into the engulfing system. Good, Qiao Bao will take 1 spot. The head steward of the 6th prince's palace nodded. Qiao Bao's realm was high, so it was not a problem for him to take 1 spot. Now, there were only 4 spots left. Among the consecrators present, other than Qiao Bao who had 80% of his strength, the highest was 75%. These people were restless. After Qiao Bao stepped down, someone immediately jumped up. 75% against 70%. Boom! 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 Soon, the martial arts field rumbled. The consecrator who had 75% of his strength actually fought to a draw with the personal guard who had 75% of his strength sealed by the great emperor's will. As expected of the personal guards of the 6th prince, they actually dared to challenge someone of a higher realm. Of course, how can they protect the 6th prince if they are not capable? Oh, it seems like he is going to lose. Everyone began to focus their attention. At this moment, one of the 2 people in the field was already at a disadvantage and looked like he was going to lose. However, what was surprising was that this person was not a member of the personal guard, but the challenger. Boom! With a muffled sound, the consecrator who had 75% of his strength sealed by the great emperor's will was sent out of the martial arts field. He succeeded in challenging someone of a higher realm. Chapter 765. That consecrator's face was gloomy. He did not expect that he would not be able to get a spot despite suppressing his opponent. What a pity. At this moment, there were still 4 spots left. Next, more and more people went up to the arena. However, most of them were at 75% to 70%. After 8 rounds, only 3 people succeeded. Now, there was only 1 spot left. It's time to go up. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he jumped onto the arena. However, after he landed, another person landed. It was a middle-aged man. Kid, this is not a place for you to come up. Get out. This middle-aged man was very arrogant because he could feel that Yi Xian's aura was not strong. He estimated that it was not even 60%. How dare he challenge someone at such a level? He was courting death. Everything is first come, first served. Please wait for me to finish my challenge. Yi Xian smiled faintly and walked forward. What an arrogant kid. Sir, this kid is disrupting the order. I'll help you send him flying. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and directly charged towards Yi Xian. Facing the sneak attack, Yi Xian took out his spiritual sword and attacked as fast as lightning. Bang! The sword light hit the middle-aged man's chest and sent him flying. Hiss! Many of the people present sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Yi Xian would be sent flying with a single punch. Unexpectedly, that middle-aged man was a paper tiger and could not withstand a single blow. No, it was not that he could not withstand a single blow, but Yi Xian's strength was shocking. In the imperial capital, you can't judge a book by its cover. The other princes also have young powerhouses under their command, some people thought to themselves. This attack left a very deep impression on the surrounding people because if this sword had landed on them, it would have been enough to kill them instantly. Oh! The 6th prince, who had not said a word from the beginning, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Even he did not expect Yi Xian to have such strength. It was really rare. Director Zhua, Who is this person? The sixth prince could not help but ask. This. The chief steward of the sixth emperor's mansion glanced at Yi Xian. He thought for a while and said, "It seems that Shi Yang brought him back 3 days ago. He is a talent that can be molded. I wonder if he can get the 10th spot." The sixth prince smiled. There were many opportunities in the crown prince trial. Not only did he want people who were both intelligent and courageous, he also wanted people with potential. For example, Yi Xian was a genius who could challenge people 3 levels above him. If Yi Xian were to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the crown prince trial, then his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he could become one of the most capable generals under his command. After the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian, his expression turned ugly. He disappeared into the crowd, not daring to say another word. "Young man, this is the last spot. You must make good use of it," the chief steward of the sixth emperor's palace said. "I will." Yi Xian nodded. There was only one target left on the training field, so Yi Xian had no other choice. When the last guard saw Yi Xian take out his weapon and send a middle-aged man of the same level flying, he did not dare to be careless. He also took out a quasi-supreme divine weapon. "The last spot is mine." Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. Although his cultivation level was 3 levels lower, he had various bloodlines in his body. Most importantly, if he burst out at full speed, his opponent would not be able to keep up with his speed. Pa! 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 Yi Xian's feet alternated rapidly on the training field. His speed was so fast that it shocked everyone present. So fast. This kid's future is limitless. The sixth prince was shocked. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Even if Yi Xian was defeated, he would give the last spot to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not need it. Pang! The battle had only started for 2 seconds when a figure flew out of the arena. The one who was still standing on the arena was Yi Xian. Yi Xian, victory! Good, the 10th spot has been confirmed. The sixth prince's residence's manager reacted and shouted loudly. Yi Xian's strength was enough to defeat an opponent 3 levels higher in 2 seconds. Moreover, the opponent was the sixth prince's personal guard. After defeating the opponent, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Obtaining a spot to enter the crown prince trial was only the first step of his plan. "Alright, everyone disperse. 5 of you stay," the sixth prince's manager said. Hundreds of people left the training field helplessly. It was not that they did not want to help the sixth prince, but they did not have the strength. Soon, there were less than 10 people left in the training field. In 7 days, it will be the crown prince trial. I'm sure you all know how important it is. In the next 7 days, if you need anything, feel free to look for me. After the sixth prince's manager finished speaking, he took out a few interspatial rings and handed them to Yi Xian and the other 4. The interspatial rings contain some information about the crown prince trial, as well as the draconic fate of the universe. You should have heard of the draconic fate of the universe. After mastering it, you can use the stored draconic fate to increase your battle strength. Yi Xian took the interspatial rings. Previously, when he killed the Celestial Abundant City's city lord, he did not obtain the method to enhance his draconic fate. However, this draconic fate of the universe was obviously more powerful than the draconic fate of the universe. The Crown Prince trial is divided into 3 sections. The first section is the draconic fate battle. Every prince's 10 subordinates will hold the prince token and enter a secret realm. The final section will be ranked according to the total draconic fate. Yi Xian gave a rough glance. In the first 2 sections of the Crown Prince trial, the princes would not participate in it personally. They would only participate in the final section. In the remaining 7 days, if your cultivation base improves, it will be of great help to the 6th prince. If you need anything, you can write it down for me now. As long as it's reasonable, I will try my best to satisfy you, said the manager of the 6th prince's residence. Qiao Bao and the rest's eyes lit up. They immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote down what they needed for their cultivation. Yi Xian did the same. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that the second bloodline expansion slot is about to be exchanged, the Heavenly Eye clan's heaven and earth treasure that they need is not available in the sixth heaven prison. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and started to write down what he needed. Qiao Bao was the first to finish writing and handed it in. Yes, I can get all the things you need, the manager of the sixth prince's residence nodded. The other three also demanded an exorbitant price. However, the things they needed were very precious to them, but to the sixth prince, it was just a drop in the ocean. In the end, when Yi Xian handed the list to the manager of the sixth prince's residence, the latter could not help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 766. Young man, I've only heard of one of the things you wrote. The head steward of the sixth emperor's mansion was a bit surprised. With his experience, he actually only recognized one type. He even started to wonder if Yi Xian had written it randomly. The sixth prince walked over and glanced at it. There are only 2 or 3 of these things in our national treasury. The sixth prince was shocked. He didn't know how Yi Xian knew the names of these things. However, he did have one in his interspatial ring. Although I don't know why you want these things, I think you're very special. This cave spirit fruit is useless to me, so you can have it. In addition, Chief Steward Zhua, give him another 1,000,000 supreme pills. He must seal 60% of the great emperor's will before the crown prince trial. The sixth prince generously tossed Yi Xian a sparkling and translucent fruit. The cave spirit fruit was a necessity for the Heavenly Eye clan to open a heavenly eye. This heavenly eye was called the Eye of Revelation. It allowed the host to have a photographic memory and see through the essence of everything. If combined with the devouring system, Yi Xian could copy the opponent's martial arts and cultivate it. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian said gratefully. A duke could earn 100,000 supreme venerable pills a month, and 1,000,000 supreme venerable pills would take 10 months to earn. 1,000,000 supreme pills was enough for a person to reach 70% body seal. However, for Yi Xian, he could only reach 60% body seal at most. Alright, you can go back first. I'll get someone to deliver the things to you one by one, the chief steward said. Then, Yi Xian and the other 4 left. After they left, only the chief steward and the sixth prince were left in the martial arts arena. Chief Steward Zhua, what do you think? The sixth prince suddenly asked. The chief steward hesitated for a moment, then said, Qiao Bao's strength is close to the 5 chosen by Your Highness. However, Yi Xian's talent is quite good. If he gets the inheritance, he might not be weaker than the others. I hope he can make a difference and be a great help to me in the future. However, the other 3 princes' teams are much stronger than mine. The sixth prince sighed helplessly. In fact, he was not confident either. After all, he was the weakest of the 4 princes. After leaving the training field, Yi Xian returned to his own courtyard. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 60%. When Yi Xian stepped into the courtyard, he swallowed the 1,000,000 supreme pills and broke through. I've finally broken through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The royal family was indeed powerful. Although the princes had left the palace to develop on their own, they were still not comparable to ordinary people. Just now, when Yi Xian was there, he discovered that the chief steward of the 6th imperial residence was probably not lower than that Qiao Bao. Yi Xian understood that the 6th prince was probably the one who was hiding his strength. He was probably the strongest person present at that time. However, the most important part was yet to come. Ding! Host has successfully assimilated the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. Ding! Eye of Revelation has been successfully activated. 2 notifications rang out. Yi Xian opened the Eye of Revelation with the cave spirit fruit that the 6th prince had given him. The Eye of Revelation increases the range of vision and allows me to see through all illusions. Most importantly, when combined with the devouring system, I can directly copy the enemy's martial arts. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If he could defeat him with the enemy's martial arts, it would be a wonderful feeling. He took out a mirror and looked at it. He found that there was no change in his eyes. However, with a thought, the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, he had the ability to see through things. He could see through the house and see what was going on in the courtyard. In the courtyard next door, a consecrated was practicing martial arts. Yi Xian stared at him and saw the path of the vital energy in his body. Ding! Copy of the Absolute Void Palm successfully. Do you want to learn it? The system prompted. No. Yi Xian was shocked. As long as he stared at it once, he would be able to directly learn it. This skill was simply too amazing. Of course, he had to look at it completely. Using the Eye of Revelation requires eye power. It seems that the bloodline of the divine tree of life can't recover it quickly. This is a tragedy. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. If he couldn't recover his eye power quickly, it meant that he had to use it carefully. If he overused it, his eyes would be so tired that he couldn't open them. However, he couldn't care less because the bloodline had already been merged. He couldn't exchange for another bloodline. Ding! The host has learned the Heavenly Dragon Blessing. Yi Xian learned the Heavenly Dragon Blessing given by the sixth prince's residence. This martial art could use the luck stored in some items. Previously, when the Tianfeng City Lord was in the Heaven's Prison, he had the luck above his head. However, when he was outside, he had to store it in something. For example, the prince's token that one would obtain during the Crown Prince trial. Of course, the royal family could seal the dragon blessing in their body and use it when necessary. Then, Yi Xian began to understand the content of the Crown Prince trial. The first two stages of the Crown Prince trial are completed by the 10 subordinates. During the trial, they are allowed to kill and steal the dragon blessing. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Yi Xian took some time to visit the martial arts pavilion in the sixth prince's residence. He copied all the martial arts in there into the devouring system. This time, he couldn't use the firmament splitter, wolf tooth rush, wolf tooth sword, and dragon-marked golden armor. Otherwise, he would be recognized. The first 3 were fine, but once the dragon-marked golden armor was exposed, he would be in danger. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The dragon-marked golden armor could withstand 20% of the lightning tribulation's power. Those half-supremes coveted it. Unless it was a critical moment, he wouldn't reveal it. 7 days later, the sixth prince sent someone to summon Yi Xian. Today, they had to go to the royal palace to participate in the Crown Prince trial. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw the 5 people that the sixth prince had selected. These 5 people were not ordinary people. Among the 5 people, there was Chief Steward Zhuo from the sixth prince's residence. The other 4 were Gu Jian, Poison Matriarch, and the sixth prince's personal guard, Yang Qi. This was the first group. The second group was led by Chao Bao and Yi Xian's group. So strong. Their auras aren't any weaker than Chief Steward Zhuo's. When Yi Xian saw these 5 people, he was also extremely shocked. This was because his cultivation level was truly too lacking compared to these 5 people. When the 5 people saw Yi Xian's group, they only glanced at them. Among them, Gu Jian couldn't help but ask, Chief Steward Zhuo, why is there a 60% physique sealing expert? Ha, this kid's strength is not bad. He can challenge someone 3 levels higher. Chief Steward Zhuo said with a smile. At the same time, he thought that Yi Xian didn't disappoint. He broke through to 60% physique sealing expert in 7 days. Chapter 767. Oh. Gu Jian glanced at Yi Xian before retracting his gaze. He had seen many geniuses like him, but many of them had died prematurely. Soon, the sixth prince arrived. At the same time, a golden-winged roc landed. Everyone, follow me into the palace. The sixth prince stood on the back of the golden-winged rock and said to the 10 people below. Yi Xian and the others flew up. The crown prince trial was finally about to begin. The sixth prince's residence was near the imperial city, so the golden-winged rock arrived quickly. When they arrived, there were already more than 100 people below. In addition, there was a group of officials from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty on the stairs, but the emperor was nowhere to be seen. There are so many experts. A man beside Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim. With so many experts gathered together, the aura was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. These experts were actually not too bad. After all, there were true supreme being experts in the palace. Oh, the sixth prince is here. When the sixth prince landed with Yi Xian and the others, a young man in golden clothes walked over. He was the fourth prince. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were more than 3,000 beauties in the harem of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Hence, it wasn't difficult to have more than 10 princes. Although the fourth prince was the sixth prince's brother, their mothers were not the same person. Fourth brother. The sixth prince hurriedly greeted. The fourth prince glanced at the 10 people behind the sixth prince and whispered, "Sixth brother, these people don't seem to be much. Why don't you lend me a hand?" Chief Steward Zhuo's group of 6 was alright, but Yi Xian's group of 4 wasn't enough. This was because the weakest person in the fourth prince's group was at physique seal 80%. Fourth brother, you really know how to joke, the sixth prince said with a smile. In other words, he was telling the sixth prince to stop dreaming. The eldest prince, the fourth prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh prince were the most likely to become the crown prince. Among them, the first prince was the most mysterious. The fourth prince and the seventh prince had a lot of conflicts in private. The sixth prince remained neutral, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't compete. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, the crown prince trial isn't just about strength, luck is also very important. A hearty laugh came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw another young man walking over. Seventh brother, your fourth brother's luck is pretty good. The fourth prince said with a smile, but his eyes flashed a few times. That was because many of the experts under his command had been secretly dealt with by the seventh prince. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze also fell on the seventh prince. The grandfather of the heavenly plentiful city's city lord, Xia Yunyi, was the chief steward of the seventh emperor's residence. The memory of how Yi Xian was beaten to a pulp was still fresh in his mind. This grudge must be avenged. As expected, Yi Xian saw Xia Yunyi through the seventh prince's silhouette, causing his heart to tremble. Although he had changed his voice because he wore the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was still afraid that the other party would recognize him. The 3 princes seemed to be chatting on the surface, but in fact, there was a surging undercurrent. They were all hiding daggers in their smiles. The fourth prince and the seventh prince were mocking each other, while the sixth prince was watching from the side with a smile. There were many princes around, but they weren't very powerful. Some of them were just here to join in the fun and steal some draconic luck, while others wanted to join in. If they were lucky, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become the crown prince. However, the mysterious first prince didn't appear. Not long after, everyone arrived one after another. There were a total of 17 princes, and all of them were present. 17 princes meant that there were a total of 170 people. However, it was difficult for a prince to recruit an 80% physique seal expert, so they could only rely on their luck and see if they could have a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. Everyone waited for a while, then a person flew into the sky. Silence. A voice that sounded like a duck's throat entered everyone's ears, and everyone fell silent. Its father's favorite, Eunuch Wu. The princes recognized him at a glance. Eunuch Wu was the one who took care of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor when he was young. Many princes were not as important as Eunuch Wu in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's heart. Princes, please keep your prince seals and prince badges. Eunuch Wu waved his hand, and 17 square prince seals and interspatial rings slowly flew into the prince's hands. The sixth prince caught the prince seal and glanced at it. There was a 6 written on it. Then, he sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring, took out 10 prince badges, and distributed them to the 10 princes of Yi Xian. Each prince seal is connected to the 10 prince badges. At this time, the 10 prince badges don't have any draconic luck, and the prince seal's draconic luck is equivalent to the sum of the 10 prince badges. Drip your blood to bind it to you immediately. If the prince badges are destroyed in the secret realm, you will be teleported out immediately. At that time, there will be experts who will treat your injuries. Eunuch Wu said. Everyone present understood this. The purpose of the Crown Prince trial was to obtain draconic luck and obtain a ranking in the end. Immediately, everyone bound their prince badges to them. Then, they realized that they couldn't keep their prince badges in their interspatial rings. They could only carry them with them. In the first stage of the Crown Prince trial, the Battle of Draconic Luck, there will be a lot of inheritances and draconic luck. You can also snatch the prince badges of others. After Eunuch Wu finished speaking, he stepped aside. The door of the palace behind him slowly opened. The entrance to the secret realm appeared. This is the secret realm of the Sunflame Imperial family. There are many inheritances and opportunities inside. Once you enter, you will be teleported to various places. You must be careful. When necessary, you can use your draconic luck, the sixth prince said softly. The 10 princes of Yi Xian nodded silently. All the princes gave out their respective tasks. At this time, Eunuch Wu added, the Battle of Draconic Luck this time will be semi-closed. Only the scene of the inheritance land will be seen. Also, no killing is allowed. Those who kill on purpose will be eliminated and their draconic luck will be cleared. Although only the scene of the inheritance land would be seen, this didn't mean anything. Since Eunuch Wu said that killing was not allowed, the imperial family must have a way to see what was happening inside the secret realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to show his skills in this stage. However, he caught a key point in Eunuch Wu's words. Those who killed on purpose would be eliminated. However, it was inevitable that there would be casualties in a battle between two people. Hence, the rule should be that torture was not allowed. The Battle of Draconic Luck will last for 3 days. After 3 days, all of you will be teleported out. Alright, the first prince's team can enter now. Eunuch Wu suddenly turned his head and looked at the 11 people in the corner. The first prince was very cold. He was probably around 35 years old. He stood there and watched as his team of 10 entered the secret realm. Next was the second prince's team, followed by the third prince's team. Chapter 768. Remember, it's important to stay alive. The sixth prince reminded Yi Xian and the others when they entered the secret realm. Although they were not allowed to kill, there might be dangers in the land of inheritance. Moreover, if they were seriously injured, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian and the others entered the secret realm with all their might. In the next moment, Yi Xian found that the people who entered the secret realm in front of him had disappeared, and he appeared in a forest. Beside him was a stone tablet with 17 rankings on it. They were the 17 princes who were ranked according to order. At this moment, Yi Xian tried to control his qi to fly. Sure enough, as he'd expected, he couldn't use qi to fly, and he couldn't shrink the ground into an inch. However, this secret realm was still his home ground. Then, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. Although there were a lot of trees around, the Eye of Revelation could see through them directly. Coincidentally, Yi Xian saw a person. However, Yi Xian saw the environment in his body instead of his face, so Yi Xian did not know who this person was. He doesn't look strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly flew over. Although the Battle of Dragon Luck had just begun, it was better for him to reduce the number of people. The middle-aged man who was targeted did not notice Yi Xian and was about to move in a random direction, hoping to find an inheritance. However, at this moment, swoosh! The middle-aged man trembled when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and saw a cold light coming toward him. Bang! The middle-aged man blocked with his long sword, but the powerful impact directly sent him flying. Then, a black shadow attacked and directly cut off his left arm. The interspatial ring instantly fell into the black shadow's hand. What? The middle-aged man just realized that the black shadow had crushed the prince's token. In the next moment, he and his severed arm were directly teleported out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, there were other princes' teams entering the secret realm one by one. However, at this moment, a person suddenly teleported out, which gave them a shock. What? Someone was teleported out so quickly. Everyone was shocked. Not all of the 17 princes had entered, but someone had already been eliminated. This speed was too fast. At this time, the 5th prince rushed over and asked in shock, Wu Tongfang, who did this? The middle-aged man resisted the pain and shook his head. I didn't see clearly. He was very fast, but he was only at 60% body seal. How was it possible to send a person with 70% body seal out of the mystic realm in an instant? When the 6th prince heard this, his expression also changed. Wasn't Yi Xian and his team at physique seal 60%? Among all the princes present, he was probably the only one who had reached 60% body seal. Therefore, the 6th prince guessed that the person who had sent this middle-aged man out was Yi Xian. Good boy, swift and decisive, one less opponent. The 6th prince's face was full of smiles. However, the 7th prince and the 4th prince were also shocked. This was because they also knew that the 6th prince had a 60% body seal kid in his team. I thought the 6th prince was crazy, but it turns out that he was hiding his strength. The 4th prince thought to himself. In the secret realm. After Yi Xian crushed the other party's prince's token, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He didn't expect to gain so much from the battle of draconic luck. There were quite a lot of things in this ring. The Eye of Revelation is really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find him. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He didn't know if he would be able to find the necessary items to open the Eye of Heaven in this secret realm. He randomly chose a direction and moved forward. From time to time, he would scan the surroundings with the Eye of Revelation to see if there were any places of inheritance. Roar! A few minutes after Yi Xian advanced, a loud roar suddenly entered his ears. He immediately used his Eye of Insight to scan the area and discovered a huge figure. It's not a human. It seems to be a quasi-supreme saint beast. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The corpse of a quasi-supreme saint beast was quite precious. Hence, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he realized that the quasi-supreme saint beast was a golden bear. With Yi Xian's current realm, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced an 80% body seal expert, let alone a quasi-supreme saint beast. He held the spiritual rhino sword in his hand and slashed out, directly killing this quasi-supreme sacred beast. However, when he was about to devour the corpse, he realized that there was a wave of energy spreading out from the corpse. This is draconic luck. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He quickly took out the prince token. As expected, the strange energy was draconic luck. Yi Xian used the prince token to absorb all the draconic luck. So, killing monsters also gives me draconic luck. Yi Xian was very satisfied. After all, he had learned the draconic luck and could use the draconic luck to increase his combat strength. When Yi Xian finished absorbing the draconic luck, the ranking of the 17 princes changed. The 6th prince was currently in first place. At this time, outside the secret realm, the 17 princes had already entered a palace. Together with them were the civil and military officials of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. The 6th prince's subordinate is the first to break the ranking. He's in first place. Impressive, impressive. I reckon that one of his subordinates must have killed a quasi-supreme holy beast. Everyone's perception is lowered in the secret realm. Moreover, the secret realm is terrifyingly big. It's not easy to kill a quasi-supreme saint beast. He's only in first place temporarily. We still have to see how he performs later. Indeed, the ranking at the beginning was useless. One might not be able to laugh all the way to the end. At this time, the 17 prince's subordinates had all entered the secret realm. There were a total of 170 people. No, there were only 169 people left. One of them was unlucky. Yi Xian teleported near him. Then, Yi Xian kicked him out of the secret realm. In the secret realm, Yi Xian had been running for more than 10 minutes. Along the way, he didn't encounter anything special. However, at the 13th minute after he entered the secret realm, It's so hot. Yi Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped. He felt the problem around him suddenly increase. He immediately used his eye of insight and discovered that there was something strange in front of him. My perception is much weaker in this secret realm. Fortunately, I have the eye of revelation, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. At the same time, he guessed that the strange thing in front of him might be a land of inheritance. He quickly rushed over. When he arrived, he found that the strange thing was the so-called Dragon Luck Pillar. The Dragon Luck Pillar contained a large amount of draconic luck. However, what caught Yi Xian's attention wasn't the Dragon Luck Pillar, but the thing in the large pool beside it. Chapter 769. Yi Xian used the Eye of Insight to look again and discovered that there was a universe ring at the bottom of the blazing magma. He didn't care too much and took out the Prince token to absorb the draconic luck on the Dragon Luck Pillar. Then, he walked to the side of the boiling pool and put his hand in. Hot! That was Yi Xian's first reaction. When he pulled his hand out, he found that his skin was red. If he soaked in the lava for a while longer, his skin and flesh would melt. Perhaps, not even his bones would be left. Such a high temperature. My realm is not high enough, so I'm afraid I can't withstand it. If it's the dragon-patterned golden armor, I can, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this was the secret realm of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If the dragon-patterned golden armor appeared, he would be in trouble if someone saw it. Therefore, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to give up. However, he only gave up half of it. There might be other people around. I'll let them come and take it while I reap the benefits. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. Indeed, there was no one around, but he could make some noise. Boom! 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 Yi Xian began to attack the ground frantically. The bigger the commotion, the farther the sound would spread. As long as someone was near, they would be able to find him by following the temperature. After a while, Yi Xian hid in a dark corner and concealed his aura, waiting for someone to find him. Sure enough, as he expected, there was already a figure flying over in his line of sight. He's not fast. I think he's at most 75% of the body seal. Yi Xian watched as the figure flew to the side of the scorching pool. After seeing that the Draconic Luck Pillar's Draconic Luck Pillar had been taken away, he guessed that there had been a great battle here. He was still cautious and checked the surroundings. However, the perception in the secret realm was probably only 1/5 of the perception outside. Moreover, Yi Xian had concealed his aura, so he couldn't find Yi Xian. He walked to the side of the pool, probed it, and found that he could withstand it. He immediately jumped into the pool and retrieved the interspatial ring at the bottom of the pool. You took it out. Yi Xian, who was using the Eye of Revelation to check the situation, immediately charged out. Swish! A cold light flashed, followed by a crisp sound. The expert with 75% body seal reacted quickly and blocked the attack with his longsword. However, Yi Xian had already circled around the forest and swept out. Absolute annihilation. Yi Xian slashed out again. Although the power of this move wasn't as strong as Firmament Splitter, it was still better to use it sparingly. After all, he had used this move to kill the Heavenly Abundant City Lord. The expert with 75% of his body was able to block the sword, but he was unable to block the sword and had one of his arms cut off. When the arm that held the sword flew up, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. Hiss! Another crisp sound rang out. His opponent's wrist was cut off, and his universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. The expert was in despair. His right arm was cut off, and his left wrist was also cut off. What else could he use to fight? By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already torn his clothes and took out the prince token that was hidden in his chest. Thank you for your dragon luck. You can leave now. Yi Xian absorbed a small amount of dragon luck from the prince token and crushed it. In the next moment, the expert turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of Yi Xian. He was teleported out of the secret realm. Yi Xian remembered that this person was one of the 13th prince's subordinates. It was a pity that he ran into him. Although there isn't much dragon luck, it's better than nothing. Let me see what's in these 2 interspatial rings. Yi Xian muttered to himself. He first looked at the opponent's interspatial ring, but there wasn't much in it. However, the interspatial ring that the opponent took out from the scorching pool contained a lot of good stuff. The inheritance of the blazing house sect from 100 years ago. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Most of the things in the interspatial ring were martial arts techniques. There were also a few rare treasures, all of which were of the fire attribute. He didn't hold back and directly copied the martial arts techniques into the devouring system. As for the rare treasures, he devoured them all. Yi Xian used a special devouring system for some of the items because many of them could strengthen one's physique. Half-step supreme being was to seal one's body with the great emperor's will to forcefully strengthen one's physique. However, this didn't count as one's physique. In the future, after sealing one's physique to 100%, one would have to undergo the supremacy tribulation. Everyone's emperor's will was sealed to the same degree. If one wanted to become a supreme being, one had to rely on one's physique and other abilities. It's a pity that I gained more experience every time I leveled up. I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed and shook his head, then left the place. His luck was pretty good. After eliminating both of them, he even obtained an inheritance and a large amount of dragon luck. At the same time, he also understood that the Blazing House sect's inheritance was an inferior inheritance. There were also middle and superior inheritances. Even princes would be tempted by superior inheritances. Every inheritance is dangerous. I can't even obtain an inferior inheritance. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He was only at 60% physique ceiling, while the others were at 70% physique ceiling. Although his combat strength was strong, his vital energy had always been his weakness. Moreover, he couldn't use the dragon-patterned golden armor casually here. Therefore, if he found an inheritance land, he would have to obtain dragon luck first. However, with his strength, he could fight against an 80% physique ceiling expert. He could definitely guard the inheritance land. He continued to wander in the forest. With the Eye of Revelation, his insight was probably unmatched. After more than half an hour, he encountered another inheritance land. This time, there were a few strange trees guarding the dragon luck pillar. Demon trees, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Even without the Eye of Revelation, he could see that these trees were extraordinary. After all, the internal environment of these trees was different from ordinary trees. Moreover, their branches were constantly twisting, which seemed very dangerous. There's an interspatial ring beside the dragon luck pillar. Yi Xian's eyes focused on the interspatial ring beside the dragon luck pillar. At this moment, he checked the surroundings and didn't find anyone else, so he suddenly attacked. Absolute annihilation. Rays of cold light pierced through the air. Yi Xian directly attacked the demon trees through countless trees. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover the demon trees at all. After all, they didn't have the ability to see through things, let alone attack through so many trees. Rip! 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 Yi Xian's sword directly cut through hundreds of trees and hit a demon tree. The demon tree was severely injured, but it didn't notice Yi Xian. It could only silently take the attack. Chapter 770. Universal annihilation. Slashes flew through the air and killed a devil tree in just a few rounds. In less than half a minute, all the devil trees were dead. Then, Yi Xian quickly flew over and absorbed the draconic luck on the dragon luck pillar. He then took the interspatial ring. The inheritance of the Tsungsan sect from 200 years ago. Yi Xian's eyes lit up because there were a lot of treasures in the interspatial ring. I'm so close to breaking through. He sensed that he only needed one more inheritance to break through to 65% of the physique seal realm. At that time, his combat power would be able to squeeze into the top tier among the 100 people. Of course, others could also suddenly break through after obtaining the inheritance. Although I only obtained 2 low-grade inheritances, I'll be able to break through after obtaining one more. It's not too bad. Yi Xian left his original spot. He had a huge advantage with the Eye of Revelation, so he had to make the best use of his time. Half an hour later, he found another inheritance, but this time, someone else seemed to have gotten it before him. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from the front. Yi Xian scanned with the Eye of Revelation and found 2 people fighting. They're not weak. They're probably at 80% of the Great Emperor Seal realm. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He was wondering if he should go over and interfere. I'll hide first. I'll go out when they're almost done fighting. Yi Xian planned in his heart. Yi Xian liked to be the fisherman when the sandpiper and the clam fought. Through the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the 2 people were fighting at the entrance of the cave. There was also a dragon luck pillar outside the cave. It was obviously the place of inheritance. Another advantage of the Eye of Revelation was that it could see through ordinary things and see the inside of the 2 people. However, it couldn't see through the interspatial ring. Therefore, his attention was always on the extra interspatial ring. Oh. The one with the interspatial ring seems to be stronger. Yi Xian observed as he approached. In any case, the perception in the secret realm was lower, so the other party would not be able to detect him. When Yi Xian was only 3,000 meters away from them, one of them had his prince's medallion shattered. Then, he turned into a beam of white light and was sent out of the secret realm. When Yi Xian saw the other person disappear in an instant, he understood that it was time to make a move. Absolute annihilation. A slash tore through the air. The person who had just obtained the universe ring had just relaxed when he was frightened by this sneak attack. Clang. He hurriedly used his weapon to block it, but was knocked into the stone wall by the impact. At the same time, Yi Xian rushed out of the forest and attacked madly. At the same time, Yi Xian saw his face clearly. He was actually one of the 7th prince's subordinates. Brat, you're courting death. The grey-robed elder shouted angrily. He put away the interspatial ring and started to fight back. Ha, members of the 7th prince's faction, get out. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart. Xia Yuni, who had beaten him up like a dog in the water, was a member of the 7th prince's faction. Although this elder was not Xia Yuni, Yi Xian treated him as Xia Yuni and beat him up. However, it was not easy to challenge someone 4 levels higher. Bam! 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 The 2's sword chis began to clash. In terms of combat strength, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. Brat, I recognize you. You're a member of the 6th prince's faction. The grey-robed elder recognized Yi Xian. And then? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Nothing. I just want to invite you out of the secret realm. The grey-robed elder sneered. Then let's see who invites who out. Yi Xian's eyes widened. From before until now, he'd already exchanged more than 10 blows with his opponent. If that was the case, then it would be very difficult for him to defeat his opponent. I don't care so much. Dragon blessing the universe. He made up his mind. At this moment, strength was more important. Not many people would recognize these 2 martial arts techniques. Wolf Tooth Rush. A giant wolf head rushed towards the grey-robed elder. The gray-robed elder slashed with his sword but was unable to disperse it. As a result, he was bitten by the giant wolf head. After the wolf tooth rush, it was the powerful firmament splitter. Swish! Yi Xian's sudden burst of strength caught his opponent off guard. Half of the gray-robed elder's shoulder was cut off and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! The gray-robed elder cursed angrily as he watched the other giant wolf head bite him. The gray-robed elder was immediately immobilized by the two giant wolf heads with sharp teeth. Absolute void palm. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. His palm passed through the giant wolf heads and landed on the gray-robed elder. In the next moment, the gray-robed elder was sent flying. At the same time, Yi Xian seized the Qian Kun inheritance ring and the prince's token. Oh no! The gray-robed elder's expression changed. It was fine if the Qian Kun ring was taken away, but if the prince's token was taken away, it would be over. Although he had only encountered the first inheritance land and did not obtain much dragon luck, he was afraid that he would be eliminated if the prince's token fell into Yi Xian's hands. Kacha! After a crisp sound, the gray-robed elder's prince's token was crushed by Yi Xian. He then turned into a ray of white light and flew out of the secret realm. Phew! Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his opponent did not use the dragon blessing in time. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of dragon luck. It's still a low-grade inheritance, but it's not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he heard a notification in his mind. Breakthrough. Now, his body sealing degree had reached 65%. He began to check the inheritance ring and was pleasantly surprised. It's all ores. It seems to be a sect that specializes in forging. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the 3,000 wolf tooth cavalry can be upgraded. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had the blueprint to upgrade the 3,000 wolf tooth cavalry. As long as he had the materials, he could use the devouring system to upgrade them. Ding! Wolf tooth cavalry upgrade successful. Ding! Deputy Long Saber upgrade successful. Yi Xian used the forging materials to upgrade the 3,000 wolf tooth cavalry and Deputy Long Saber. Deputy Long Saber's strength has reached 60% of the Emperor's will and 40% of the 3,000 wolf tooth cavalry. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with this result. After all, this was only a low-grade inheritance. If he could obtain a mid-grade inheritance or even a high-grade inheritance, he would be able to upgrade even more. I've only been here for 2 hours and I've already obtained 3 low-grade inheritances dragon luck. The others probably only obtained 1 at most, right? Yi Xian's confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Although his eye power could not be recovered quickly, the Eye of Revelation did not consume much of his eye power. It would not be a problem to use it again after a period of time. He began to search for more inheritances. He had obtained 3 low-grade inheritances in 2 hours, but the Battle of Dragon Luck would last for 3 days. Perhaps he would find a high-grade inheritance. An hour later. Boom! Chapter 771. They're quite far away. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed the sound. Soon, he saw 3 figures fighting. Then, he realized that one of the figures was familiar. It seemed to be Chao Bao, the mad swordsman. The mad swordsman Chao Bao had 80% Emperor's will sealed. Like Yi Xian, he was a subordinate of the 6th prince. Yi Xian naturally had to help his teammate when he was in trouble. Yi Xian immediately charged over. Of the 2 attacking Chao Bao, one was 80% Emperor's will sealed, while the other was 75%. If it was only one person, Chao Bao could handle it. However, there were 2 of them, which was a little difficult. I have no choice. Draconic Fortune. Chao Bao, who was holding a broadsword, directly used his trump card. The draconic luck in the prince token in his arms was immediately activated. In an instant, Chao Bao's strength skyrocketed, and his attacks were very fierce. We'll use it too. The warrior with 80% emperors will sealed shouted. Just now, they were evenly matched with Qiao Bao without the draconic luck. Now that they used the draconic luck, they were still in a stalemate. Now, it was time to see who had more draconic luck. However, what they did not expect was that a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian used his trump card. The giant wolf head directly bit the warrior with 75% emperors will sealed. Then, he used an extremely powerful firmament splitter. In order to make his opponent unable to block it, Yi Xian also added draconic luck, which increased his attack power to another level. Swish! The warrior's arm was instantly chopped off. In this situation, it was difficult to get the prince token, so Yi Xian did not care too much and directly threw a punch. Kacha! The punch landed on the opponent's prince token. The token shattered, and the opponent was instantly eliminated. Although the prince token shattered, the draconic luck inside would not be deducted. After the draconic luck battle, they could still get a new prince token, but there was no draconic luck inside. Yi Xian did not care about this bit of dragon luck. After sending the other party out of the mystic realm, Yi Xian obtained the other party's yin and yang ring. The other party had also obtained a low-grade legacy, so Yi Xian had benefited from it. It's you. When Qiao Bao saw Yi Xian, his eyes couldn't help but emit a bright light. Yi Xian was on the same side as him. This person seems to be a subordinate of the fourth prince. Yi Xian recognized him, as did the person he had just sent out. They were both subordinates of the fourth prince. However, none of this mattered anymore. Brat, let's send him out together. Qiao Bao the Wild Blade shouted. All right. Yi Xian immediately agreed. However, his opponent reacted very quickly. When Yi Xian rushed towards him, he actually punched himself in the chest, shattering the prince's token. The next moment, he was sent out of the mystic realm. He had only lost the qualification to enter the first round by shattering the prince's token, but his dragon luck was still there. If he was captured by Yi Xian, his dragon luck would be taken away. You ran fast enough. Yi Xian snorted. Brat, thank you so much. Qiao Bao cupped his fists and thanked him. What about the legacy's yin and yang ring? Yi Xian asked. When I came here, the legacy was already gone. Those two thought I was the one who took it, so they surrounded me. Qiao Bao shook his head. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He scanned Qiao Bao with his eye of revelation. Indeed, Qiao Bao only had one yin and yang ring. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Qiao Bao and left immediately. Qiao Bao originally wanted to team up with Yi Xian, but he decided against it. After all, there were many legacies here. Although it would be safer to travel together, they would have to share half of the meat with each other. It was better to travel alone. The size of the mystic realm also exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. He had been moving in one direction, but after running for a few hours, he still could not see the end. It was still a forest. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, he had only been in the mystic realm for less than half a day. Even if he was helpless, he could only continue. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened. The forest at night was filled with the constant chirping of insects. Those dangerous quasi-supreme sacred beasts had also come out to look for food. However, with his eye of revelation, Yi Xian could instantly spot these dangers. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few slashes suddenly rose into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. This seemed to be a signal. Of course, it could also be deliberately sent by someone to lure people over so that they could snatch the draconic luck and universe rings. With my current strength, I can squeeze into the front line. With the eye of revelation, I can find whoever is hiding. Yi Xian decided to take a look. Night was more suitable for him, who had the shadow leopard bloodline, to conceal himself. His advantage was much greater than during the day. However, when he approached, he realized that it was not what he expected. There were more than 10 people gathered beside a draconic luck pillar. They were not fighting and seemed to be waiting for someone. Could it be that they encountered a middle-grade inheritance and felt that they did not have enough manpower? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Otherwise, how could there be so many people gathered here? One had to know that when they entered, they were scattered by the teleportation array. Therefore, there must be many people from different camps. Whoosh! 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 They were still sending signals upwards, trying to attract people over. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked and found a familiar figure among these people. Before entering, Yi Xian had memorized the internal environment of the 9 people on his side. Therefore, he could recognize her. It seems to be the Poison Witch. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Poison Witch was an expert recruited by the 6th prince. She was skilled in using poison and had already sealed 80% of her body. However, if not for the 6th prince's reminder, the others would have thought that she was an ordinary martial artist. It seems that they have indeed encountered a middle-grade inheritance. Now, Yi Xian could be sure that they were gathering because they could not find a middle-grade inheritance. At that moment, he walked out of the room. "Oh, another person is here," a martial artist said. Yi Xian walked out of the forest and glanced over. "Young man, come here." The Poison Witch's eyes lit up as she shouted at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not trust the others, he could only trust the Poison Witch in this mystic realm. After all, they belonged to the same camp. Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked, "Is this a middle-grade inheritance?" "I'm not very sure." Previously, a martial artist with 75% of his body sealed entered, but he died. The Poison Witch shook her head. "He died?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "He died. He was struck to death by the strange black shadow in this poison cave. Although the wound was not fatal, he was poisoned to death," the Poison Witch said. Poison Cave. Chapter 772. Compared to the others, Yi Xian was more resistant to poison, so he had a higher chance of survival. He looked around and found that the people around him were around 70% and 75% physique sealing realm. Besides the Poison Matriarch, there were 2 other 80% physique sealing realm experts. Including Yi Xian, there were a total of 13 people. The people around saw that Yi Xian was only at 65% physique sealing realm, so they did not pay much attention to him. However, the mystic realm was so big that it was not bad to be able to gather 10 people. "Everyone, should we continue to wait or go in together?" a middle-aged man with long hair asked. He was also at 80% physique sealing realm, the same realm as the Poison Matriarch. "Forget it. Let's go in together. It's not easy to gather so many people. Let's go in. Everyone, prepare your prince tokens. If there's any danger, just crush them. There are experts outside who can heal you. I think I should back out. I'll look for other inheritances." Someone decided to give up. After all, there were still more than 2 days left. There was no need to stay in this middle-grade land of inheritance. However, the moment he turned around, someone near him suddenly attacked, severely injured him, and took away his interspatial ring. "You," the severely injured person pointed at the other person in shock. However, in the next moment, his prince token was crushed, and he was teleported out. This scene was witnessed by everyone else, but no one made a sound. "Kid, remember to be careful when you enter," the Poison Matriarch reminded him softly. Yi Xian nodded silently. The Poison Matriarch looked dangerous, but she was in the same camp as him. Moreover, the scene in the Land of Inheritance would be projected, so the Poison Matriarch would definitely not attack him. Otherwise, the 6th prince would definitely not let him off. There are only 12 people left. I don't think they want to stay together. Let's draw lots to enter. The middle-aged man with long hair suggested. Okay, let's draw lots according to camp. There were a total of 10 camps here. Besides Yi Xian and the poison matriarch, there were also 2 people in a group. The other 8 people were acting alone. After the drawing of lots, Yi Xian and the poison matriarch were the 5th batch to enter. Each batch was separated by half a minute. Damn it! The warrior who got first place cursed in his heart. He knew that if he did not enter, he would be eliminated instantly. He gathered his courage and walked in. The second batch would enter 30 seconds after him. Yi Xian and the poison witch were the 5th batch. That was pretty good. At this moment, the 2 of them walked to the side and whispered to each other. Kid, I heard that when you were at 55% body seal, you defeated a 70% body seal. Now that you are at 65% body seal, can you deal with an 80% body seal? Poison matriarch whispered. Senior, you're thinking of... Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Apart from me, there are 2 other 8th grade physique sealers. One is 3rd and the other is 8th. When the time comes, the 2 of us can work together and clear out everyone behind us, Poison Witch said. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. They were the 5th batch to enter, and there were still quite a few people behind them. They could very well give up on this middle-grade land of inheritance and plunder the dragon luck and treasures of others. Rumble. There was quite a commotion coming from the poison cave. It seemed like someone was fighting. That black shadow should be a poison wind mantis. It is extremely fast. When the time comes, I will set up a poison array. You be careful. Poison Witch said softly. Yi Xian nodded to show that he understood. Soon, it was their turn. Because the others did not know that Poison Witch was proficient in using poison, they only treated her as an ordinary warrior and did not pay much attention to her. Yi Xian and Poison Witch entered the poison cave. Their resistance to poison was the strongest among everyone present, so they were the safest. They carefully entered the cave for more than 10 seconds, then chose a spot to set up a poison array. You be careful. I will set up a poison array. Everyone who enters will be poisoned. Poison Witch said as she took out a large pile of items and began to set up the array. Yi Xian was on guard and used his eye of revelation to scan the surroundings. In 10 seconds, Poison Witch could easily set up several poison arrays. It was not a problem to deal with the people behind them. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind entered Yi Xian's ears, causing his body to tremble. It's coming. Yi Xian reminded. His eyes widened as he saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Wolf Fang charge. He immediately stabbed with his sword. A giant wolf head rushed out and bit the black shadow. As expected, it was a black mantis about 1.5 meters tall. Its entire body contained a large amount of poison. Unfortunately, this poison had no effect on Yi Xian's true qi. Firmament splitter. Yi Xian directly slashed with his sword and killed the poison wind mantis. This poison cave was very dark, and the poison wind mantis liked to hide in dark corners and wait for its prey to enter. When the time came, it could directly launch a sneak attack and poison its prey. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation and was not weak. Thus, this poison wind mantis was not a threat to him. The quasi-supreme sacred beasts in the secret realm also had dragon luck. Yi Xian collected the poison wind mantis's corpse and dragon luck after it died and continued to protect Poison Witch. Kid, you are not bad. If the 2 of us work together, we might be able to obtain the inheritance of this poison cave. Poison Witch said as she set up the array. She was originally a poison user, and this middle-tier land of inheritance was related to poison. Thus, it had a huge appeal to her. Yi Xian actually had the same idea. However, it was better to eliminate the remaining people first. The 3 poison arrays have been set up. All of them are non-lethal poison arrays. Except for that person with 80% body seal, no one can last more than 3 seconds in here. Poison Witch said. Yi Xian scanned the area with his eye of revelation. Although he could not see anything on the surface, there were dangers on the ground, walls, ceiling, and even the air was the same. Kid, this bottle of pills is specially made by me. Put one in your mouth in case you need it. Poison Witch threw a bottle of antidote pills to Yi Xian. Although they were on the same side, Yi Xian still took out a pill to test it. After confirming that it was indeed an antidote pill, he followed her instructions and put one in his mouth. If he was accidentally poisoned, he would immediately swallow it. 30 seconds had passed. That meant that the sixth batch of people should be coming in now. Drip. Poison Witch and Yi Xian held their breaths and listened attentively. Some water droplets fell from the ceiling, but the sound could not cover the sixth person's footsteps. He's entered the array. Poison Witch said softly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. If it's the sixth person, he shouldn't be able to withstand my poison array. Kid, go and take his things. Poison Witch said again after 3 seconds. In fact, Yi Xian did not hear any footsteps. Although he had the eye of revelation, he could not see through the stone wall. All right. Yi Xian nodded and quietly went over. As expected, there was a person lying in the middle of the poison array. He could not move and his eyes were fixed on him. Chapter 773. Tisk, Tsk. Get out. Yi Xian took the man's interspatial ring and prince's medallion. After putting them away, he crushed the medallion. The unlucky man turned into a ray of white light and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Before they entered, Yi Xian had discussed with Poison Witch. They would each take the interspatial ring and draconic luck. This time it was Yi Xian, and next time it would be Poison Witch. After another 30 seconds, the seventh batch of people came in. Just like the previous batch, he was paralyzed on the ground by the 3 great poison arrays. He was like a corpse. This time, Poison Witch dashed over and took his interspatial ring and prince's medallion. They were the sixth batch to enter. 5 people had entered before them, including an 8th degree physique seal expert. In other words, there were 5 more people behind them. One of them was a 2-man team, and the other was an 8th degree physique seal expert. The 7th and 8th batches had been dealt with by them. Next up would be the 2 people from the 9th batch. 2 75% physique seal experts still can't resist my poison arrays. Poison Witch thought to herself. 30 seconds later, they heard footsteps again. This time, there were 2 people. It's poisonous. Suddenly, a low shout came from the cave, but in the next moment, the 2 of them fell down. Yi Xian and Poison Witch weren't nervous. It didn't matter if the people outside heard them. Of course, the poison cave was poisonous. Now that the 2 teams had been eliminated, the last person would be the 8th degree physique seal expert. The last person is the 4th prince's subordinate. I can't tell how strong he is, but he might be hiding his strength. He's an 85% physique seal expert. If he doesn't get hit, we'll attack immediately. Poison Witch said. 85% physique seal expert, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that the other party wasn't 85% physique seal expert. Otherwise, they could have finished off the remaining 4 people after he and Poison Witch had entered. Why would they let them in? Of course, it was possible that the other party wanted them to scout the way. After all, middle-grade inheritances were more attractive. They're here. A series of cautious footsteps entered Yi Xian and Poison Witch's ears. They held their breaths and prepared to attack at any time. The last 8th degree physique seal expert was very careful. He was afraid that the people in front of him would hide and attack him. Soon, he entered the poison array. Poison. That person immediately reacted and quickly retreated. There were many poisonous creatures in this poison cave, so he took an antidote pill in advance. However, this poison array was set up by the poison matriarch, so ordinary antidote pills were useless. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly left the poison array. Attack. Poison Witch charged. And rushed, she charged. Yi Xian followed. The two of them had already discussed that if the other party did not enter the poison array, they would defeat the other party with lightning speed. They of the dragon and dragon's heaven's dragon used. Wolf's charge. 10,000 poison palm. The of the dragon's dragon, of it dragon, of them. Of them. Yes, the 8th degree physique seal expert's eyes flashed. Since they could use martial arts, they must be human. His aura surged, and the prince's token in his arms glowed with a dazzling white light. 3 rays of white light illuminated the entire poison cave. It's you. The 8th degree physique seal expert noticed Yi Xian. No, he wasn't 8th degree physique seal expert. Like Poison Witch had guessed, he was hiding his strength. His true strength was 85%. But so what if he was 85%? Roar. The wolf's head bit the long-haired middle-aged man's thigh. In an instant, the wolf's fangs pierced through his thigh, causing him to bleed. Bang! Poison Witch's palm hit the long-haired middle-aged man's chest. She was a master of poison. Even her vital energy was poisonous. Her palm hit poisoned the middle-aged man. The long-haired middle-aged man cursed inwardly. He quickly shattered the wolf's head with a punch and prepared to retreat. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the poison matriarch had already charged over from the left and right. Firmament fissure. 10,000 poisons palm. The long-haired young man was outnumbered. Although he blocked Yi Xian's attack, he was hit by another palm. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His chest was starting to turn black. The poison in Poison Witch's vital energy had already entered his body. Hand over the prince's token, or you will die in 3 breaths. Poison Witch shouted. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He reached into his pocket, but he didn't choose to compromise. As long as he crushed the prince's token, the experts outside the secret realm would quickly heal his injuries. This way, the 4th prince's dragon luck wouldn't go to the 6th prince. Oh no! Yi Xian, who saw through his intentions, quickly slashed out with his sword and chopped off his left arm. At the same time, the middle-aged man crushed the prince's token in his hand. Whoosh! In a flash of white light, the long-haired middle-aged man disappeared, leaving behind a severed arm. Poison Witch was stunned. She didn't expect her opponent to choose not to compromise. He was playing with his life. At this moment, a breath had passed since the middle-aged man was teleported out. Poison Witch's poison was very powerful. It could kill someone in 3 breaths. If the middle-aged man couldn't detoxify the poison in 2 breaths, he would be dead. However, Poison Witch's 3 breaths was a little exaggerated. After all, her opponent was at 85% physique ceiling, while Poison Witch was at 85% physique ceiling. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Yi Xian and Poison Witch stayed in place. 3 breaths had passed, but nothing happened. Phew! Poison Witch heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she heard a voice. The opponent is dead. You have been judged as intentional homicide. You will be eliminated immediately and your dragon luck will be removed. Whoosh! A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, and Poison Witch disappeared instantly. F***ck, Yi Xian was shocked. Poison Witch's prince's token was not crushed, but she was suddenly teleported out. This meant that the long-haired middle-aged man didn't survive, and Poison Witch was judged as intentional homicide, so she was teleported out as well. Intentional homicide would be eliminated immediately and their dragon luck would be removed. This punishment was considered good. After all, he didn't have to pay with his life. In fact, Yi Xian was afraid that he and Poison Witch would be teleported out of the secret realm together. Fortunately, it was only Poison Witch. What a pity. The 6th prince also lost a capable person and his dragon luck was removed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Fortunately, it was only Poison Witch's dragon luck that was removed. Moreover, the long-haired middle-aged man was the fourth prince's man. With his death, the fourth prince would only have 9 people in the next round. Chapter 774. Now, Yi Xian was the last person to enter the poison cave. The poison which had been teleported out, so he could only explore the poison cave alone. Let me see how many good things you have in this middle-grade inheritance. Yi Xian turned around and continued to explore. There were many poisonous creatures in the poison cave, but Yi Xian had the eye of revelation, so he could easily avoid these dangers. Not long after, he encountered a fork in the road. He randomly chose a path and encountered a second poisonous wind mantis. This poisonous wind mantis was stronger than the previous one, but it was still no match for Yi Xian. It was easily killed, and its corpse was devoured, and its dragon luck was absorbed. I should have a lot of dragon luck. Yi Xian was pleased. He had received 2 people's dragon luck, and those 2 people had also received 1 or 2 low-grade inheritances, so they had all gathered on him. However, not long after Yi Xian entered, a loud sound entered everyone's ears. Someone found a high-grade inheritance. What? This sentence shocked Yi Xian. High-grade inheritance. The amount of dragon luck on the dragon luck pillars outside each land of inheritance varied. Low-grade inheritance lands had the least, followed by middle-grade inheritance lands, and high-grade inheritance lands naturally had the most. Not to mention the inheritances, just the dragon luck pillar alone probably contained a large amount of dragon luck. At this moment, outside the secret realm. Oh, which prince is this black-robed person working for? What a fortune! This person is skinny. Could it be a woman? She seems very powerful. She's at least an expert with 85% physique ceiling realm, maybe even 90%. I remember that she's working for the 7th prince, right? A group of ministers discussed softly, and many of them focused their attention on the 7th prince. The 7th prince glanced at the dragon luck ranking nearby and found that he had already reached the top. He immediately smiled and said, "That's right. She's working for me." After hearing his answer, the ministers focused their attention on the image of the secret realm again. At this moment, the black-robed woman had already entered the land of inheritance. Following that, her strength shocked everyone. This is the inheritance of the Celestial Fist sect from the ancient Sage dynasty. So, it is the Heavenly Fist sect. That pair of Heavenly Fist puppets is terrifyingly strong. I did not expect that this black-robed woman could easily avoid them and obtain the Cosmos Ring. Oh, she obtained the method to control the Heavenly Fist puppet. What a windfall. I actually obtained a high-grade inheritance. Oh, that's a martial arts seed. Could it be the Heavenly Fist sect's secret skill, the Heaven-Shaking Fist? The ministers were all shocked, and so were the princes. The 7th prince did not expect that the black-robed woman could be so agile as to avoid the 2 powerful Heavenly Fist puppets and obtain the Qian Kun ring. The saintess of the Nether Soul cult is indeed extraordinary. Not only is her physical prowess impressive, but she is also very powerful. The 7th prince licked his lips as he thought to himself. He had to get first place in this trial by fire. Only the champion could become the crown prince, the future emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. When the black-robed woman obtained the Heavenly Fist sect's inheritance, Yi Xian had already entered deep into the poison cave. A corpse? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he saw a corpse in front of him. It was the 5th batch of people who had entered earlier. This person's prince token and Qian Kun ring were still there, but he had died a horrible death. His entire stomach was empty as if he had been eaten by some kind of poison. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. Although he did not find anything, he found a few small holes in the wall. Just in case, he decided not to go over. Come here. Yi Xian used the dual space and pushed the corpse over. Then, he put away the prince token and Qian Kun ring. Kacha! He absorbed the draconic luck in the prince token. In the next moment, the corpse turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. Then, he released another puppet and ordered it to move forward. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow flew out of a small hole and instantly pierced through the puppet. This is, Yi Xian, who had activated his eye of revelation, captured the petite voice. He felt like he had seen this scene before. Devouring beast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He did not expect to encounter another devouring beast. Previously, he had found a devouring beast in one of the Qian Kun rings. This time, he had found one again. Advancement point, here I come. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He released another puppet and ordered it to move forward. Pooh! The little devourer snake came out again, but this time, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. Firmament fissure. Hiss! The circular slash cut open the devourer's head, and the entire corpse crashed into the stone wall. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed forward and collected the devourer beast's corpse. Ding! Host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse. Obtained 1 advancement point. The system prompted. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that he would encounter a devouring beast in the secret grounds? This was much more valuable than an intermediate legacy. I'll keep this advancement point for now. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Gemini bloodline, he could spend 5 advancement points to create another doppelganger. However, Yi Xian had already sealed 65% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. When he reached 100%, he would have to undergo the Supremacy Tribulation. The Supremacy Tribulation was extremely powerful. Not even 1 out of 10 half-supremacies would be able to successfully pass it. Hence, Yi Xian guessed that when he reached 100% of his body seal, the chance of a breakthrough would appear again. When he reached the breakthrough, he would merge with his clone and gain a 10% boost in strength. Then, when he advanced to the Gemini bloodline, his strength boost would be increased to 20%. This was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, whether he could survive until he reached 100% of his body seal was still a question. Hence, he would keep this as a backup for when the time came. Then, Yi Xian continued to go deeper. However, there was a dead end in front of him. He had no choice but to go back and enter from another path. However, when he was halfway through, the Poison King's inheritance. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the depths of the poison cave. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and cursed inwardly. This voice seemed to belong to the 80% physique seal expert who had entered first. It seemed that the other party had obtained the intermediate legacy. The Poison King's inheritance? Yi Xian heard the voice but did not know who the Poison King was. However, to be able to obtain the intermediate legacy, he must have a lot of wealth. At this time, a strong aura suddenly came from the depths of the poison cave. Someone had broken through. Dual poison heart pill, awesome. An excited voice came from the depths of the poison cave. Dual poison heart pill.